and he shot everybody. The pickpocket escaped." "Maybe," said Cupido, but he wasn't convinced. Mbali shifted in her seat, eventually turned to them. "The backpack is important," she said. "Why?" asked Cupido. "The pickpocket had it on his back when he was arrested, but when he ran out, it was not there. The man who might be this Cobra person was carrying it in his left hand." "So?" Mbali shrugged. Griessel nodded. "Vaughan, you sound as if you have another theory." "There's no evidence that the Cobra thought Knippy still had the stolen item. Maybe he found what he was looking for and just ran away from the crime scene. He would not have run if he had what he wanted. He's a professional," said Mbali. "Maybe, but my theory still stands. Adair skimmed money on TFTP, and the Cobra is after the money. Alvarez brought something that said where the money is or how you can get it. Swiss bank account number." "She could have emailed that," said Mbali. "Maybe," said Cupido. Griessel nodded and opened the door. "Let's go and see how this fits in with the rest." From the sitting room of the big house where he sat with the grieving owner, the Greenpoint SC saw the three detectives approach. In front walked the stout, short Mbali with her big handbag swinging from her shoulder. Then the taller Vaughan Cupido in a black coat that made him look a bit like Batman. And then Benny Griessel, in height just nicely in the middle between the Zulu and the coloured man. His tousled hair needed a trim, and he had strange Slavic eyes. Everyone who had been in the service for more than 10 years knew about Griessel, the former murder and robbery detective who had once arrived at a murder scene so drunk that they had to load him in the ambulance along with the victim's corpse. These were the Hawks, thought the SC, the creme de la creme. A fat gat, windgat, and a dronkgat. The fat, the vain, and the drunk. What was going to become of this country? Woodstock lies only 2 kilometers from the heart of Cape Town's business district. 200 years ago it was a farm and an outstretched white beach where the wintry northwester spat up the wrecks of sailing ships like driftwood. 130 years ago it was the 3rd biggest town in the Cape Colony, and 50 years ago it was one of the very few suburbs in South Africa where brown, black and white could live undisturbed side by side under apartheid, before it decayed ever faster into poverty, with all the social evils that brought with it. The minibus taxi dropped Tyrone off in Victoria Road, where the neighbourhood was going through a systematic revival. New boutiques, decor, and old-fashioned furniture shops existed comfortably beside old businesses selling hardware and motor vehicle spares. Office buildings, warehouses, and old bakeries were being restored, and to the south more and more yuppies were buying the pretty old houses. But when Tyrone jogged north up Sussex Street, this sense of resurgence evaporated rapidly. The little houses here were dilapidated, squat, and poor, despite the lovely old Cape architecture. Like the one on the corner of Wright Street, a corrugated iron building bearing a weathered, insignificant sign, red letters on a blue background, indicating that it was the home of PC Technologies. The veranda was secured with heavy-duty, white-painted burglar bars, and the door to the street was protected by a security gate, apparently to keep thieves out, but also to allow for time should the SAPS appear with a search warrant. Because PC Technologies belonged to Vincent Carolus, a specialist in the handling, cleaning, and fixing of new, second-hand, and stolen computer and related equipment. Carolus grew up in Begonia Street, Mitchell's Plain, only 3 houses from where Tyrone and Nadia lodged with Uncle Solly. Nobody knew how he acquired his first personal computer, but everyone knew that at 14 he was already a technology wizard. He had been called PC ever since. He was one of only 5 people at this present moment who knew what Tyrone's true occupation was. The other 4 were also dealers in stolen goods. Tyrone stood gasping for breath at the steel door. He pressed the button under the video camera, hurriedly and perhaps a touch too hard. It took 14 seconds before the electronic lock opened. Chapter 29. The owner of the big house in Ella Street wept unashamedly, uncontrollably. Mbali sat beside him. She held the man's hand tightly, her face twisted with sympathy. "How am I going to tell my wife?" the man kept asking. "I'm so sorry," said Mbali every time. They waited for him to calm down a little, then asked him the usual questions. In Cape English, he told them that his daughter had been studying fashion design. She had so many plans. She was only 24 years old. "And now she's gone?" Mbali comforted him again. They asked him whether anything was missing from the house. He said nothing that he had noticed. They asked whether his daughter had been to the waterfront today. "No, she was home. She would have called if she did not go out much." Griessel took out his cell phone, retrieved the photo of Knippis, and showed it to the man. "Do you know this person?" "Was it him?" he asked, shock and horror in his voice. "No, sir, we don't think it was him." "Do you know him?" "Yes, he is my tenant. Why are you showing me his photograph if it wasn't him?" "We think the person who came into your house might have been looking for him. He rents a property from you?" "No. Yes, he lives out in the back, in the servants' quarters." "What has he done?" "Right here, at the house?" "Yes, behind the garage." Cupido moved towards the door. "I'll go and look." Griessel nodded. "Does he work for you?" "No, we are renting it as a flat." "What has he done? What is he mixed up in?" "Sir, please," said Griessel. "At this stage we know very little, and we are hoping you can help us." "I'm sorry. It's just, I always thought—" "I never believed him." "We want to know everything, but right now can you please tell us his name?" "Tyrone Kleinboy." "Do you know where we can find him?" "I don't know. He says he is a painter. He does contract work all over. I hardly see him." "Okay. How long has he been renting from you?" "From the beginning of the year." "Do you have a prior address for him?" "He used to live somewhere in Mitchell's Plain. I don't have the address." "Do you have any information about his family?" "I don't know if he... I don't know. We advertised the flat last year in November, and he came to see us. He was very well-mannered, looked like a good boy. He told us the story about him being an orphan. Him and his sister, they lived in Mitchell's Plain, with old people who brought them up, and then they died. And he said his sister was going to university to become a doctor, and he was a painter, and most of the work was in and around the city, so he wanted to rent. He had the deposit. He paid on time every month. My wife—" He began to sob again. They could see him struggling to bring himself under control. "My wife really liked him. He would come and talk to her. Just talk, like he wanted, like he would to a mother." "Sir, do you know at which university the sister is studying?" "Stellenbosch. That's what he said. But I thought it was a little too sad to be true, being orphans, and her studying medicine. I thought he just told us all that to get the flat, because there were other people who wanted it too. But my wife said we must help the less fortunate, and that he's a good boy." He began to cry again, then said, "How am I going to tell my wife?" "That's heavy encryption, my brother," said P.C. Carolus. He was 2 years older than Tyrone, but short and swish, always decked out in modern labels. Even the big black-rimmed glasses were fashionable. "How heavy?" asked Tyrone in the dusky room. They were both staring at the computer screen where PC had opened the memory card. "AES heavy, 128-bit heavy." "What's that supposed to mean?" "AES is Advanced Encryption Standard. That's way heavy." "But you can do anything." "No, not that. Maybe if I had months." "So what is it?" "It's an encrypted zip file, Tyrone." "Like I know what that means." "It's like... a zip file is like a box. Something is stuffed into the box, but you don't know what the contents are until you open the box. And this box can't be opened because there's a lock on it. A heavy lock. That's the 128-bit encryption. And you can only open it if you have the key. And I'm assuming you don't have the key?" "I don't." "I rest my case." "So, what do you think is in there?" "Tyrone, Vijay, what's in a box if you just look at the box?" "Well, if it says fragile on it, then you know." "But there's fuck all written on the box. It can be anything. A few porn movies, a shithouse full of documents, pirated software, anything digital. You understand?" "Okay. But you can copy it." "Now let me get this straight. You come in here, it looks like you've been beaten up real good, you walking funny, and with all due respect, you look quite jumpy to me. But you say nothing, and you know I won't ask. Now I scheme you want to pull a digital scam. You, who don't even know what a zip file is." "It's not a scam, PC. It's an ace in the hole." PC shook his head. "Vijay, wat jy doen? Do you really know what you're doing?" "Ek weet ja." "And you're not going to tell me?" "Not now." "Okay, cool, my bro. A man's got to do what a man's got to do. Yeah, you can copy it. Anybody can copy a zip file. You just can't open it if you don't have the decryption key." "Okay, and you can substitute it so no one can see the difference?" "If you decrypt it, yes, you will most see it's not the same stuff in the box." "I understand that, but Sano, you make a box that looks just like this box. And when the guy looks, he just sees a box, but he doesn't know there's other stuff in the box. Can you do that?" "Of course. If you make the file the same size, and you make the file name the same, and you push it through 7-zip for AES encryption, nobody will know the difference. But if they try to decrypt it, then you're in your moor." Tyrone thought for a moment. "Maybe if you tell me what you want to do, I can help you," said PC Carolus. Tyrone hesitated, weighed up the possibilities. He said, "Here's the deal. There's a guy who wants this card with a sore heart, but he owes me, and if I give him the card, he can take it and run, and I don't get what I want." "So you want insurance?" "Just so." "Why didn't you say so?" In the little room where Tyrone Claneboy lived, the cupboard doors and drawers were pulled open. The floor was strewn with clothing, most of it black, dark grey, or dark blue. Cleaning products and cloths, a few bits of cutlery, and some documents were spread in front of the sink. "Even if the pickpocket was in a big hurry, I don't think it was him who did this. It was the Cobra, and he was looking for something," said Cupido. "But look at this first." He led Griessel to the bathroom. In the corner of the small room lay a thin black sweater. Cupido picked it up with his rubber gloves and held it up for Griessel to see. It had a long, blood-clotted tear across the back. "That's a lot of blood," said Cupido. "Looks like he was badly cut. And look there, by the shower, and the basin. Blood washed off. The pickpocket was here, in the last hour or two. Shooter followed him? Must be. And no fresh blood. The pickpocket escaped, I think. Maybe he saw the Cobra coming. His sister is a student, Vaughan. We must look there, on the floor, in there. Those invoices from Stellenbosch, for a Nadia Kleinboy." They walked back out to the room. Cupido had to pick up the documents because Griessel was not wearing gloves. "There's an address. West Side 21, Market Street, Stellenbosch, 7613. Griessel looked up from the document in concern. "Vaughan, the shooter could have seen this too." "Fuck," said Cupido. And right on cue, Mbali appeared in the doorway, like their conscience. Tyrone sat at one of the little tables in Shireen's kitchen. The aroma of the peri-peri chips Gatsby made him realize suddenly how terribly hungry he was. He gobbled his food in a hurry, washing it down with Coke. Before he was finished, his mouth still stuffed with bread and chips, the Nokia rang, an ancient tune as ringtone. It was the first call that he had received on it, and he didn't immediately realize it was his phone. He gulped the food down, took the phone out of his pocket. Nadia's number. "Hello?" he said as he rose to his feet, not wanting the man behind the counter to overhear. He walked out into the cacophony of Victoria Street, where the hooters of the minibus taxis shrilled and bellowed back and forth like migrating herds. "Nadia tells me you don't have a car," the same accented voice. "Yes." "But you have the wallet you stole?" "Yes." "So you have money?" "Yes." "I want you to take a taxi. Do you know the Vicente airfield?" The pronunciation was so odd that he couldn't decipher the words. "The what?" "Vicente airfield." "No, I'm not going—" "What did you say?" "I'm not going there. If you want a card, I will tell you where we will meet." "You want me to kill your sister?" "No, I want my sister alive. But you want the card. Let me tell you where I will meet you," he said, and he wondered whether the man could hear how wildly his heart was beating. Chapter 30. It was while he was walking away from the company gardens an hour ago that Tyrone had begun to understand the whole thing. He realized that there was something on the memory card that this guy wanted so badly that he, cool like a swimming pool, strolled in at the V&A and blew away 5 mall cops in cold blood with not even a blink of those chilly eyes. The man had shadowed him all the way to Skotsekloef, then had gone and kidnapped Nadia in Stellenbosch. Broad daylight, capital crimes, serious, serious stuff. You didn't do that for a memory card with your holiday snaps on it. You did that for something with more value than Tyrone could imagine, and you wanted it back with a vengeance. He realized it was a fact he could use, leverage, and that was what he needed, because he had to get Nadia out of this mess, clean and quick. And that was when he grew angry. What sort of cunt involved innocent women? "If you want the card, motherfucker, you come after me, but nobody messes with my sister." He had never tolerated that, not since he was 5 years old, and he was going to keep it that way. Tyrone wanted to hurt the bastard. He wanted to punish him, get revenge. Then he thought, steady now, don't get ahead of yourself. Just get Nadia back first. Keep her safe. But how was he going to do that?
You ask yourself, Ty, what is your exit strategy? Doesn't matter where you steal, you've got to have an exit strategy, just in case.
And slowly he put together a rough plan, and with P.C. Carolus he added the finishing touches. And now Tyrone stood on the pavement in Victoria Street, with buses and lorries, cars and taxis rushing and rumbling by, the tension gnawing at him, cell phone to his ear as he waited for the man to answer. It took some time, and it sounded as though the man was holding his hand over the phone. Then the voice was back, suddenly. "Well, be in Belleville at 3:10, and then you call me on this phone. No, you will meet me next to the Fisontkral airfield at that time. No," with as much firmness as he could muster. "I am now going to hurt your sister. I'm going to shoot her through the left knee, and then the right one. She will be infirme, cripple. Then I will shoot her in the elbows." Tyrone's body twitched, but he knew there was only one way to get himself and Nadia out of this alive. "If you touch my sister, if you hurt her in any way, I will burn this card. I'm not stupid. I saw you kill 5 guys. I know you will kill us anyway when you get the card, so don't try to fool me. But I swear I will give it to you if Nadia is there and she is not hurt. I will give it to you when you have let her go. But if you touch her, I will destroy this card." Again the phone was muffled. Then, "You think you are very clever. It is a bad mistake. I warn you, if you are not alone, I will shoot your sister and I will shoot you. If you don't show up, I will kill her, and I will hunt you down, and I will kill you slowly. If the card is not there, or if it is damaged, I will kill you. Okay." Fear made his voice hoarse. "Where in Belleville?" "At the corner of Durban and Voortrekker Roads, 3:10. Then call me. And bring a laptop or something. I want you to check the card. I don't want any misunderstandings." Griessel and Cupido switched their cell phones on when they were on the N1. The instruments beeped in a duet of text messages. Benny saw he had 5 voicemails, 4 from the same number, the Hawks Belleville office. He called and listened. Nyati's voice. "Benny, I need you to contact me very urgently. I need you to terminate the investigation of the Cobra case immediately and return to the office. You, Von, and Mbali, immediately." He deleted the message and listened to the next 3, all from the giraffe, all to the same effect, but his voice growing increasingly urgent and impatient. The last one was from Alexa. "Benny, I left you some meals in the fridge. There's something for every evening." "Miss you already. I will phone tonight when the function is over. Love you. Bye." He felt guilt at the relief that washed over him. He could sleep at home, and his little rascal was safe, for the next few nights at least. He put the phone down. Cupido had also finished listening. "Nyati?" he asked. "Yeah," said Cupido. "We have to go to the Kremlin. Mbali as well. Call her. Do you think the flower is going to answer her cell phone while she is driving?" Griessel slowed down and moved to the left lane. They would have to wait for her to pass, and then try and get the message to her through the window. All a waste of time. They had to get to Stellenbosch. He was deeply concerned about Nadia Kleinboy. The metro train station at Woodstock had recently been refurbished. The concrete and steel building was painted the green and blue of the sea, but it was already looking shabby. Tyrone barely saw it. He waited on the platform for the train to Belleville and thought about his scheme. He knew he could not make it work on his own. He needed an assistant.
A pickpocket has no friends, Tyrone. You can't trust anyone. That's why. Nobody. So, if you want to be the life of the party, if you want to make friends and influence people, go and sell insurance.
He would have to buy a friend, and that never comes cheap. He would have to exchange the 400 British pounds for rands, and that was always a losing deal, because the Nigerian money changers ripped you off. The exchange rate was 13 rand to a pound. If you got 8, you were lucky. 3.2k was a lot of money if you wanted to buy friends. But he must spend the minimum, because if it all worked, he and Nadia would be on the run, and that was going to be expensive. In his mind he worked through the plan, and he thought, "Yerr, there are a lot of holes in this scheme." But it was the only thing that could work. They sat around Brigadier Musat Mani's round conference table. Colonel Zola Inyati twirled a pen thoughtfully in his hand. Griessel and Cupido looked like guilty schoolboys. Mbali looked angry. "Benny, did you remove or destroy evidence from the waterfront scene?" The camel's voice was heavy and solemn. "No, Brigadier." "You did not delete the video material?" "No, Brigadier." Mani looked at Mbali. "Is this true?" "Yes, sir. Benny did not touch any evidence whatsoever." She said it carefully, as if choosing her words like steps in a minefield. Griessel felt a rush of gratitude towards her. He knew how painfully honest she was, how this technical skirting of the truth would conflict with her principles. "I want you to understand that this is a very serious matter. The National Commissioner phoned, from the office of our minister. According to the Department of State Security, you deliberately wiped out video material and hindered a task team from SSA in their investigation of a matter of international importance. International security, Mbali. There's a lot at stake here. Not only the reputation of this unit and the SAPS, but of our country. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." "So I want to ask all three of you again. Did you or did you not destroy evidence at the waterfront?" "Brigadier, why would we do such a thing?" asked Cupido. "Answer my question." "No, Brigadier, not one of us did," said Griessel, following Mbali's strategy. Because Lithpel Davids had deleted the evidence, and the Brigadier hadn't mentioned the sergeant's name. Mani looked at them, one after the other. "If I find out that you have lied to me, I will suspend all three of you. Is that clear?" They confirmed their understanding with grave nods. "And do you understand that you are officially off this case?" "Which case, sir?" asked Mbali. "Excuse me?" "There seems to be more than one case, sir. There is the Franschhoek case and the waterfront case." Griessel didn't want her to say anything about the Skotserkloof case. Not now, not here. For various reasons, of which one was that all hell would break loose. And the other one was that Zola Inyati had perhaps told Mani about possible bugging devices, and that Mani was playing along. "Both, Mbali," said Mani. You are to hand over anything and everything that you think might aid our colleagues at the SSA on both these cases. Am I making myself very clear?" It was the emphasis on both that gave Griessel hope. "Yes, sir." "Benny? Vaughan?" "Yes, Brigadier," they said. "Very well. You are excused." Nyati gestured to Griessel, an index finger pointing downwards. Griessel understood. Griessel led the way down the long corridor of the DPCI building. He was in a hurry, his mind on Nadia Kleinboy. She was the same age as Carla, his daughter, still a child, though students considered themselves adults. They would have to go and look for Nadia, and they would have to watch over her. They would have to use her as bait, because that was all they had. And time was running out, and there was so much uncertainty, because he didn't even know if they really should drop it. Apparently, Musad Mani's tirade had been for the benefit of the possible bugging devices. He hoped, because if Mani was serious, they had a major problem. And there was another thing gnawing at him, a profound sense of unease, a hunch, but he hadn't had time to formulate it yet. They walked down the stairs and out into the basement. Griessel stood beside the clubhouse and waited for them all to form a circle. "Colonel, we need to tell you," began Griessel, but Nyati stopped him with a no and a shake of the head. "We'll really have to let it go, Benny. The pressure on the Brigadier is immense. Just let the whole thing go." Griessel wanted to tell him about Nadia Kleinboy, but it was Mbali who said, "No, sir, we can't let it go." Not in her usual decisive tone, the one that Cupido confused with arrogance. Her voice was strange now, almost despairing. Nyati looked at her with a frown. "I don't think you understand, Captain. It's a direct order." "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not going to stop investigating this case." All three men stared at her in disbelief. Nyati was the first to come to his senses. "You're not serious." "I am very serious, sir." "Mbali, do you want to be suspended? Do you want to get the whole lot of us fired?" "Let them try." There was still no confrontation in Mbali's voice. It confused Nyati. "Captain, you are very, very close to insubordination. What the hell has got into you?" "Sir, I am wondering the same thing about you and the Brigadier." "Captain, I am now officially warning you that you are going too far. One more word and you are suspended." "Sir, you can suspend me or you can fire me. I don't care." Nyati's eyes narrowed, and he drew a breath to respond, but Captain Mbali spoke with a passion and conviction that none of them had heard before. "My father used to tell me stories of how he did not dare use his phone, because the security police were always listening. He was part of the struggle, Colonel, back when the secret services conducted all the important criminal cases, when they told the police what to do, when everybody was spying on each other, and everything was hushed up by the media, and the public knew nothing. Today it is happening again. Now Parliament is passing this security bill. Why? Because they want to hide things. Now this. State security eavesdropping on us and taking over a criminal case, just like in the apartheid times. We are destroying our democracy, and I will not stand by and let it happen. And it will, if we let it. I owe it to my parents' struggle, and I owe it to my country. You and the Brigadier too. You owe it to all the comrades who gave their lives for the cause. So, no, I will not stop. And if you try to stop me, I will go to the press, and I will tell them everything." Chapter 31. Zola Inyati, the inscrutable, stood there, his intense gaze fixed on the fat captain. For perhaps the first time, Griessel saw emotion on the colonel's face. Rage that was gradually replaced with something else. Regret? Shame? The giraffe suddenly turned his back on them and raised his eyes to the stretch of Market Street that was visible between the rear wall and the vehicle entrance. He clasped his hands strangely in front of his chest, almost as if in prayer. Silence. Just far off the sounds of traffic on Voortrekker Road, and an ambulance siren on the way to Tygerberg Hospital. Seconds passed while Inyati stood stock still. He turned back to them. "What do you think, Vaughan?"
"I never thought I'd say this, Colonel, but I'm with Mbali."
Griessel thought he actually had no right to ally himself politically with his colleagues. He had been a law enforcer under the former regime, and he couldn't pretend he'd been something he wasn't. But Inyati did not spare him. He looked him in the eyes and asked, "And you, Benny?"
"Sir, I don't think we have a choice. There is a young woman in Stellenbosch who might be in real danger, and we are the only ones who know."
"What young woman?" Griessel told him.
"Jesus,"
said Inyati. Another first, as far as Griessel could remember. The colonel raised his hands in frustration and dropped them again. He looked at the three of them, then in the general direction of the entrance to the building.
"Oh, what a tangled web we weave."
"Amen," said Mbali.
"And have you thought how you would approach this?"
Inyati asked Griessel. He hadn't.
"Sir,
His thoughts raced as he spoke.
"I want Mbali and Vaughan on the team, sir."
Then his discomfort and suspicions found words, and he said,
"And Bones, because we need to try and find out why state security wants control. It's about Adair. That's what this case is really about, and Bones is the only one. Just the four of us. We'll report to you, here, where no one can listen. But we need to get to Stellenbosch, fast, and we need to get clean cell phones."
"I can get the cell phones," said Cupido.
"Where from?"
"You don't want to know, sir." Inyati was quiet. He shook his head as if he was about to do something crazy, like jump off a cliff. Then the expressionless mask was back, control restored.
"This is not just about losing our jobs. If they find out, they will prosecute us aggressively. At worst, they'll send us to prison, or permanently ostracize us at best. We will never work for the government again. Do you understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"I have children. So do you, Benny."
"Yes, sir."
"I'm going to try and keep the brigadier out of this, for as long as I can. I don't want to destroy his career as well. So you'd better get it right. Do you understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"Switch off your phones. Check your cars for tracking devices. Get moving."
Griessel told Cupido to go and buy the 5 cell phones and bring one each for Inyati, Bones, and Mbali.
"I'm going to drive to Stellenbosch, Salong. Meet me at the girl's flat. Vaughan, we don't know if they're following us. Just keep an eye on your rear-view mirror."
"Vigilant, puppy, that's my second name." He asked Mbali to bring Bones to the underground car park and brief him fully.
"You have to tell him everything, and you'll have to give him a choice. He has a family too. Bones said he'd do more digging on Adair. Ask him if he's found anything, and let me know on the new number. And I want you and Bones to start calling every hotel and guesthouse in the city. Use your landlines in the meantime. It's a risk,
but I'm sure they'll be monitoring our cell phones, and there are simply too many telecom lines going out." He hoped he was correct. "Check at the hotels if a Lillian Alvarez has booked in. She must be staying somewhere. Start with the city lodges, that kind of place. She's a student. She won't be staying at the Cape Grace." He saw the misgiving on Mbali's face, and then, "I know it's a needle in the haystack, but if we find her, it could help a lot. Our biggest problem is that we don't know who we are chasing." "Okay," she said solemnly, before she began to walk away. "Mbali," Griessel called after her. She turned around. "Thank you for not saying anything about the video. I know it must have been difficult." "No, Benny. My father said he had to lie many times under apartheid. He believed most of the time that the truth will set you free. But under certain circumstances, a lie can do the same thing. I often pray for the wisdom to know what circumstances those are." "You've always been a wise woman." "I know," she said in all seriousness. He lay under his Hawks vehicle, the BMW 1 Series. He was looking for tracking devices. His cell phone rang, and he nearly bumped his head on the undercarriage. He should have switched the damned thing off. Griessel wriggled out from under the car. On the screen he read, "Unknown." He had a suspicion who it might be. "Griessel," he said as he straightened up. "There are bugging devices in Mossad Mani and in Werner Dupree's offices," said the woman's voice. Joni Mitchell. Colonel Werner Dupree was group head of the Hawks CATS unit, an abbreviation for Crimes Against the State. It made sense that the SSA would monitor him too, but Griessel was infuriated. Why was she still bothering him? She was part of the organization that had taken over the case now. "And you people are listening to our cell phones," he said angrily. "We are?" she asked, as if it were a light-hearted game. "You work for the SSA," he said. "Interesting conclusion. How did you arrive at it?" Still playful and teasing. "My phone is bugged by the SSA, but you phone me on it. That means you know when it's safe to call." "I did hear that you're not stupid." "What do you want?" He saw no point in this conversation, and time was short. "Information. I gave you something, now I want something in return. That was the agreement. And now we're off the case. Your information is no use to me." "I had hoped you wouldn't be so easily discouraged." "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said. I hoped you would go on with the investigation discreetly." It made no sense. "Why would you—" He'd had it with these games. "I can't talk now. I've got work to do." He got into the BMW. "What work?" He switched on the engine. "I have other cases, too. Goodbye." He rang off, and he drove. His cell phone rang again, immediately. Unknown. She had warned him at the waterfront that the SSA were on their way, and now, "I hoped you would go on with the investigation discreetly." He stopped at the exit to Market Street and answered. "Please," she said seriously, "we must help each other." "What for?" "I know you found something at the waterfront. On the video you deleted. I know all three of you turned your cell phones off after that, and you went somewhere where you were busy for more than 40 minutes. I think it also had something to do with the investigation. Something tells me that you don't so easily drop a matter, just because another State Department wants to take over. I really have nothing more to say to you. You don't have to say anything to me. Just don't drop the investigation." For the first time, she sounded desperate. He couldn't understand what game she was playing. "Are you there?" she asked. "Wait," he said, and dug the iPhone's earphones out of his pocket, plugged them in before he drove again. "I will lose my job if I investigate the case. They won't know. Now who is they?" "I work for them, but I don't share their agenda. Please." "I don't trust you." "That I can understand. Ask me anything." "What are you doing at SSA?" She hesitated. "You drive a hard bargain." He didn't answer. "I am head of the monitoring program." "And eavesdropping on us?" "Yes." That was why she could phone. "What is your name?" Again a silence. Then, "Janina." "And your surname?" "Mentz," with a sigh of resignation. Janina Mentz. Joni Mitchell, the same initials, not very original. "Why does the SSA want us off the case?" he asked. "I can't put my head on a block, you must understand that. I am senior management, but not part of the top management. I don't have access to all the information. But I have a theory based on a strong rumor doing the rounds. That Adair wanted to embarrass the British government. 2 years ago, he published a memorandum on the Internet in which he said a new version of his algorithm could expose a whole string of dodgy bank transactions, and that Britain and the USA had a moral obligation to implement it. The Adair Protocol." She remained quiet for a moment. "I underestimated you. I won't make that mistake again." "Go on," he said. "We suspect that he deployed this new algorithm on the SWIFT system without sanction. We suspect he gained access to information in this way about corrupt activities of British parliamentarians, of much greater scope than that which was already known. Bribe money from media interests, from weapons manufacturers, from interest and pressure groups, large amounts in Swiss bank accounts. And it goes up to very high levels, up to the cabinet. Then he tried to blackmail the British government, something like, 'Use the protocol to fight organized crime, or I'll make this public.' It still doesn't explain why the SSA wants to take over the investigation. If we can get Adair, Captain, we can get all that information. And in the diplomatic sphere, that has incalculable value. You know that the British Department of International Development wants to halt their financial support to South Africa in 2015. No? Our government is very unhappy about that. And that sort of information could definitely make the Brits reconsider." He mulled over this for a moment. "Okay, but what is your agenda?" "Are you familiar with the Spider-Man principle?" "The what?" "The Spider-Man principle. With great power comes great responsibility. That sort of information would give our government great power, Captain. I don't think our government can be trusted with such great responsibility." Chapter 32. Under normal circumstances, Tyrone Kleinboy liked Belleville Station. It reminded him of Uncle Solly's stories about District 6, the mengelmoes of people and colours, the hustle and bustle, the music blaring out, competing from every point of the compass, the aromas of food stalls and takeaway cafes wafting at you as you walked by. His favourite clothing store just around the corner in Durban Road, H. Snyder Outfitters, a continental name, and Outfitters, the sound of sophistication, just like their pinstriped suits and shoes and colourful waistcoats. And there, on the square at Kriskal Avenue, and among the informal traders' stalls in the alleyways and malls, you found more characters and shysters per square metre than any other place in the Cape. Look any which way, and there's counterfeit brand clothing and accessories from China. So much of it, such a racket, that you couldn't even take a picture. If you took out your phone to snap something, the stall owners were onto you at once. "No, brother, please, no photos." They asked nicely, but there was a vague, veiled threat behind it. It was no place for his industry. Mostly poor and lower middle class, moving through here. For him it was a place to relax, to check things out, to shoot the breeze. Because the other great feature of the station was that you almost never saw a policeman here. He had already worked it out for himself. Law enforcement turned a blind eye to all the counterfeit, and probably also the stolen goods, because there's no serious crime here. Maybe because everyone was in transit, and there weren't quae valuables to steal. Perhaps because all the shysters and counterfeit traders looked out for each other, did their own policing. So the cops don't scratch where it doesn't itch, and they don't bother you here. Which was a good thing right now. Logic told him the cops were already looking for him. A nationwide manhunt for the fugitive from the waterfront killings. Tomorrow morning his face would be on all the front pages, but now his CCTV star appearance was probably a Kodak moment in every policeman's breast pocket. Here he didn't need to worry about it. He could just look for helpers. And that was where his trouble lay. It wasn't going to be easy. There were a few coloured businessmen, mainly in the Bell Star Junction in front of the station. Rich cats. They weren't going to do any monkey business for a brother for just a few $100. The Nigerian money changers and drug dealers were also a no-go area. They had the good taste to make themselves invisible in small apartments on the second and third floors of the buildings in the area, and they didn't come cheap either. But mostly, on the ground, it was all little Somalia here. And your trouble with Somalians is that they're cat-footed. They tread warily, because of the xenophobic attacks, and the fact that so many of them are illegal aliens. They don't trust anybody except fellow former countrymen. You see it in their skeptical Somalian eyes. If you didn't buy anything at his stall, if you loitered, or you came to hoy a scheme, then they checked you out doubtfully. Talk about under suspicion. And the shake of the head came early on. No, no thanks, not interested. But he had better get an assistant quickly, because his time was running out. It was 2:20. Griessel told Janina Mens to text her number to him. He would think everything over and phone her back. Then he rang off, and he switched off his phone and drove to Stellenbosch by the Bottlery Road, because it was easier to spot a tail on that route. And when he crossed the R300, his eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror, the whole situation crashed down on him, not gradually, but with a sudden crushing weight. And with it, as always, like a whirlwind, the thirst for booze descended on him. He instantly felt the smooth, cool weight of a glass in his hand. Short, neat, no ice, no mixer, just the raw, rich taste of Jack Daniels on his tongue and the heat down his throat. He shivered and gripped the steering wheel. His body craved the tingle of alcohol. Now. Yes, he murmured. His mind told him there were places he could go, here in Kraaifontein, shebeens and a few bars, and nobody would even know. But what about Nadia Kleinboy? Just a quick stop, 5 minutes, Brackenfell or Kales River. It was just a little detour. 2 lightning doubles. Line them up, barman. Christ, the bliss that would flow, slide through his veins and fibers to the deepest reaches of his body. Only 2. They would heal him of everything. They would last him till tomorrow, and tomorrow everything would be better again. Saliva gushed into his mouth. His hands shook. It had been months since he had last had this uncontrollable thirst. Part of him was aware of what was happening. He knew the trigger. The secondary one was what Doc Barkhazen called it. When he realized how rubbish and useless and irrelevant he was, and he needed the drink to confirm it, and he needed the drink to heal it. Phone Doc. Fuck Doc. Doc didn't understand. Doc's life worked. His did not. He was hopeless, useless, bad. His work was increasingly becoming a joke. He had drunk away his life, lost his wife, the respect of his children. He could hear it in Fritz's voice when he talked to his son. Fritz just kept him informed, but he talked to his mother. His colleagues gave him one look on a bad morning and immediately jumped to the conclusion that he had hit the bottle. They were merely tolerating him, that uneasy sympathy you have for the handicapped. And Alexa Barnard, she would drop him as soon as she had her alcoholism and her life under control again, as soon as she saw through him once more and realized how shit he really was. He who lied and ducked and dived from her because his fucking rascal couldn't keep up. And why couldn't it keep up? Because he had poured his libido, along with the rest of his life, down his throat. He put his indicator on to turn left in Brackenfell Boulevard. There were drinking holes down near the hypermarket, his old hangouts, where he used to pour one last dop before going home. Warm places in this wintry weather, welcoming. At the back of his mind there was a voice asking, what about Nadia Kleinboy? She was Carla's age. Christ, would he go drinking if it were his daughter? He turned the indicator off again. It was faster to make a quick stop in Stellenbosch. Buy a little bottle, for the afternoon and the evening. That's what he would do. He settled on that. Only once he drove past the entrance to the Devondale golfing estate did he focus on the true origin of his self-hatred and the urge to drink. Mbali Kaleni had spoken with so much feeling about the devastation of democracy. And then Janina Mentz said this government could not be trusted with such a great responsibility. The fuck-up was that they were both right. And therein lay 2 big problems. First and foremost was déjà vu, because he still remembered what it was like under apartheid. It didn't matter how hard he used to believe he was only fighting the good fight against crime, that he was on the side of the good guys. There was always the niggling little voice in the back of his head. You couldn't avoid the hatred in the other's eyes, or the rage of the media, and the grubby association with colleagues who were doing evil things. Even a few senior men in what was then the murder and robbery squad. It wore you down slowly, because when you worked with death and violence, and everything that was sick in a community, impossible hours for a ridiculous salary, then you wanted to— no, you had to believe you had good and right on your side. Otherwise you lost your self-respect, your faith in the whole business, and you began to ask yourself, what was it all for? That had been one of the reasons for his drinking, that pressure. They all needed to soften the sharp edges of reality. And then came the new South Africa, and the great relief. Now he could do his job in the bright, clear daylight of justice and respect. It was what carried the SAPS through the first decade after apartheid, through the massive transformation and the mess of national commissioners who were fired under one dark cloud after another. But now it felt like it was back to the bad old days again. A government that was slowly rotting. And it was catching. More and more policemen were doing stupid things, and there was more and more mismanagement, corruption, and greed, sinking the service deeper and deeper into the quicksand of inefficiency and public distrust. Despite the new National Commissioner who tried so hard, despite the work of thousands of honest and dedicated policemen, despite senior officers like Musadmani and Zola Inyati, whose integrity was entirely above suspicion. Just as in the old days, he was increasingly reluctant to tell people he was a policeman. Where did that leave him? A rat on a sinking ship, once again. He couldn't leap off. He had one child at university and another that wanted to go to a fucking hellish expensive film school. At 45, he was just a stupid career policeman who could do nothing else. Which brought him to the second problem that Mbali and Mensah's words had revealed. His inability to think about stuff like the powers of the government, information laws, and struggle history. What was wrong with him that he was stuck at ground level, always wrestling with such basic, mundane things, so that he was embarrassed when Mbali pointed out the bigger picture, the deeper principle, with so much passion and integrity? What was wrong with him? He had become irrelevant in a vocation that demanded deeper thought and insight and intelligence, in a country and a world that was changing far faster than he could adapt to it. What was wrong with him? Just about everything. But nothing that drink would not put right. The irony did not escape Tyrone Kleinboy. Beggars can't be choosers, he thought, but to go and choose a beggar? He had no choice. Time was running out, and fast. He was hurriedly scanning the stall in front of Bellstar Junction for a helper, a sidekick, and then this O appeared beside him, as abrupt and unexpected and embarrassingly silent as a wet dream, filthy and with many hard years on the clock. But under the brown layers of sunburn and lack of personal hygiene, he saw to his surprise that the guy was a whitey. In a faded blue overall jacket, ragged orange jersey underneath, eyes bright blue in a red-brown face, he said, "Brother, I haven't eaten today." At first Tyrone wanted to say, "Brother? What's a brother? Nowadays you're a brother of everyone that lives and breathes. What's up with that?" But he thought better of it and looked more closely at him. This O would pass for a coloured. He'd never thought to ask a whitey, because the ones you could trust wouldn't help with a coloured man's troubles. And the rest. "Show me your hands." "Excuse me?" said the man. "Show me your hands." The man slowly lifted his hands, palms up. Tyrone looked. He saw no tremor. "You're not on tick?" Tyrone asked. "That's not my drug." "What is your drug?" "Boom," he said, with a measure of pride. "When last did you smoke weed?" "Day before yesterday, but I'm hungry now, brother." "What's your name?" "Bobby." "Bobby who?" "Bobby van der Walt." It was such an unlikely name for a bum that he felt like laughing. "Okay, Bobby, so you're looking for a bit of money?" "Please." "You can earn it, Bobby." He could see the man lose interest instantly.
"Just a small, easy job,"
said Tyrone quickly. The blue eyes were suspicious.
"What kind of job?"
"A legal job. Easy money. $100 for 10 minutes work."
"What must I do?"
"Do you see that flyover?" Tyrone pointed at the M11 flyover that ran past the station building on concrete pillars, high in the air.
"I'm a smoker, but I'm not stupid,"
said Bobby van der Walt.
"I see it. It's the Deon Meyer bypass."
"Fair enough, brother," said Tyrone.
"Now let me tell you what you must do."
When Benny Griessel drove into Stellenbosch and his eyes began searching Bird Street for an off-license, he thought, 423 days clean. 423 long, difficult days. He didn't have a political struggle. He had a drink struggle, a life struggle. His whole being said, "Fuck it all." But somewhere in his head there was an objection. "You will have to tell Doc why you threw away 423 days. You will have to tell Alexa as well." At the Adam Tuss traffic light, he stopped. Phone Doc. He couldn't. His cell phone had to stay off. Phone Doc. The SSA would not be able to draw any sensible conclusion from the fact that he was in Stellenbosch. He sighed and turned on his phone. Chapter 33. At 1440, Tyrone stood in front of the sports station in the Bellstar Junction shopping centre. The shop's name was on a big sign on the wall behind him. When he had first walked up to it, he thought for a fleeting second that they were lekker stupid when they made that logo, because there was one giant S that had to serve for both words. But it didn't really work. At first glance, it looked like sportation. But his mind was focused elsewhere now. He had the cell phone in his hands. He kept an eye on the time. He was shaking, his heart pounding in his chest. Too fast, too hard. He wondered about Nadia, how scared she must be. What had they done to her? Tied her up? Hurt her? He didn't want to think of it. He must believe she was okay, and afterwards she was going to be heavy the Murin with him, that fury that transformed her into a spitting, hissing, feline creature. If she was heavy angry, her eyes went a funny color, and words streamed out of her mouth, fast and furious, like a waterfall. "What were you thinking, Ty? Are you mad? I thought I knew you." But that was all okay, as long as she was all right. He had begun to work out a story that he would spin to her, but he didn't know if she would fall for it. And if the cops put the CCTV footage on the TV, he was going to have his work cut out for him. Yurr! He hoped she was okay. If they so much as touch her. 1443. He had a view from here all down the broad corridor from the shopping centre, between steelwork curved into triumphal arches, to the entrance of Bellstar Junction. Happily, he could see across Charles Malan Street, under the M11 freeway. Not a perfect view, because there were always people in the way, people coming and going, everybody always moving. He could see Bobby van der Walt, a forlorn figure, up there beside the concrete barrier of the flyover. Bobby's eyes were on him. He could hear the hiss and hum of the traffic racing past, behind Bobby. He kept still, made no gestures in case Bobby thought it was the sign. With dagga smokers, you had to be careful. The brain cells weren't always firing in sequence. That blurry whitey better do his part today, bum or not. 1446. When he'd recruited Bobby and explained carefully what he would have to do, he'd asked Tyrone, "Is that all?" "That's all." but you have to wait for my sign." The narrowed eyes were still suspicious. "For $100? I told you it was easy money." Bobby's expression showed it might be too easy. There had to be a catch somewhere. "It's an important job, Bobby. That's why I'm paying you promptly." "Okay." Tyrone could see how his head was working. Bobby liked it that he had been sought out for an important job. Then he took Bobby along and went to talk to the Somalian at the clothes and backpack stall. Bobby stood and listened attentively, keen to know how payday was going to work. The Somalian was called Hassan Ikar. "Hassan, I want to buy this backpack." Tyrone pointed at a compact black rucksack. "I'll give you a good price." "No, Hassan, I don't want to pay a good price. I want to pay full price and a little more. But I need a favor." And he quickly explained to Hassan Ikar. He was going to pay him 120 rand too much for the rucksack. Out of the change, he must give Bobby van der Walt 100. The rest he could keep, but only when Tyrone phoned Hassan and said Bobby had done his work correctly and well. "Do we have a deal?" Ikar thought it over. He couldn't see any risk. Then he nodded. "Okay. So give me your phone number." Tyrone phoned Hassan Ikar's number to make sure it was working. Bobby stood listening to everything and eventually agreed with a nod. The plan was made. But was it going to work? 14:47. Tyrone checked the cell phone's battery. More than enough juice. One of the few advantages of the Nokia 2700. Yesterday's tech, but there weren't 1,000 apps sucking up the power. A group of colored laborers walked from the direction of the platform. "Are the trains running on time?" asked Tyrone. "Just about," one called back. "Few minutes late." That was okay, a few minutes late, 'cause he was cutting it fine. If everything went according to plan, if he and Nadia got away, he wanted to catch Metro Rail 3526 at 15:08 on Platform 9 to Cape Town, and he could use a few minutes just in case. Tyrone breathed deeply. Get a grip. You had to be cool and calm and collected. He looked up again at Bobby van der Walt. The figure was still standing there, solitary. "Keep looking at me, Bobby. Don't let your concentration lapse." 14:49. The security guard came walking towards him, a young black guy in a red beret with a fancy metal badge on it. "Can I help you?" "No thanks, I'm waiting for my sister." "Okay." Then the cell phone in his hand rang and his whole body jumped, and the security guard gave him a keen look. "That must be her now," he said, his voice hoarse. The security man didn't move. Tyrone looked at the screen. Nadia's number. It was them. He answered. "Hello?" "I am at the corner of Durban and Voortrekker Roads." Same voice, same accent. "Is my sister with you?" "Yes." He wanted to ask to hear her voice, but the security man was still standing right beside him, keeping an eye on him. He said, "I need you to come down to Belleville Station. There's lots of parking." "I don't know where the station is." "Okay. You carry on straight down Durban Road. When you cross Church Street, you start looking for parking. There are always a few spots available, and then you call me again." The man didn't answer him. He waited, heart hammering in his chest. The man broke the silence. "Okay." Tyrone cut the connection. The security man gave him one last look, turned and walked away. Tyrone looked up at the M11 bridge. Bobby had disappeared. Griessel battled to find the entrance to West Side in Stellenbosch's Market Street, where Nadia Kleinboy lived. The apartment blocks were hidden behind an old Victorian house, The sliding gates had to be opened electronically with an access system, and when he parked outside and walked to the entrance, he saw there was no reference to a caretaker on the small keyboard beside the gate. It was good news, he thought. If they wanted to harm her, they would have had trouble getting in. He pressed 21 on the keyboard, Nadia's flat number. There was no answer. He pressed 20 in the hope of finding a neighbor home. Silence. He worked from 22 up. Eventually, at 26, a man's rough voice rasped over the intercom. "Yes, Captain Benny Griessel of the SAPS. I am looking for Nadia Kleinboy from number 21. I don't know her. Can you open up, please? How do I know you're from the police? You can come to the gate and see." 10 seconds later, the gate began to roll open. Panic scorched like a felt fire through Tyrone. His eyes were glued to the concrete rail of the M11, visible just above the ShopRite banner that screamed, "You Save," in red and yellow letters. Bobby's silhouette was gone.
Never trust a whitey.
Now Uncle Solly's warning thundered through him.
Never trust a whitey. You steal from them, but never do business there, because when the chips are down, we coloureds are the first ones they sell out.
But he didn't have a choice. He hadn't had time. He looked at the clock on the cell phone. 14:51. It would only take that guy 4 or 5 minutes to find parking in Durban Road. Another 3 minutes to walk to the end of Kruskal. He had 7 minutes to track down Bobby van der Walt, and the memory card, because it was in the pocket of Bobby's faded, dirty blue overall jacket. Chapter 34. Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. But he panicked anyway, because he didn't know what else to do. If he ran, it was nearly 300 meters from here to where the Deon Meyer bypass dropped down to Modderdam and you got access to the M11. It was the shortcut route that he had made Bobby take, but you had to also climb over 2 high wire fences. Not difficult, but it took time, which he did not have. It would take him at least 4 minutes to the Modderdam crossing, where he would have a view over the highway. If he didn't see Bobby then, he was fucked 6 ways till Sunday, because then he would not have enough time to get back and stand here again. And the memory card was in Bobby's jacket. Yarrah! He dithered this way and that. He tried to control his breathing and the lameness in his knees. He knew he must keep the panic off his face, because that damned security guard with the red beret was lurking around, getting kickbacks from every counterfeit-selling stall owner to keep the suspicious and the overly curious away. He had got Nadia into this mess. Now he had better get her out. 14:54. He would just have to stand here and wait. There was no other choice. If the guy phoned, he would have to play for time. But that's going to wreck the schedule, because the next train to Cape Town from Belleville D was only at 15:35, platform 11, and the trains were running late, and that meant 22 or a quarter to 4, and that gave that guy 20 minutes to find him and Nadia at the station and take them out with that silenced gun. If he could walk in at the waterfront and shoot people left, right, and center, he wouldn't be scared of Belleville Station. The blur of a lorry raced over the flyover, but Bobby was missing in action. Had the idiot stood too close to the road and got run over? The memory card now in its glory? 14:55. The cell phone in his hand rang. Deep breath. Yes, I have parked. Okay. Find Wilshammer Street. You should be close to it. Then walk down Wilshammer Street. He had to think hard about compass directions. The sun came up on that side. Towards the east, to the corner with Griessel. The corner of what? Griessel. He spelled it in English, slowly and clearly. Okay. Again he wanted to ask if Nadia was there, if she was safe, but he didn't. He wanted the guy to think he could see them. Call me when you get there, but not from Nadia's phone. You give her phone back to her, and you use your own phone from now on. And he rang off. After 2 flights of stairs, Griessel knocked on the door of 21 West Side. There was glass set into the apartment door. He kept an eye on it, but saw no movement, heard no sound from inside. Perhaps she was on campus, safe. He knocked again, but he knew there was no one home. He turned away, looked out over Stellenbosch, the place that Vaughan Cupido called Volvoville, with the usual tirade. Volvos, Ben, why Volvos? They's the most boring cars in automotive history, and ugly. But the rich whiteys of Stellenbosch all drive Volvos. Explain that to me. Just goes to show, money can't buy you style. That Cupido, really. He didn't drink. Instead, he spewed out insults. That was his safety valve. Maybe Griessel should try it too. He heard footsteps on the stairs to his right. A young man appeared, walking up, big and athletic, broad shoulders in a fashionably weathered leather jacket. Griessel's hand dropped to his service pistol. The young man looked at him, curious. "Middag," said Griessel. "Goeiemiddag." The Afrikaans greeting made Griessel relax. Black hair, dark brown, smiling eyes. Carla's age. Must be a student. "Do you live on this floor?" 23, he said, and walked past Griessel. "I'm looking for Nadia Kleinboy." Griessel nodded towards the door of number 21. The student stopped. "Oh!" He looked at the flat, then back at Griessel. A frown appeared. "I'm from the police," said Griessel. "Do you know her?" The police? It was as though something fell into place. "Why are you looking for Nadia?" "Do you know her?" The student came closer. The frown had disappeared, but now there was a different anxiety on his face. "Is it about the kidnapping?" "What kidnapping?" "On campus. The whole varsity knows about it." His voice became anxious. "Was it Nadia?" "I'm not aware of any kidnapping," said Griessel. The man's eyes narrowed. "Are you genuinely from the police?" Just wing it, thought Tyrone. There was no other choice now. His eyes were glued to the M11 bridge in the dwindling hope that Bobby van der Walt would appear. Just wing it. It makes no sense. Didn't the bum know he was throwing away $100? That's what you get when you do business with dacha smokers. Tyrone stood on tiptoe to see if he could spot the waterfront shooter and Nadia over by the stalls. Nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, a movement, someone rushing up to him from his right. He leapt in alarm. It was Bobby, he realized, eyes wide, gasping for breath, mouth agape. "Sorry, brother, sorry. Fucking traffic cop stopping there." A grubby finger pointed in the direction of the flyover, and asked me if I was planning to jump. And I said, "Do I look like a jumper?" And the doer said, "Yes." Bobby stood bent over with his hands on his knees, wheezing long breaths back into his lungs. "Can you believe it?" Tyrone wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. "Where's the memory card?" he asked. Bobby slapped the pocket of his overall jacket. "Right here." "Okay," said Tyrone, and he stood thinking. "Can you believe it?" asked Bobby, starting to catch his breath. "That cop stood there, and he says to me, 'You look a lot like a jumper to me.' And I say, "Nooit, I'm just admiring the view." And he says he doesn't want to argue with me, and he doesn't want a traffic jam. If I want to jump, I better jump. Just don't fall anyone murtu down below. So I just ran. Sorry, brother. What do we do now? Tyrone didn't hear him. His brain was working overtime. His plan had been that Bobby would wait on the flyover for his signal, and when the guy let Nadia go, then he would throw down the memory card, and the guy would have caught it. He might have believed that it was Tyrone up on the highway. He would have known he couldn't get at him up there. His attention split between the flyover and Nadia. Bobby would have been out of harm's way. Nadia would be free. He would have grabbed her arm just before the sports station. They would have run for the train. What the hell was he to do now? His cell phone rang. Bobby stood waiting, his eyes wide and impossibly blue. Tyrone looked at the phone. It wasn't Nadia's number, but it was a familiar one. His own. His phone that had been in the rucksack at the waterfront. He answered. "What makes you think it was Nadia?" Griessel asked the young man in the leather jacket. "They said on Twitter it was a colored girl," he said, but his attitude had changed. He was suspicious now. "The girl who was abducted?" "Yeah. If you're from the police, how come you don't know about this?" Griessel barely heard him. "Do you have a cell phone?" "Of course I have a cell phone." "Could you please make a call for me?" "Don't you have your own phones?" He took a step back. Griessel took his wallet out of his jacket pocket and showed him his SAPS identity card. "Meneer, please, will you make a phone call? My phone is out of order." The student's body language was antagonistic now. He studied the identity card, then said, "Sorry, but it looks fake to me." He started to move away, towards the stairs. Griessel sighed, opened his wallet and put it away. "I am going to ask you one more time to make a call." "Now you're getting weird." Griessel unclipped his service pistol from the holster and pointed it at the young man. "What is your name?" The student froze, raised his hands. "Waxen." "Johann." "Take out your phone, Johann." The student stood there with his hands in the air. "Drop your hands, take out your phone, and call the police station." The mouth opened and shut twice. Then he realized what Griessel had said. "You want me to phone the police?" "That's right. Stellenbosch Station." With visible relief, he said, "I don't know the number. Can I Google it?" "I'm at the corner of Vilsamel and Kruskal," said the man over the phone. Tyrone stared down the long passage, over Charles Malan Street and the alley between the stalls, but there were too many people. He couldn't see Nadia or the man. And first he had to give Bobby new instructions, a new plan, cobbled together with a slim chance of success. But he was out of time. He had no more choices. "Wait there," he said. "Stand in the middle, between the stalls, so that I can see you, so that I can see that Nadia is okay." Silence. "We are standing in the middle." "Okay," said Tyrone. "I will call you back." "Melt," said the man. Tyrone didn't know what that meant. He rang off and told Bobby, "Listen carefully." Chapter 35. The student phoned the number of the Stellenbosch SAPS. "Tell them you want to talk to Brigadier Piet Mentor," Griessel said. The student followed instructions with a voice of new-found authority. "Now tell him to hold for Captain Benny Griessel of the Hawks." The student looked at Griessel with apologetic respect and whispered a low, "Fuck it." Then the brigadier must have come on the line, because he said his piece and passed the phone to Griessel. "Brigadier," said Griessel. "Benny, to what do I owe this privilege?" "I hear there was an alleged abduction this morning, Brigadier, on campus." "You oaks are wide awake, nah?" "It's a strange one, Benny." "How so, Brigadier?" "Only one eyewitness who swears high and low that a colored girl was forced into a car in Reinefeld Street, a Nissan X-Trail. Then he followed the vehicle. In Andringa Street, the Nissan stopped. Two white men jumped out, shot up the tires of the car pursuing them, grabbed their cell phones and raced away. There were 5 witnesses who saw that happen, but not one of them saw the girl in the Nissan. So we are at least sure of cell phone robbery." Griessel tried to make sense out of it. "What time did this happen, Brigadier?" "Must have been just after 1, when the classes stopped for lunch. What's your guys' interest in the case, Benny?" He hesitated. "Brigadier, it might be connected to the thing in Franschhoek, Sunday." "Bliksem! Any idea who the girl might be?" He would have to lie. "No, Brigadier. I gather there was more than one person in the car that was following the X-Trail." "Yes, the one who saw the kidnapping and his friend. Students, both of them. Trouble is, the friend didn't see anything. They only got a part of the registration. We are following up on that. And there's one other thing. The bloody students picked up both of the bullet casings in the road. That's after the tires were shot out." Griessel knew what was to come. ".45 caliber? That's right. With a snake engraved on them?" "Hell, Benny!" The brigadier didn't complete his sentence. Griessel guessed he was putting 2 and 2 together. "Brigadier, are the eyewitnesses absolutely certain there were 2 gunmen?" "Yes, Benny, and probably another chap who stayed behind the steering wheel." 3 in total." He couldn't believe it. "That's what most of them say." "And both the gunmen fired off shots?" "Each one blew one of the front tires." "The snake engraving, was it on both the casings?" "Both of them. They're here with the detectives. Totally contaminated, of course. You can come and have a look." "Fuck," said Griessel. "Okay," said Tyrone over the cell phone. "Look towards the south. There is a big banner that says, 'ShopRite, you save.' Do you see it?" "Yes," said the waterfront murderer. "I want you to walk towards it, slowly." "D'accord." "Please speak English." "Okay." "And stay on the line." Tyrone moved to his right, just in front of A. Gul Cash and Carry, so that he could use the corner of the opposite side of the shopping center as cover. The guy knew exactly what he looked like, and he didn't want to be spotted now. But his greater concern was that Nadia would see him and run to him, or do something else that could spook the gunman. There were people blocking his view. He had to twist from side to side to see. He focused on Charles Malan Street, just in front of the flamboyant entrance to Bellstar Junction. Still nothing. At least Bobby van der Walt was still standing 10 meters away, right in front of the Hello Mobile cell phone shop, his eyes on Tyrone, his forehead furrowed in concentration. Then he saw Nadia, and it was like a sudden pain in his chest. Her head hung low, and she looked scared and forlorn. She was looking at the ground like someone who had lost all hope. The big bag she always carried over her shoulder to class seemed too heavy for her now. Then the stream of people opened up for a second, and Tyrone saw the man beside her. He had a hoodie over his head now, and he held her right arm tightly, his other hand hidden under his grey hoodie jacket. But from the angle of the elbow and forearm, it looked as if he was holding a firearm. Must be a hands-free kit, thought Tyrone. That's why he's not holding a phone. "Stop," said Tyrone over the phone. Hoodie and Nadia halted. Hoodie turned his head slowly. He was checking out everything. He looked like a whitey. He didn't look exactly like the guy from this morning. Maybe it was just the hoodie, but Tyrone's unease deepened. "Now cross the road, slowly." He lost them again in the press of the crowd. He zigzagged. He stooped. He stretched up to see over shoulders, careful not to show too much of himself, and also not to make Bobby think it was some kind of sign. He caught sight of them again. "Keep walking until you are exactly below the ShopRite sign." And he gave Bobby the signal, his index finger held up in the air to show Bobby he must get ready. The handover was near. "But after that, don't look at me again, Bobby," he had explained urgently earlier. "That's crucial. Understand?" To his annoyance, Bobby now gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the signal. Tyrone nodded vehemently. Bobby turned away. The bum had remembered. Maybe this would work after all. Hoodie and Nadia had crossed the road. He steered her past the steel railing to right under the ShopRite sign. "Okay, stop. I can see you clearly. Did you bring a laptop?" "Yes." "Where is it?" "On my back." For a moment they were out of sight again, behind a knot of people. When there was a gap again, he saw Hoodie had turned sideways. He could see the rucksack now. Tyrone breathed deeply. Everything depended on the next few minutes. "Now listen very carefully. You know there is a zip file on the memory card, 56 gigabytes in size." "Yes." "And you know that the zip file has a password?" "Yes." "Okay. I had the zip file encrypted again with a new password. Do you understand that?" "Va te faire foutre, connard!" "Excuse me?" "You are playing games, connard. I will shoot your sister. I have a gun right here." "I know you have a gun. I'm telling you, if you don't follow my instructions, you will never get the password. If you hurt Nadia, if you don't do what I say, I will not give you the password." Tyrone shot a lightning prayer heavenwards that he would get the words right that P.C. Carolus had so patiently taught him. "The encryption is AES 128-bit. It will take you thousands of years to decrypt it without the password. Do you understand?" There was a tangible fury in the silence before Hoodie answered, "Yes." "Right. You must also know I haven't written the password down. It is in my head, so if you kill me, you won't have the password." Hoodie did not reply. "The password is 16 letters. Remember that. First I will give you the disk. Then you can test it on your laptop. Okay?" "Yes." "When you see that the file is there, we will start to open it with the decryption key. But then you have to tell Nadia to start walking slowly straight ahead and around the corner past the hairdresser. As long as she walks, I will give you a letter of the key. Do you understand?" "Yes." Impatient now. "Now, I want you to look up the passage between the shops. Straight ahead," said Tyrone. Hoodie stood still, his features shadowed by the hood, but he was facing in the right direction. "Do you see the shop with the big green sign that says, 'Hello, Mobile'?" "Yes." "Do you see the guy with the blue jacket standing next to the door?" "Yes." "He has the card, and he will give it to you when you reach him. If you hurt him, I will not give you the password." "Okay," said Hoodie. "Walk towards the guy now, slowly." Chapter 36. Griessel gazed out at the Sternbosch Mountains, the student beside him momentarily forgotten. At La Petite Margot He had had a vague suspicion that it could have been more than one assailant, but the cobra on the bullet casings had muddled his thinking. The same engraving, the same shooter. That was the logical assumption, though instinct had argued against it. He had made the same mistake as Interpol, and their report had reinforced his error. He should have known. 2 highly trained bodyguards, a reasonably good security system, the abduction of a man who did not want to be caught at all costs. Naturally, there would have been more than one operator. Now it made absolute sense. Cobra was not one killer for hire. It was a group. That explained Superintendent Marie-Caroline Aubert's speculation over the different pistols used, and that there were hits that did not carry the Cobra trademark. It changed a whole lot of things. Also, the fact that a single operator would always be harder to catch, but 3 men working together who had to stay together, travel together, move around together, were perhaps slightly more obvious. Griessel looked back at Nadia Kleinboy's door, saw the student waiting there eagerly. He would have to temper that enthusiasm. "Johann, I want you to understand one thing very clearly," he said strictly. "You can't repeat anything of my conversation with the brigadier. It's very sensitive information. If it leaks out, I'll have to arrest you for obstructing the law." "Never, Captain." But Griessel could see his disappointment. He took his wallet out of his jacket pocket and took out a 20-rand note. "We need to make one more call," said Griessel, and held out the money. "That's okay, Captain. Keep it," said the student. "You're going to hear more things that you would love to tell your friends, but if I hear you've repeated a single word, I will lock you up. You stay off Twitter, and off Facebook, and WhatsApp." "WhatsApp? That's right. Understand me?" "Yes, Captain." Solemnly. "Thank you." Griessel looked at the phone in his hand. It was a BlackBerry Z10. The screen had locked. "Can you show me how to phone from this thing?" The student tapped in his code, brought up the dialing panel, and passed it to Griessel. He phoned the DPCI's landline number and asked to speak to Mbali Kaleni. The first thing she said was, "Benny, Ulinda Khadebe called from OR Tembo. He thinks he has identified the Cobra." Tyrone watched Hoodie and Nadia slowly climb the steps under the ShopRite banner and walk towards Bobby. "Don't look at me, Bobby. Whatever you do, don't look at me." Bobby stood still. He looked worried. He looked around, but he didn't look at Tyrone. "When the guy has given you the card, tell him he can go." Hoodie did not answer. Nadia still looked as though she was in a daze. She kept looking down as if she didn't know what was going on. Had they drugged her? 4 meters from Bobby. 3, 2. Bobby noticed them. "Don't look at me, Bobby, please." Hoodie and Nadia reached Bobby. "You have the card?" Tyrone heard Hoodie say. A fat couple obscured his view for a second. When he could see again, Bobby was taking his hand out of his pocket, too far away to see if the memory card was in it, but Hoodie put out his hand. It looked as if he took something. "You can go," Tyrone heard Hoodie say. Bobby's head turned in Tyrone's direction. "Don't look at me, you idiot!" But Bobby looked at Tyrone as if he wanted to know if he had earned his money, if he could really go now. Tyrone ducked behind the corner of the shop. He didn't know if Hoodie had seen him. He counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He peered around the corner of the shop. He saw Bobby was walking away towards Kruskal. He would be heading for Hassan Ikar, the Somalian, for his pay, that's for sure. "Well done, Whitey, even though you did look when you shouldn't have." "Your sister not here yet?" The voice took Tyrone by surprise, because all his attention was on Hoodie. It was the security man with the red beret. He came and stood right in front of him, too close. No respect for personal space, this guy, so that he couldn't see Nadia. Tyrone shook his head. He couldn't talk now. It would confuse Hoodie. It would make him look around and identify Tyrone, if he hadn't already. "I can't let you stand here for so long," said Red Beret. "You must go wait on the platform." Probably a complaint from a shop owner. "What's that guy doing there so long?" Tyrone nodded. "Go away, please," he thought. Red Beret stared at Tyrone in disapproval. "Okay," said Tyrone. He covered the phone as much as he could. "Just a few more minutes, please. She says she's almost here," and he pointed at the phone. For what felt like an eternity, Red Beret did not move. Then he walked away to the left with a smug swagger. Tyrone looked anxiously at where Hoodie was standing. Hoodie made Nadia hold the small laptop right up against the row of bright yellow MTN logos of Hello Mobile's display window. The man's fingers were busy on the keyboard. "Can you see that the memory card is in working order?" "Wait," said Hoodie. Tyrone saw Red Beret standing on the other side of the passage, arms crossed, watching him with a dissatisfied scowl. "I'm running out of time. The trains are coming." How long would it take to check the memory card? He quickly looked at the cell phone's clock. 15:04. Could it be? It felt like the whole thing had taken an eternity. He had 9 minutes, maybe 10, before the Metro Rail 3526 left for Cape Town. If the train was 5 minutes late. "Please." "The card is good," said Hoodie at last over the phone. "Okay," said Tyrone. "The first letter of the password is Y. Now, tell Nadia to start walking towards the sports shop straight ahead. Sports station, you can see it from where you are. And when she gets there, she must turn left towards the station entrance. I can see her, and I will give you a letter for every step she takes, until she turns the corner. But you don't move. You stay exactly where you are, or I will stop giving you the code." "Okay." "Tell her." 5 schoolchildren in rust-brown jerseys and blazers walked between them. Then he saw Hoodie had the laptop in his left hand, and he was talking into Nadia's ear. Nadia began to walk. "The next letter is the number 0. Griessel had forgotten about Khadebe and Ndabeni, who had been sent to OR Tambo Airport. In the mix-up of the waterfront shooting, no one had thought to recall them. "Ulinda sent a photo," said Mbali to him over the student's phone, her voice excited. "Taken at the airport scanner, and it might be him, Benny. He arrived on Saturday morning on a flight from Paris. He is wearing a grey baseball cap and dark glasses. A colored man, very athletic. They matched the guy to the passport control records, and he is traveling under the name of Hector Malot, a French citizen. Vusi checked all the flights to Cape Town, and the same guy was on an SAA flight that arrived just after 2 on Saturday." "That's very good, Mbali," said Griessel. "Are Ulinda and Vusi still at OR Tambo?" "Yes, Benny. We had to recall them, of course. They're waiting for their flight back." "Tell them to cancel the flight. Tell them Cobra isn't just one guy. There are at least 3 of them. We are going to need all their names." Tyrone gave Hoodie a letter for every step that Nadia took towards him. U. M. 0. Hoodie wasn't writing anything down. The laptop was folded shut under his arm. It didn't make sense, but it wasn't Tyrone's problem. T. H. The number 3. R. Nadia was now in front of the door of Hair International, just 5 meters from the corner, only 8 meters from him. She didn't look up, not to the left or the right, just walked. slowly. F. U. C. That was when he saw Red Beret look at Nadia intently, and then he began to walk towards her. Chapter 37. Mbali asked him how he knew that the Cobra was not a single individual, and he said he was talking on a borrowed cell phone he couldn't say right now.
Oh, okay, Benny, I will tell them.
Get them to call you from a payphone first.
Of course.
What did Bones say? Is he in?
Yes, he's in.
Has Vaughan brought the phones yet?
No, we are still waiting.
Please tell him I'll be at Nadia Kleinboy's flat. I'm going to try and find a caretaker to unlock the door and then search it. Griessel saw the student beside him shake his head. He gave the young man a querying look.
You don't know Stoffel, said the student.
Red Beret walked right up to Nadia. Tyrone knew why. She was moving like a sleepwalker. It looked as if there was something wrong with her. "What's the next letter?" Hoodie asked over the phone. Red Beret was next to Nadia. He said something to her aggressively. She looked at him in a daze. "What is the next letter?" Hoodie sounded threatening. Tyrone could not remember where he had been. "Wait," he said. C. He had given the C last. "K," he said. Red Beret gripped Nadia's arm. She was startled, pulled away, and looked around her, confusion on her face. Tyrone knew he could no longer just stand there. "The number 3, and he began to walk towards Nadia. Hoodie was going to see him, but he had no choice. "There's one more letter. I will give it to you when Nadia is safe." He was close enough to hear Red Beret say to Nadia, "Are you drunk?" He reached them. "Leave her alone," said Tyrone. "She's my sister. She's sick." Nadia looked at him. That's when he knew for sure they had drugged his sister. That was when his fear and anxiety gave way to fury.
"Booty,"
she said with a crooked smile.
"Sussy."
He felt like crying. "She looks drunk to me," said Red Beret. Tyrone put his arm around Nadia. "Come," he said. "We must hurry." He pulled her along. They needed to get away. He knew Hoodie's eyes were on them now. The train was already at the platform. They would have to run for it. But Nadia didn't look like she could. "Hey, I'm talking to you," said Red Beret, and pulled his baton out of a ring on his wide black belt. He wanted to tell the man to fuck off, but he didn't. "What is the last letter?" asked Hoodie over the phone. They were around the corner, out of sight. "R," said Tyrone, and cut the connection. Then he reached his arm around Nadia's back, took a firm grip of her shoulder, and pushed her carefully forwards so they could begin running. Red Beret was next to them, the baton threatening. "Stop," he said. And right in front of Tyrone stood the gunman from this morning, the guy from the waterfront, the colored one with the baseball cap and the eyes that made you shiver. He blocked the way to the station entrance. He had the same silenced pistol in his hand, and it was pointed straight at Tyrone's forehead. "Weird," was the word that stuck in his mind at that moment. How did he get here? He ducked, instinctively jerking Nadia to get her out of danger. But she stumbled, and a knee gave, weakened by drugs and the heavy bag of textbooks and stationery and who knew what. She fell, pulling him down with her. The pistol's aim followed them. There was a shot, a muffled, almost apologetic noise, and his sister's body twitched as she fell back onto him. Griessel and the young man walked down the stairs. "Stoffie is a droll," said the student. "Difficult asshole. He'll never unlock for you, unless you have 10 documents saying you have permission from Nadia, her grandma, and the state president." "We shall see," said Griessel. "You can always threaten to shoot him, too." The student urged him on with relish. Tyrone grabbed Nadia in his arms and screamed. All the fear, all the tension, all the despair released in a single raging bellow. People turned to look. The gunman stood patiently, the pistol stretched out in front of him, waiting for Tyrone to keep still so that he had a clean shot. Red Beret, hidden behind Tyrone and Nadia, stepped around them, his baton raised. He moved surprisingly fast for the somewhat plump body. He shouted a reprimanding, "Hi!" The shooter's response was smooth and skillful. He aimed the pistol at the guard. He fired, just a fraction of a second before the baton hit his right wrist. Tyrone felt the blood spray over his face, saw Red Beret sink down and the pistol clatter on the brick paving. The gunman swore, bent down to the ground, trying to pick up the pistol with his left hand. His right hand hung limply. Tyrone kicked him with so much desperate violence that he lost his balance because of the growing weight of Nadia in his arms. He knew that it was their only chance of survival. He hit the man against the side of his face, across his jawbone and cheekbone and temple, with the full length of the bridge of his foot. He felt the pain in his foot, and it gave him a moment of satisfaction. The gunman dropped like an ox. Tyrone wanted to pick Nadia up and run. The pistol lay there, in front of him. He steadied his sister with his left arm, bent and picked up the firearm, quickly shoved it into the deep pocket of his trousers, then swept Nadia up, cradling her in his arms. He saw the blood on her left breast. "Sissy!" It was a whisper, a sob. He had to get her to a hospital. The train was no longer an option. He ran to the right, to the eastern exit of Bellstar Junction, staggering under Nadia's now unconscious weight. He saw the delivery van in Charles Malan Street, a white Kia. Two brothers unpacking cartons at the back. Ossie's halal meats on the side. He staggered up to them and cried out, "My sister, please, she's been shot. I have to get her to a hospital." He knew his voice was high and shrill. He felt the wet blood spatter on the left side of his contorted face, Nadia's blood glistening on his hand. The two men stopped what they were doing and stared at Tyrone, mouths open. He ran up to them. "Please, my brother," he begged. "She's all I have." The older one reacted first. "Get in," he said. He looked at his colleague and pointed at the boxes on the pavement. "Look after the goods, ne?" Stoffel, the caretaker, was a sour old man, somewhere in his 60s. His flat was opposite, in Block 1. He opened the door without a word, didn't even look at them, just pointed at the sign on the wall. Caretaker, hours, 0900 to 1200, 1300 to 1500. He made a big show of looking at his watch. Then he began closing the door again. Griessel put a foot between the door and the frame. "SAPS," he said, "and if you do that again, you're in trouble." Now Stoffel looked at him under heavy raised brows. "SAPS? That's right. I'm Benny Griessel." He took out his wallet and identity card. "He's from the Hawks, said the student helpfully. "The what?" "The Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation," said Griessel, and displayed his card. "Will you please come and unlock number 21? It's a crime scene now." Stoffel took his reading glasses from his breast pocket, put them on, and studied the identity card. "He's most genuine from the Hawks, said the student. "Where are your papers?" the caretaker asked Griessel. "Here." He waved the identity card. "No? Where is your warrant?" "Are you certain you want to be difficult, Meyer?" "I know the law," he said stubbornly. "Then you should be acquainted with Articles 25 to 27 of the Criminal Procedure Act." "All I know is you can't just go in there." "Now listen to me, Meyer. "He's got a gun," said Johann, the student. "Shut up," said Griessel. He looked at Stoffel again. "If you want to sleep in your own bed tonight, you'd better listen. Article 25, 3b, says I may enter the premises if I believe the obtaining of a warrant will subvert the purpose of it. Article 27 says I can lawfully search any person or any premises. I can use such force as may be reasonably necessary to overcome any resistance against such search or against entry of the premises, including the breaking of any door or window of such premises, provided that I first audibly demand admission to the premises and notify the purpose for which I seek to enter such premises. I'm telling you now, in the presence of a civilian witness, the legal resident of number 21 is the victim of an alleged crime. Unlock it, or I will lock you up and break down that door." "He's not joking, Stoffel," said the student, enjoying every moment. Tyrone held Nadia tightly. "Gangsters?" asked the guy at the steering wheel. "Something like that," said Tyrone, his eyes on Nadia's face. "To Tygerberg?" "No, uncle. There's a private hospital just on the other side here, near the police." "Louis Leipold? It's a mediclinic. Those people are expensive." "I know, uncle, but she's my sister." "Okay." And just before they turned off in Broadway, Tyrone remembered Bobby. He dug his cell phone out of his pocket and phoned Hassan Ikar. Chapter 38. Tyrone knew the mediclinic people would phone the cops. It was the law if a gunshot wound came in. That's why he was anxious about how long it was taking. They had put Nadia on a stretcher in emergency. He also told them someone had drugged her. They ought to know. An administrative auntie approached and asked, "What drugs?" He said he didn't know. "What drugs does she use, sir?" In white Afrikaans, adamant and strict. It made him angry. "She doesn't use drugs. They forced her to take them. She's studying to be a doctor. She's not some hirjay. Get her to the doctors now, please." "Calm down, sir. First we need the details of her medical aid," said the admin auntie. He pulled out his wallet, took out 3,000 rand in cash, and gave it to her. "There's no medical aid, auntie. This should cover it for today. If you need more, let me know, but please get her in there to the doctors." Her heart softened a bit, and she said to the nurses, "Take her in." He turned back to Tyrone. "It's a gunshot wound. We have to notify the police to." This time speaking naturally. "Cops." "Tell them, auntie, she has nothing to hide. She's pure class." "Your girlfriend?" "No, auntie, she's my sister." "I'm rubbish, but she isn't." "Nee, what? A man who looks after his sister like that, he's also pure class." "Thanks, auntie." "Where did they shoot her?" He hesitated. "I have to ask, because the police will want to know." "Down by the station, auntie." "Belleville?" "Yes, auntie." She shook her head in horror. "Gangsters," she looked at him. "Aye, do you know how you look, with all that blood all over you?" "No, auntie." "Here's her bag. You'll have to keep it with you, or let us book it in for safekeeping. Come, let's get you cleaned up, then you will give me all her details for admission." He told her he had to go to the toilet first. He wanted to remove the pistol from his trouser pocket to the backpack he had brought from Hassan Ikar. Then he came back and sat with the admin auntie to give her the admission details, and also so he could know when she phoned the cops. Stoffel muttered all the way down the stairs of Block 1, across the car park, and up the stairs of Block 2. Under his breath, but Griessel picked up a phrase here and there. "Can't recite the numbers of the laws, but I know my rights," was more or less the drift. He knew people like the caretaker, wielding a little bit of power that they obstinately abused after a lifetime of being victimized in the same way. There was only one way to deal with them: give them a dose of their own medicine. Then they crumbled. Griessel let the man go ahead while he fetched his homicide case from the boot of the BMW. The student trotted enthusiastically after him. They rejoined Stoffel at Nadia's door, where he was searching through a big bunch of keys for the right one. He found it, unlocked, stood back, and waved his arm theatrically. "There you go," he said. Griessel took a pair of gloves out of his case. "Please, wait for me here." "I have things to do," said the caretaker. "Like what?" asked the student. "You've got no business here," said Stoffel. "I'm supporting the Hawks," said the student. The old man snorted. Griessel picked up the case, opened the door, and went in. He closed the door behind him again, with a measure of relief. The flat was tidy. A small kitchenette to the right, a sitting room ahead, and the bedroom behind that to the left. He was in a hurry, gave it only a cursory going over. He saw no sign that anyone had searched the place yet. It looked as if she had been the last one here. A porridge bowl, spoon, and coffee mug were on the drying rack, washed. A few photos were stuck on the fridge. Group photos of 4 or 5 students. In one, he recognized Tyrone Kleinboy from this morning's video clips. He was with a girl he assumed to be Nadia. Tyrone's arm was draped protectively around his sister's shoulder. Griessel opened his case, took out a plastic evidence bag. He took the photo off the fridge and put it in the bag. In the sitting room there was a beige couch covered in corduroy, old and a bit frayed, but clean, and a pine wood coffee table. 2 books on it. The uppermost one showed an attractive woman eating pasta from a bowl. Nigelissima, instant Italian inspiration. He went into the bedroom. A single bed made up. A teddy bear propped against the cushion stared at him with all-knowing glass eyes. An old easy chair covered in faded red material. One of the wooden legs was mended, soundly but not very skillfully. Against the wall was a long table of Oregon pine. There was a mouse and a power cable, but no laptop. Textbooks in a row against the wall. More books on a small bookshelf below the window. Griessel opened the built-in wardrobe. The subtle scent of a pleasant perfume. A young girl's clothing filled half the space. Jeans, blouses, a few dresses, a denim jacket. Below, 6 pairs of shoes. To the left, on different shelves, neatly piled and arranged, were her underwear, jerseys, T-shirts, and a shelf with perfume, a jewelry case, and a cell phone box for an iPhone 4. He picked up the box and slid it open. Inside was a Vodacom information card for a prepaid account, with the IMEI and phone number on it. He held it between his fingers and walked to the front door. He went outside. Stoffel stood there, arms folded, face thunderous. Beside him, the student looked very pleased with himself. "Can you please phone this number?" asked Griessel, and showed him the Vodacom card. "And now? Don't the police have their own phones?" asked Stoffel. "His one is broken, so I'm helping him," said the student. "Typical." A disparaging snort. "God save our country." "Please pass it to me as soon as it rings," said Griessel. The student phoned, listened for a moment, and gave Griessel the phone. He stood listening to it ring, without much hope. They sat in front of a computer at admissions, Tyrone opposite the admin auntie. "Is that your phone?" she asked when the ringtone sounded. He was very tired. The terrible day weighed down on him, a veil over his thoughts. And he was worried about his sister. His thoughts were inside with her. "No," he said. Then he realized the sound came from Nadia's bag. Hoodie must have pushed it in there. He leaned over, took it out, looked at the screen. A number on the display. If it was one of Nadia's contacts, there would have been a name. "You'd better answer," said the auntie. "Hello?" he said. "Who's this?" The voice of a white man. "Who do you want to talk to?" "To Nadia Kleinboy." There was authority in the voice. "She isn't available." Adrenaline flowed again, and the fatigue was gone. "Who am I talking to now?" Tyrone smelled police. He knew the auntie was listening, but he had to get off this line. They could do a lot to trace the call. They would know where he was. "Hello," said the voice. "Who am I talking to?" "Okay," said Tyrone for the benefit of the auntie. "Okay, I'll give it a message. Okay, bye." He ended the call and put the phone back in Nadia's book bag. "One of her classmates," he said. "Where were we?" Griessel stood with the phone in his hand, and he thought, that was Tyrone. It had to be. He didn't know how it worked, he didn't know how it all fitted together, but his instinct told him that was the pickpocket. The man had a shade of Cape Flats in that accent, and something else, a caution, a suspicion, a wariness. And he was somewhere with people that he could not speak in front of. The Cobras had Tyrone too. That was the only explanation. He took out his wallet again, fished out 30 rand in notes, and pushed them into the pocket of the student's leather jacket. "No, Captain, really, it's not—" Griessel was tired of struggling with other people's phones, with the whole bloody situation. "Take it," he said. Then he realized how it sounded. "Please, I have to make one more call." "Any time. It's our duty to help the police," said Johann, looking pointedly at Stoffel. The old man snorted again. Griessel phoned Mbali. When she answered, he said, "We need to track a number, Mbali, very urgently." "Engels," said Stoffel. "There's your problem, right there, when our police have to start talking English." Chapter 39. He had to get away from here, Tyrone thought. He must phone PC Carolus and ask how long it would take someone to check where a phone was. But he thought it would be quick. The cops just checked on their computers. He might have 10 minutes or so, then they would be here. "Auntie, please, I have to get back to work. They're going to fire me. But first I must know if my sister is okay." "I've most got your number here on the system. I'll let you know." He thought the cops would swarm all over this place, and they would find out everything. That Nadia was here in the hospital, and that she had been shot. They would interview her when she recovered, and they would tell her her brother was a pickpocket, and that he had shot people at the waterfront, and she was going to get a shock in her state. And there was sweet blow-all he could do about it, 'cause she needed serious medical attention. He couldn't get her out of here now. But at least she'd be safe. And he would phone her, and he would tell her nothing was like it seemed. First she must recuperate, and then he would tell her everything. Now he had to get out of here, get rid of this new phone, 'cause the number was on Nadia's phone from when he talked to Hoodie. He was traceable. He must become invisible again, so he could do what had to be done. It was payback time. "Are you okay?" asked the auntie. "Can I have your number, auntie, please? I'm not allowed to take calls at work." "Now what kind of work is that? Surely they will understand if your sister's in the hospital." "Paint contractors. Those people are quiet, auntie." She shook her head over the unfairness of it. Then she grew serious. "The police will want to talk to you about what happened." He thought about that. "Okay, give them my number, but I have to go. If auntie could just quickly go and see if she's all right, please." "Sign here so long," she said, and pointed at a document she had printed out. "Then I'll see what I can do." Griessel had told Mbali to keep Vaughan Cupido at the DPCI head office when he returned with the cell phones. He stretched yellow crime scene tape across the door of number 21 and threatened dire consequences if the caretaker allowed anyone access. "Except if they also throw Article 60B around here," the old man muttered. Griessel ignored the sarcasm. He thanked the student again. "Any time, Captain, any time. And not a word from you. My lips are zipped." For how long, Griessel wondered, and ran down the stairs to the BMW. He put the siren on, stuck the blue light on the dashboard, and drove off as fast as he could. On the N1, just beyond the Winelands engine, he switched his cell phone back on. It beeped, and he saw that he had 4 voice messages. They would have to wait. He didn't want to waste time putting on his earphones now. Tyrone grew anxious as the minutes ticked away. The cops must be on their way already. His ears were pricked for sirens, but he heard nothing. Maybe it takes a while to track a phone, and if he just ran out of here, the auntie would know he was not innocent. To his immense relief, she returned with a smile. "Your sister is going to be okay. They say she was very lucky. That bullet must have hit something in front of her, because she only has broken ribs over here." She indicated the side of her upper torso. "There's no internal damage or bleeding there, just external, and it's very sore, the ribs. She's stable, so you can stop worrying." Stop worrying? Not for a while. "Thank you very much, Auntie," he said, while he tried to think what the bullet could have hit. He recalled that moment, Nadia stumbling and falling in front of him, the pistol making its dull bark. And then he had a hunch and picked up her bag and began unpacking it on the admin desk. He held up the thick textbook, Chemistry and Chemical Reactivity, Kotz, Treichel and Weaver. At the top end was a mark. A piece of the thick, hard cover and a chunk of pages were shot away. "Saved by chemistry," said the auntie. "Can you believe it?" "I'm going to leave the bag here, Auntie, so she can get it when she wants her stuff." "That's fine. How long is she going to be here?" "I can't say myself, but I guess 4 or 5 days." "How much money must I still bring, Auntie?" "For safety's sake, another 3,000. Then we can just settle at the release." He didn't think he would be here at the release. He was a wanted man, and a hunted man. But he said, "Okay," thanked her, said goodbye, and left. On the N1, at 145 kilometers per hour, disgust overcame Benny Griessel, at himself and at the SSA. It was their fault that he couldn't use his phone, that he had to make calls in front of 2 idiots with a fucking borrowed phone. He should have phoned Nadia's number again. He should have talked to Tyrone, if it was Tyrone. But who else could it be? A straight line of reasoning ran to Tyrone. The bullet casings at the abduction scene showed it was the Cobras. The eyewitness said it was a colored girl who was kidnapped. The Cobras had been in Tyrone's rented room in the Burgkarp, and they knew Nadia was studying at Stellenbosch. They were looking for her, and they found her. To get at Tyrone, because he had something they wanted. The Cobras were foreigners. They didn't speak Afrikaans. It had to be Tyrone. Somehow or other, he had got hold of his sister's phone. Borrowed, maybe. Didn't make sense. He should have phoned again. He should have said, "Come in, we won't arrest you for anything, just come in and tell us everything. We aren't after you, we want the Cobras, and your sister." But it was the #1 rule that he could not call from his own phone, because it would give the SSA a shortcut. He swore and turned off the N1 onto Durban Road, the sirens still wailing. The traffic opened up for him. He just hoped Cupido was already there with the new cell phones.
"Yes, sis," said PC Carolus. "What have you got yourself into?"
Tyrone walked up Dumini Street on the way to catch a taxi on Franz Conradi Drive, cell phone to his ear.
"Nothing I can't handle. Tell me now, what info can they get from a cellular number?"
"Everything, Tyrone. Where you are, where you've been, who you phoned, who phoned you, SMSs, the works. They can even read your SMSs, brother, so I hope you kept it clean."
"Okay. How long will it take?"
"Depends. Who are the people who want to trace your phone?"
"I don't know them."
"Now you're lying to me. Is it private individuals or the cops?"
"What's the difference?"
"The cops have to get a warrant first. That takes time. Private individuals can do what they like, if they have the right equipment. Within half an hour, then they find you." He wanted to ditch the phone now, because these guys, Hoodie and the waterfront shooter, you didn't know what they could do. They got Nadia so fast. They knew where his room was. They stalked him there at the station. They were sly bastards, and they wanted him dead. "Okay, thanks, PC. Don't thank me. Just stop all the monkey business. You're not a player, you're a pickpocket, for fuck's sake." Griessel found Cupido in Mbali's office, busy putting SIM cards into cell phones. Mbali was talking on the landline. "Alvarez," she said into the receiver, "with a Z at the end." "No, I'm not going to hold. This is a serious police matter. You stay on the line and give me the information." "You know I'm a police officer because I'm telling you I am. And I don't need a room number. I just want to know if you have a booking." She looked up at Griessel and shook her head in frustration. "Vaughan, I need to use a phone." Griessel pointed at the cell phones on the desk. "This one is ready. Take it for yourself." He passed one to Benny. "Battery's not completely charged yet." "ZTE F900. Sorry, Benny, it's all I could get. Earphones are still in the plastic." Griessel had never heard of a ZTE. It was a simple phone with a keyboard. At least he would know how to use it. "Thanks," he said, as he took Nadia's Vodacom information card out of his pocket. He phoned the number. It rang for a long time. "Thank you," said Mbali over the landline. "That wasn't so hard." And she put the receiver down. "Hello?" said a woman's voice over Griessel's ZTE. "Nadia?" he said in surprise. "No, this is Sister Abigail Malchus of the Louis Leipold Mediclinic. Who's speaking?" Mbali's office door flew open and Bones's face appeared. "I've found Lilian Alvarez," he said in triumph. "Protea Hotel, Fire and Ice, New Church Street." "Hello?" said Sister Malchus. "Are you there?" Chapter 40. "You're not a player, you're a pickpocket, for fuck's sake." Not a player? Tyrone stood in front of Bright's Electrical in Franz Conradi Drive, and he thought sure he was a pickpocket. And usually he lived according to Uncle Solly's code.
"Steal from the rich. Never use violence. Be kind to the less fortunate."
Yes, he had never been a player. Until today. Until these guys changed the game. Till they introduced a whole new set of rules. Until they shot him and chased him. Until they messed with his sister, kidnapping and drugging her, and he didn't want to think what else. And then they shot her too. Enough is enough. Code or no code, you don't do that. Not to the Klein boys of Mitchell's Plain. Now he was a player. Now they would pay. Because now Nadia was safely in hospital, the police would be on the scene there soon, and he was beyond fear. Now he was the hellion. He called his old phone number, and he hoped they still had it, and that it was on. The phone rang and rang, until at last Hoodie answered it. Yes, all formal and semi-pissed off, like a man taking a call from his mother-in-law. And Tyrone liked that, because he knew Hoodie would not be pleased to hear from him, because he had kicked Baseball Cap a snot squirt that he hoped gave the cunt a migraine for a week. "Listen, motherfucker, do you think I'm stupid?" "What do you want?" "It's what you want. I have a small surprise for you." "Yes." "I'm not stupid. I knew that a guy who just walks in and shoots people is a crazy motherfucker. So I got myself a little insurance." "What insurance?" "That zip file on the card is bullshit. You used the password I gave you?" "Yes." "And you saw another zip file?" "Yes." "If you use the same password I gave you, it will open Sesame, and you will see 102 high-res, full-color photographs of the beauty of Cape Town for your viewing pleasure. You want to do that now, to see if I'm pulling your chain?" Silence over the line, and Tyrone thought, "Take that, mofo, put that in your pipe and smoke it." It was a while before the man said, "Where is the original file?" but cool and calm. "I have it right here in the famous stolen wallet, motherfucker. Do you want it?" "You are a dead man." It was just a statement, no emotion, and Tyrone shivered, but he said, "Fuck you. Do you want the original file?" A heartbeat of silence. Then, "Yes." "Then you are going to pay." "How much?" It was a question he had thought deeply about, all the way from the Mediclinic. His gut feel was 1 million. But then he thought, these guys are not local. That accent is continental. They work in euros and dollars. 1 million is chump change. 200,000 euros. That's about 2.4 million rand. And that's how I want it. Local currency. No hesitation. "That is not possible." "Tough shit, motherfucker. Then you can kiss the zip file goodbye. Hang on to my phone. I will call you again later tonight, in case you change your mind." And he took the phone he had bought from the Somali, still switched on, and he dropped it in the dustbin in front of Bright's Electrical. Let the cops or the Hoodie gang trace it now. Fuck them all. He ran for a taxi. In Mbali's office, he held his hand up in the air for silence. He said to Sister Abigail that he was Captain Benny Griessel of the SAPS, Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigations, and they were urgently looking for Nadia Kleinboy. "Yes, the phone belongs to Nadia. You are very lucky, Captain. I was on the way to take her personal effects to storage when you phoned. She was admitted about an hour ago for a gunshot wound. We have already reported it to the Belleville station. They said they would come as soon as—" "Is it serious?" asked Griessel, while his colleagues stared at him in silence. "No, thank goodness, it's not critical. They are busy treating her wound now, but she is conscious." "Sister, thank you very much. We're on our way." He ended the call and told his colleagues the news. Mbali said something in Zulu that sounded like a prayer of thanks. "Bones, is Lillian Alvarez at the hotel?" "I didn't ask, Benny, but she has definitely checked in." "Vaughan, can you and Bones go and find out?" "Of course we can," said Bones enthusiastically. He was a member of the Statutory Crimes Group of the Hawks Commercial Crimes Branch. For the most part, his daily routine involved wrestling with financial statements. But like most Hawks detectives, he would never pass up a chance to be part of a violent crimes investigation. Cupido laughed. "There's a phone and a charger for everybody. Watch the batteries. Plug them in whenever you can. I'll drop off the giraffes on the way out, and I'll SMS the numbers to everybody." Griessel thanked him and said to Mbali, "Let's go talk to Nadia." The taxi stopped in front of Paro's small grey metro rail station. Tyrone got out and walked straight to Station Street, nowadays a lively pedestrian market with a host of colourful stalls. It was different from Belleville. Here it was mostly South Africans doing business in cheap Chinese bric-a-brac, vegetables, fruit, sweets, cigarettes. But between the butchers, fast food, clothing and furniture shops that flanked the street, there were at least 7 cell phone shops, and one of them was Musa Mobile. That was where he went, as fast as he could, even though he felt the fatigue in every fibre of his body and the pain across his back, even though he wished he could just lie down on a soft bed somewhere and go to sleep.
"Eat your veggies first, Ty. Work, then play."
"That's what I'm doing, Uncle Solly." He had come to Musa Mobile because in his industry he had heard that if you want to peddle a hot phone in the northern suburbs, Musa was the fence to see. Tyrone didn't do business in this area, so Musa didn't know him. But he was looking for 3 second-hand phones that were not traceable. He walked in and said straight out what he wanted, and the little man gave him that look, and he knew he looked awful, but at least no one was going to take him for an undercover cop. The man took out 3 phones from the back. No boxes, no trimmings, just the instruments and their chargers. Cheap stuff that the little man put in a pick-and-pay plastic bag. Then Tyrone bought 3 prepaid SIM cards, Vodacom, MTN, Cell C. He put 60 rands of airtime on each one. Then he walked to the stalls and bought a small, cheap travel case, 2 shirts, white and blue, a smart pair of black trousers, a grey pullover, a purple wind cheater, because that was the only colour they had in his size, 6 pairs of underpants, 4 pairs of black socks, and a dark grey tweed jacket.
"Because a jacket,"
Uncle Solly used to say,
"is the ticket."
And then he walked back to the station. He would have liked to be near Nadia, but it wouldn't help him. He couldn't afford to go near there. That's what the cops would expect. But still the urge to be close to her was strong, to protect her. But he must do the smart thing. The northern suburbs were a foreign country. He must get back to the city. That was his hunting ground. That was where he was at home. Sister Malchus told Griessel and Mbali what she knew. Someone had drugged Nadia Kleinboy, and then she had been shot at Belleville Station. Her brother Tyrone had brought her in. Griessel took out the photo of Tyrone and Nadia from his jacket pocket and showed it to her. "Yes, that's the brother." He asked if Tyrone was still around, but he already knew what the answer would be. Had he left a contact number? Sister Malchus said the number was on the system. She looked it up and gave it to him. "But he can't take calls," she explained about a strict boss at a paint contractor. Griessel nodded as if he believed it and asked if they could see Nadia. No, they would have to wait. Perhaps in the next hour. She had spoken of Nadia's personal possessions. Could they look through them? She would ask the superintendent. She made the call, got the okay, and went to fetch them. While he waited, Griessel phoned the SC of Belleville Police Station to get the details of the shooting. He heard that a security guard had been fatally wounded, and a girl had been admitted to Louis Leipold. That was all the station commander could say for sure now, because his detectives were still at the scene, busy questioning witnesses. But he thought it was gang-related, most likely drugs. "Colonel, at what time did this take place?" "Just after 3. While he had been in Stellenbosch, the Cobras had shot people less than a kilometre from the Hawks' headquarters. "We're at Louis Leipold now to interview the wounded girl. If you retrieve any bullet casings, let me know. And when the detectives are finished, ask them to phone me. We suspect the case is related to an urgent matter that we are investigating." "I'll do that." Sister Malchus approached with a bulging shoulder bag, which she put down on the desk in front of them. Mbali took out rubber gloves from her equally large handbag, pulled them on, and began to unpack Nadia's belongings, textbooks on biology, chemistry, physics, and maths. "Look here, the bullet hit the book," the sister pointed out. 2 notebooks, a bright yellow zipper bag for pens and pencils, a transparent lunchbox with a sandwich and 2 sticks of dried fruit, a charger for an iPhone and the phone itself, a small toilet bag with a comb, makeup, and women's things, a purse of denim fabric with Nadia's student card, a cash card from FNB, a few cash slips for groceries from Checkers, prepaid airtime from Vodacom, and just over 150 rand in cash. 2 packs of chewing gum, 1 half empty, a single condom, and last, a key ring with the black and white yin and yang symbol on it, with a round chip for an electronic gate, and a key that would probably fit her apartment's front door. Griessel took the phone and began to look at the call register. Tyrone was listed for all the calls from 10 o'clock this morning and just after 1. Her brother had been phoning her continuously, or she him. After that, numbers were not identified in her contacts. The last call, before his own new phone number appeared, was just before 5. He saw that there was not much charge left in the battery, but he used Nadia's phone in any case to call Tyrone's number. Perhaps he would answer. It rang for a long time and then went over to voicemail. "Hi, this is Ty. You're looking for me. Why?" The same voice that had answered Nadia's phone a while back. With the leaden feeling of frustration and disappointment, he rang off without leaving a message. This whole thing had played out at Belleville Station, and David Patrick Adair's death warrant had been signed there. Chapter 41. "Cool," said Vaughan Cupido as they walked into the Protea Hotel Fire and Ice, and he spotted all the neon lights, the slick fittings in glass and wood. "Funky," said Bones. They walked to reception, Cupido's long coat-tails flapping. Bones showed his SAPS identity card to the woman behind the desk. "Major Benedict Boshigo, Priority Crimes Directorate of the SAPS." Cupido could hear how his colleague relished saying it. He knew commercial crimes were mostly desk jockeys. They didn't get the chance to flash plastic every day. "How may I help you, sir?" "We called earlier about a Miss Lillian Alvarez. You told us she has checked in." "That must be our reservation desk, sir." "Could you please give us her room number?" The woman was uncertain. Our policy, I'll have to check with my manager, sir." "Could you call him for us?" "Her. Just a minute." Cupido looked at an iPad that stood on the counter. Photos of the hotel's rooms flashed up and dissolved on a constant loop, and below that, today's tariff, 899 rand per night, room only. "Can't be doing too badly as a research fellow to be able to afford that," said Cupido. Unless the rich digital bank robber of a sugar daddy is paying. That's nothing if you're from England, ne? Said Bones. Less than £60. Cupido only nodded, unwilling to discard his financial fraud and mistress theory. A woman came walking up on black high heels, accompanied by the receptionist. Late 30s, black skirt and jacket, white blouse, thin smile. She knew the SAPS were not good news. "Gentlemen, how may I help?" Cupido knew Bones was eager to speak. He stood back. Bones explained the situation to the manageress. She asked for their identification cards and studied them carefully. She looked up. "Is there some sort of trouble?" "No. She was the victim of a pickpocket this morning. We would just like to talk to her." "A pickpocket? That does not seem like a priority crime." Bones was taken by surprise. Cupido stepped forward. "Ma'am, please, we don't want to do this the hard way." His expression was stern, but he kept his voice low and courteous. The manageress's smile disappeared entirely. She looked at Cupido, thought for a moment, then nodded to the receptionist. "You can give them the room number?" While the younger woman consulted the computer, the manageress said, "If there is something I should know, we'll tell you, of course," said Cupido. "Thank you." Griessel and Mbali had to wait in the hospital restaurant until they could question Nadia Kleinboy. They walked from emergency in Voortrekker Road to the new wing of the hospital on Fairway Road. He walked half a step behind his colleague, still trying to process and express his disappointment. At least the girl was safe, he thought. And he hadn't had a drink today, though it had been close, so fucking close. He shivered as if someone had walked over his grave. It was always a danger, when there was so much chaos in an investigation, so much crazy rush and pressure, and trouble. He just mustn't let the lost battle with the Cobras mess with his head as well. Let him first test his theory on Mbali. He looked at her, saw how she turned up the collar of the blue SAPS wind cheater to keep out the cold late afternoon wind. There was a quiet strength in her walk. On the way to the hospital, she'd been very quiet, and in the interview with the nurse she was as solemn as ever. But he knew she had been like that from this morning, since the conversation in the car outside the house of the Skotsekkloof murder. The disapproving frown, the determined, almost arrogant attitude had given way to something else. Dismay. He thought he knew what it was, and he understood. He had walked that path himself when he had been appointed by murder and robbery, and before he started drinking. Christ, it was a lifetime ago. He had been so full of fire and full of himself, and his status and his responsibility as a servant of justice, as detective. Because when you worked at murder and robbery, your role was spelled with a capital letter. What you did mattered. Part of his smugness was because he had started to run with the big dogs then, the living legends, the guys whose investigations, breakthroughs, interrogation techniques, and witticisms were passed on in seminars, tea rooms, and bars with an awed shake of the head. They were his role models and his heroes long before he joined them. In the beginning, he was wide-eyed with respect and awe. But the longer he worked with them, through intense days and nights, weeks and months, where he learned to know them as they really were, the more he realized they had feet of clay. Each and every one of them. Everyone had weaknesses, deficiencies, demons, complexes, and syndromes that were laid bare by the inhuman pressure, the violence, the homicides, the powder keg of politics. It was a depressing process. He had tried to fight against it, rationalize and suppress it. Later he realized that it was partly out of fear of the greater, inevitable disillusionment. If they were fallible, so was he, and so was the system. He remembered having a moment of insight after a few years with murder and robbery, when his drinking was still under control, and he still spent time pondering such things. Life is one long process of disillusionment, to cure you of the myths and fictions of your youth. Mbali was going through that now, and there was not much he could do. But she would handle it better than he did. Women were stronger. That was another lesson he had learned over the years, and Mbali was one of the strongest of them all. Cupido knocked on the door of room 303 of the Protea Hotel, Fire and Ice. Not loudly, not urgently. He wanted it to sound like room service, in case Lilian Alvarez was there, which he very much doubted. They stood and waited in silence. He kept an eye on the peephole for a movement, a shadow. Nothing. Cupido raised his hand to knock again, perhaps a little harder. Then something moved in front of the peephole, and it went dark. A voice, female and frightened, said, "Who is it?" "Miss Alvarez?" asked Cupido. "Yes." "I'm Captain Vaughan Cupido of the Hawks. We would like to talk to you, please." "Of the who?" "The Hawks, the elite investigative unit of the South African Police Service." The peephole went light again. Bones and Cupido looked at each other. Cupido thought, it's the 3rd floor, and the way he pictured it, there were no balconies or places to climb down. Surely she wouldn't. The door opened. There she was, the woman from the Facebook photo and the waterfront video. She was in her late 20s, sultry and beautiful, far more striking face to face. She looked at them with big, dark eyes, from the lean marathon athlete to the tall, broad-shouldered Cupido. Emotion marred the beauty. Her generous mouth twisted, her eyes red and tearful. "Please tell me you really are from the police." "We are," said Bones. "Why are you here?" "Because of David Adair, and what happened at the waterfront this morning." "Is he okay? Please tell me he's okay." "We are trying to find him, ma'am. That's why we're here. We hope you can help us." "Oh, God," she said. And then her face crumpled and she began to cry. When Bones put his hand out to touch her shoulder in sympathy, she moved instinctively forward so he could hold her. "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't be sorry. It must have been a rough day." Bones comforted her and gave Cupido a meaningful look. "I'm so glad you came," she said, and began to sob. Cupido thought, fuck, why wasn't he the one who'd put his hand on her shoulder? The Sunwind restaurant was small. Griessel didn't know what the name had to do with a hospital or with food. It was probably meant to refer to the Cape, but not this sunless winter. They studied the menu at the self-service counter, decided on the grilled beef or chicken burger for only 30 rand. He chose the beef. Mbali asked for the chicken. "But no rocket, please, and the chips must be hot," but with less authority than usual. While they waited for the food, he said, "I want to test my theory on you." "Please, Benny." He said he thought she was correct. Lilian Alvarez had brought something from England that the Cobras wanted from David Adair. She would have handed it over to them at the waterfront, but Tyrone Kleinboy stole it. They knew the Cobras had been at the Skotsekloef house. Perhaps they had followed the pickpocket there, but then he managed to get away with the stolen article still in his possession. Mbali nodded. She was still in agreement. He said there was a university account in Tyrone's room with Nadia's address on it, but the Cobras did not kidnap her at her flat. It had happened on campus. That didn't make sense. The only thing he could think of was that the waterfront gunman left with Tyrone's rucksack. Something in that rucksack allowed them to identify Nadia and to track her down on campus. "It's possible," said Mbali. "And once they had Nadia, they knew how to contact Tyrone, to set up a meeting and an exchange. The article for his sister. That happened at the Belleville train station, and in the process she was shot. Yes, it means they now have what they want, Mbali. They have no further need of Adair." Again she nodded, despondent. Then she said, "We have the name on the passport for one of them. If he keeps traveling with that passport, we might be able to apprehend him at an airport. Perhaps we should let the SSA know. They probably have better systems for tracking travelers." "No, Benny, don't do that," said Mbali quietly as their burgers arrived. Chapter 42. Cupido asked Lillian Alvarez to accompany them to the hotel lounge, knowing that an average hotel room was not designed to seat 3 people comfortably. She asked them to excuse her for a moment, disappeared into the bathroom, and closed the door. They waited patiently. "She's very beautiful," whispered Bones. "Yes," said Cupido, "but you're a married man. And she smells nice." Teasing because he was the one she had embraced, and he had seen what an impression that had made on his colleague. "You paid a big lobola to your wife's parents, papi. Don't make me phone her," said Cupido. "But I'm allowed to look, nah, and allow myself to be hugged." "Strange accent," said Bones. "She's not English." "She looks like a South American." "Latin American," Bones corrected him in his schoolteacher voice. "When I was studying in the States—" "Here we go again," said Cupido, teasing, because Bones was known for being eager to talk about his time there. He was very proud of the B degree in economics from Boston University's Metropolitan College. Bones grinned. Yeah, but seriously, in Boston there were lots of Latin American chicks. They were all stunning, and I wasn't married then." The bathroom door opened. Alvarez appeared. Her hair was brushed, her makeup and her self-confidence were restored. She was even more breathtaking now. "Let me just get my bag and my phone," she said with a small, self-conscious smile when she became aware of their undisguised admiration. "In case Professor Adair calls," she said when she returned, putting her phone away in the brown leather handbag. In the lift, she asked, "How did you find me? We'll explain everything in a minute. God, it's nice to get out of that room." Her earlier emotions had subsided, and her relief was palpable. "You've been in your room all day?" asked Cupido sympathetically. "Yes. I didn't know if Professor Adair would call." "Shame," said Cupido, resting his hand gently on her shoulder. She just smiled gratefully at him. While Mbali ate, Griessel's burger and chips grew cold. Because his sense of duty made him call Nyati, he knew he could not postpone it any longer. He brought the colonel up to speed with the afternoon's events. The giraffe clicked his tongue when he heard about Nadia Kleinboy, and he said he would personally phone the commanding officers of the Stellenbosch and Belleville stations to ask them to keep the engravings on the cartridges quiet. "I think they now have what they want, sir," said Griessel. "All we can do is try and apprehend them, if they attempt to leave the country through a major border post. If we can get a bulletin to customs admin, We have at least one possible passport we can track. I'll do it myself, Benny. A brief silence, and then a deep sigh. The question is, will they now kill Adair? Yes, sir. He knew they were thinking the same thing. If Adair's body was found somewhere in the Cape, there'd be hell to pay with the media. And if they started digging and found out about the SSA's bullying tactics and the Hawks' attempts to suppress evidence, everyone's name would be stinking mud, at home and abroad, all over again. And it always came out, because when there were slip-ups, there were always scapegoats and blame to save other arses and reputations and careers. Thanks, Benny. I'll be here when you get back. They looked for a quiet corner in the lounge, on the modern sofas and chairs, and asked Lillian if she would like something to drink. Oh, God, yes, a whiskey, please. Cupido beckoned a waiter nearer and ordered the drink for her and coffee for them. We know you've been through a lot, Miss Alvarez, Cupido said sympathetically as he took his notebook and pen out of his inside pocket. We know what happened this morning at the waterfront. We know you work for David Adair at the university, and we know he has gone missing. But we would like you to tell us he's gone missing? I mean, I know something's not right, but I thought— She appeared agitated and looked to Cupido for an explanation. If we can hear your side of the story, we might be able to explain, he said. Could you tell us, please? You don't know where he is? Not at this time, but perhaps you can help us find him. Please, tell us what happened. Well, she said, Professor Adair called me on Monday morning, very early. Ma'am, sorry, could you start with you work for him, is that right? Yes, I'm his assistant. Like a secretary? No, I'm his research assistant. I'm doing my master's degree in applied and computational analysis. I'm a research fellow at the Department of Applied Mathematics and Theoretical Physics, where Professor Adair teaches. He's my supervisor. But I also do research for him on some of his projects. Cupido noticed her leaning forward, focused and serious, and a little bit tense. And he thought, she keeps referring to the man as Professor Adair, in such a pointed way every time the inflection just a little bit overemphasized and forced. Or was that his imagination? You don't sound British at all, said Bones. Oh, no, I'm from the United States. Where in the U.S.? Kingsville, in Texas. Small town, nobody's ever heard of it. It's near San Antonio. I ran the Rock and Roll Marathon in San Antonio, said Bones. Pretty place, but the heat. You know it? Cupido knew Bones was going to use the opportunity to bring up his studies again. He preempted him. If we can get back to Professor Adair. Sure. Where were we? How long have you worked for him? Since the beginning of the land term. When was that? This past January. And you see him every day? Well, not every day. He is a very busy man. Maybe 2 or 3 times a week at the department. When did you last see him? On the Thursday of the week before last. Where? At Dampt. On campus? Well, yes, at his office. In his 11 years as a detective, Vaughn Cupido had questioned hundreds of people, first at the Mitchell's Plain police station, later with the Organized Crime Task Force in Belleville South, and over the last few years with the Hawks. Thanks to this experience and the many lectures and courses with the SAPS Forensic Psychology section, he had learned a great deal about the art of lying. He knew the ability to tell an untruth varied radically from person to person. Some did it so naturally, skillfully, and smoothly that you couldn't help but admire them, even after you had arrested them. Others telegraphed all the predictable signs of lying with an astounding clarity and awkwardness, but so totally oblivious to what they were doing that they were still highly indignant if you confronted them about it. And then there were those who fell somewhere on the sliding scale between the two extremes. Lillian Alvarez was not an accomplished liar, but for an amateur she wasn't doing badly. It was not her eyes, her body language, or gestures that betrayed her, but the timing and tone of her words, that over-eagerness to be helpful, to please, that touch too much obvious sincerity. "Look, see how honest I am." The way to handle people like this was to pretend you believed them, give them more rein, let them paint themselves into a corner. "And he was... Did you notice anything different?" "Not at all. He was his usual witty self. He can be very funny. He's always making mathematical puns." "I see," said Cupido, as if he understood. "And he didn't mention that he was going to travel?" "No." "So the next thing you hear from him is the call yesterday morning?" "No, Monday. Yes, yesterday. It seems longer. Well, I had an appointment with him last week, Tuesday, for a progress report, but he wasn't at the office, and nobody seemed to know where he was. But it's not all that unusual, because of all the work he does for the financial industry, and the fight against terrorism, you know." "You mean his algorithm?" "Exactly. Usually he'll send me a text or an email to cancel, but still I didn't worry too much." The waiter brought the whiskey and coffee. Bones reached for his wallet, but Cupido was faster. "Keep the change," he said. When the man had gone, Cupido said, "Okay. And before his call yesterday morning, nobody contacted you about him?" "No." "Okay. Now, yesterday morning, you said it was very early. Can you remember the time?" "It was around 3 o'clock in the morning. Maybe that's why it feels so long ago." "UK time?" Bones asked.
"Yes."
"About 5 o'clock South African time," said Bones.
"I suppose." "The call, was it from his own phone?" asked Cupido. "How do you— Oh, you mean, did it show on my phone that it was him?"
"Yes."
"That's a good— I can't remember. I don't think I looked. It was— He woke me up, so I was a bit sleepy."
"Could you take a look now, on your phone?"
"Sure. I should have thought of that."
She opened her handbag and took out the phone. Her deft fingertips managed the screen with practiced finesse till she found what she was looking for.
"No," she said in surprise. "It's from a different number, and it was at 7 minutes past 3 in the morning."
"Could you read the number to me?" She read out the number, which began with a +44. Cupido scribbled in his notebook. "Do you recognize the number?"
"Not at all."
"Okay. So what did he say?"
"He apologized for the time of the call, and I said it's not a problem. Then he asked me if I could do him a big favor."
"How did he sound?"
"Apologetic."
"Not stressed?"
"No, I wouldn't say he was stressed out. He's very calm, always, so I— No, not stressed out."
"Okay. And then?"
"Well, I said, of course I would do him a favor, and he said he's in a bit of a bind. It's very embarrassing, so it's a really big favor, and it's going to mean I have to travel halfway around the world, but he's asking me because I've said more than once that I would love to visit Africa, and if I don't feel comfortable, I should just say so. He would fully understand." So I said, "Wow, that sounds exciting. When did I have to go?" And he said he's booked a flight for me. Well, you know, in that very polite British way, he actually said he really hopes I don't mind, but he's taken the liberty of booking a flight for me, and it leaves at 7:30 on Monday night from Heathrow for Cape Town in South Africa.
Chapter 43. Griessel was still eating, without enjoyment. Mbali pushed her empty plate away, wiped her fingers with the paper serviette, and said, "Bones has found something interesting about David Adair." "Yes?" "It might not. I'm trying to figure out what it means. Adair apparently belongs to a group of British scientists who are starting a protest group against government secrecy and invasion of public privacy." Griessel raised his eyebrows, and Mbali continued, "Bones and I thought it was strange, too, because Adair's algorithm does exactly that. It infringes on the privacy of anyone who uses banks." "They are planning to start a protest group?" "Well, Bones says he only found one reference, and that is perhaps significant, too. He says there was so much on the internet about Adair and his protocol and his algorithm and his other academic work that he almost missed it. He came across a small item in a weekly scientific newspaper in the USA. It reported that a group of British scientists attended a conference on the the Project for Government Secrecy. It was held by an association or a federation of American scientists at the end of last year in St. Louis. The leader of the British delegation was a political scientist who told the newspaper that they were planning to start a similar project in the UK, and that they were very worried about their government's suppression of information, but also the hijacking of new technologies to infringe the privacy of citizens. The newspaper listed one of the British team members as a Professor D.P. Adair. Griessel tried to fit this information in with what they knew, but it would not make sense. "I've been thinking, Benny. We know the UK ambassador has been talking to our Minister of State Security, and then MI6 and the SSA got involved very quickly, and we were taken off the case. So, now I wonder if this whole thing about Adair is maybe not about his banking software. I think it might be about government secrets. And with our government now passing legislation to be even more secretive, that's maybe why they are cooperating so enthusiastically with the British." Lillian Alvarez took a gulp of her whiskey, and she said, "That really woke me up. So I said, wow, that's a real surprise. It would be incredible. But don't I need a visa or something?" And he said, "No, U.S. citizens don't need a visa, and he will email me the ticket a little later." So I asked him how long I would be staying, I had to know what and how much to pack. But right then, he didn't answer me. He just said there's something else he needs me to do. So I said, sure, and he said I should go to his office and find a book. He told me where the book was on his shelf, and he told me where to look in the book, because there is a memory card, and I should take the card. "What kind of book?" asked Bones Boshigo. "On numbers and games. It's the classic by John Horton Conway." She saw that they didn't have the faintest idea what she was talking about. "The famous British mathematician? He's one of David's, Professor Adair's heroes. It's about game theory. The book, I mean. The memory card was stuck to the first page of the first part, which is really the second part. Look, it's one of those mathematical inside jokes that he loves." "Okay. So he said you must go fetch the card." "Yes. He asked me to go early, before anyone else arrived at the office, and that I shouldn't tell anybody about his call, or the memory card. He'll explain later. But it was about his security work, and discretion is the better part of valor." He apologized again, and thanked me, and said he would call again later that morning. And then he rang off. "Did he call you again?" "Yes, at—" She suddenly remembered she could give the exact time. took out her phone again, and consulted the call register.
At 7 minutes past 10.
Yesterday morning?
Yes.
UK time?
Yes.
From the same number?
Yes.
Okay. So after that first call, what happened?
I set the alarm for 6 o'clock and tried to go to sleep again, which wasn't easy. I was pretty excited.
And not worried?
No, not at all. I mean, I was getting this trip for free to a cool place, and it was helping this man I respect so very much with something very important and, well, interesting, It was only later that I thought it was a little bit strange that he didn't say anything about where I was going to stay or how long the trip would be. He's such an organized man, so very methodical.
And then you went to his office?
At 7 sharp.
How did you get in?
I have a key.
And you found the book?
Yes.
And the memory card?
Yes, it was right where he said it would be.
Could you describe the card?
Well, it was one of those SD cards, 64 gigabytes, verbatim, blue and purple. Not the micro SD, the regular size.
What was on the card?
I have no idea.
You didn't look?
No.
And what did you do with it?
I put it in my purse.
And you kept it there all the time?
Yes, until this morning. The purse was in this bag.
She pointed at the handbag that lay between her thigh and the armrest of the chair.
I thought it would be safe. I always keep the bag with me, always. And then the asshole stole it this morning.
He smiled at the word. Did anybody see you at Adair's office?
Not that I know of. 7 is early for the department.
And you went home?
Yes.
And he called again, just after 10?
Yes, but before that I received an email with the electronic ticket for the flight.
From his usual email?
No, it was from a Morris guy, which was kind of strange. But then I asked him, and he said, don't worry, it was just his security name.
Paul Morris 15 at Gmail.
Something like that. I can check. No, that's fine.
So you asked him this on the second call?
Yes.
How did he sound?
More together, I think.
What else did you talk about?
He said he would make a deposit for me to pay for my accommodation in Cape Town, and asked me if I could do the hotel booking myself. And he said if I wanted to, I could stay for the week. He'll deposit £1,500 into my account, which should cover a good hotel and some spending money. Then he said my flight would arrive in Cape Town just before 8 o'clock in the morning, and that when I got off the plane, I had to switch on my phone and check that it was working on the local networks, and send an email to the address from which the ticket was sent, the Gmail address, just to say that I had arrived. He said this was very important, and that I should then take a cab to the V&A waterfront directly, not go to the hotel first. And when I got to the waterfront, I should put on something bright red, like a jacket or something, and find the amphitheater, and he described it to me. He said there was a stage, and I should go and wait at the foot of the stairs leading up to the stage. And I shouldn't talk to anybody, just wait. A guy will come up and meet me and ask me for the memory card, and I should give it to him, but only if he specifically asks for the card. And then I could go to the hotel and have a nice little holiday.
And that's all?
No, I asked him how I would know if it is the right guy, and he said I shouldn't worry. Only a few people know I'm coming, so as long as the guy specifically asks for the card, I should give it to him. And then he again said, remember to test your phone, send the email, and go straight to the waterfront, and wear something bright red. He thanked me again, and then he rang off.
Did he transfer the money for the hotel?
Yes.
From his usual account? Asked Cupido.
Actually, no. It was from his security name, Morris, and a bank in Zurich.
I see, said Cupido, and he knew he had her. Do you know which bank? Asked Bones.
Well, I can check.
Perhaps later, said Cupido. Okay, so what did you do after the last call?
I went shopping for the trip, and then I took the tube to Heathrow. And the flight was delayed, so I started worrying, will the guy still be there if I was late? But the delay was only 20 minutes, so I thought it would be okay. And when I arrived, I sent the email, and I changed £200 into rands in order to pay the cab. And then I took the cab, and I got to the waterfront. And then I realized I had to do something with my suitcase. I had no idea how far it was to this amphitheater, and I didn't want to lug the suitcase with me. So I spoke to the cab driver, and he said he'll take it to the hotel for 100 rand, which is like $10. So I said, okay. And after that, everything just went haywire.
Chapter 44. Could you tell us exactly what happened at the waterfront? Asked Cupido.
It happened so fast, she said, and shifted to the edge of her chair. I asked the cab driver where the amphitheater was, and he didn't know, so there was this security guy, and I asked him, and he directed me. So I was walking. There were lots of people, which was a real surprise. So many white people. I mean, you know, you expect. No offense, but, you know, when you come to Africa. Anyway, so I saw the amphitheater, and I was almost there when this asshole started bugging me about a hairpin, and I was in a hurry. I was a little worried because there had been no contact from Professor Adair, and I was about half an hour late because of the flight delay and getting off the plane. I wasn't thinking.
Did you expect the professor to contact you? Cupido interrupted her deliberately. He could hear her anxiety from the quickening pace of her narrative, her rising tone. He thought this part was probably the truth, but she was providing unnecessary detail. He suspected that since yesterday she had been replaying the incident over and over in her mind to try to make sense of it, to rationalize.
No, I mean, yeah, I suppose, sort of. Here I was, having flown halfway around the world. I thought, maybe if he got the email, he would call.
And he didn't contact you again?
No.
No email, nothing?
No.
Even after the waterfront, this afternoon?
No.
But you are hoping he'll call? Cupido pointed at her cell phone.
Well, you know, I got worried after what happened.
She flipped her hand palm upwards to emphasize that it was a natural response. Okay. Please continue.
Right. So this guy is bugging me, and for a minute there I thought he might be the guy, you know, for the card. And then he wasn't. And I was thinking, David said, don't talk to other people. It's sort of, I think anybody under the circumstances would have felt, look, I'm not stupid, but maybe I did get a little carried away with the whole clandestine thing, sort of cloak and dagger, you know. And I thought this guy might be like the enemy, a terrorist, you know. So I got a little panicky, and I tried to get rid of him. And the bastard stole my purse, and I didn't even know it. So the thief walks off, and I start jogging. I'm late. I can see the amphitheater. I'm looking for the steps to the stage, but I'm still 10 yards away. And the next thing I know, there's this guy with a baseball cap and shades, and he's really in my face, and he says, "Do you have the card?" I mean, I'm not even near the steps yet. It's right after the hairpin guy. I'm still a bit disoriented, I suppose. But he says, "Do you have the card?" And I'm sort of anxious, and I say, "But this is not where I'm supposed to give it to you. You have to understand, I was on the plane all night thinking about what Professor Adair had said I should do. I was all geared up, and I was expecting a... I'm really not racist. My granddaddy on my father's side came from Mexico, so please don't take this the wrong way, but it's just that I expected, an English guy, a white guy.
Miss Alvarez, Cupido interrupted her.
Yes?
I want you to take a deep breath. She stared at him, not understanding. Then she took a deep breath and said,
I was going a little fast, wasn't I?
That's okay. And you don't have to worry about expecting a white guy, said Bones. We understand.
Thank you.
She sipped some more whiskey, gave a small, self-conscious smile, and took another deep breath.
It's just that right then it got really weird. I mean, this guy's all over me. He's in my face, and he has this strange accent. And when I say, but this is not where I'm supposed to give you the card, the guy in the cap takes a gun from his pocket with this black silencer, and he sticks it in my ribs, and there's this commotion behind us, people giving little yelps, and I want to look, and...
She realized she was talking too fast and too anxiously again, and she reined herself in.
Sorry,
she said, taking another gulp of whiskey. When she did continue, she was more measured.
And I was completely freaked out and scared. And he says, That man stole something from you. Do you have the card? Look, now. And he looks over my shoulder at the commotion, and when I want to look, he jams the gun into my side again, and he says, Look at me. So I froze. I just completely froze. He grabbed my arm, and he shook me, and he asked for the card again, and I stuck my hand in my handbag, and the purse was gone. And I thought I was going to faint. I was so scared. And he said, Do you have it? And I said, My purse is gone. And then he said, It was in the purse? And I say, Yes. And he says, Are you sure? And I was busy looking in my bag, and I nodded, and I started to cry like a damned baby. And then he ran, and the next thing I know, I'm just standing there amongst all these people, and nobody knew what had just happened.
Tyrone lied. He had got his story right on the train, thought through everything he must say, just to be on the safe side. He walked into the Cape Calm B&B in de Waterkant, wearing his new jacket with his new little suitcase. He looked legit. He had checked that in the mirror of the men's room at Cape Town Station. He had washed his face, combed his hair. Okay, maybe he didn't smell like a rose garden, but he was a traveller after all. He said to the Cape Calm B&B auntie, a kindly lady of the type with the exaggerated friendliness that comes from white guilt, Hi, my name is Jeremy Apollos, in his best white English. I'd love to have a room for the night. Okay if I pay cash in advance? And Uncle Solly was right. The jacket was the ticket, and the cash in advance did not hurt. She came back dartlik with, Of course. Where you from? He had that worked out too. Johannesburg, but I'm from here originally. I lived up in Scott's Kloof. He pronounced it the way he heard English people say it. She asked, Here on business? He'd anticipated this and wanted to contain the lie. Too much detail is a dangerous thing. So he said, No, just came to spend some time with my sister. I'm flying back tomorrow night. He signed the register, and he paid the 650 rand, and thought that the bed and the breakfast better be blerry lekker. It's a lot of money. She took him to his room, and after she had left, he locked the door and put the case on the bed. Then he took out the gun and silencer and the 3 cell phones, put them on the bed neatly in a row. He took off the jacket, hung it up in the wardrobe, stood in front of the bed, looking at the cell phones, and he thought he must concentrate. Use one at a time, and remember which one he was using, where and when. He got undressed, went into the bathroom and turned the shower on, full, a blast of hot, soothing, beautiful water, and he stood like that for a very long time, so that it would wash away all the day's troubles, would soothe the pain across his back. It didn't really work. Griessel felt he should encourage Mbali. He wanted to tell her that at least one good thing had happened. She and Vaughan Cupido had found each other in some way. The antagonism between them was gone. He wanted to tell her that life and the world worked in cycles. Things would come right again. The wheel would turn. It always did. He wanted to tell her the downturn of the wheel was more frequent than the up, but you had to ride it all the same. But he didn't, because he thought, why on earth should she believe a middle-aged white drunkard from the apartheid era? He had no credibility. And he thought he should phone Radebe at O.R. Tambo Airport to hear if they had found anything more, because the more names they had, the easier it would be to arrest the Cobras at a border post. But he couldn't phone Ulinda, because the SSA were monitoring Radebe's cell phone too, and he thought, fuck cell phones. Yes, sus, they managed without them for so many years, and they arrested just as many criminals, if not more, using the old methodology. They investigated, built dossiers, bit by bit, with thorough footwork. They used their heads, thought and pondered and argued amongst each other, and debated, tested theories, outmaneuvered suspects with clever tricks and snares in the interrogation rooms. They learned to spot a lie a mile off just by watching and observing. And now technology had to do everything. And when it failed, then so many of the young detectives sat there saying, no, this case can't be solved. He didn't like to be reachable everywhere all the time. He didn't like trying to type a text on a tiny keyboard with his outsized fingers. People sent messages for any shit that came into their heads, in a language that took you half an hour to decipher, and if you didn't answer, then they wanted to know why. And the SSA could eavesdrop on you, track you, follow you, because the technology worked both ways. If you could catch a criminal, then someone else could find you. He sighed and tried to think of something else, but all that popped into his head was his Alexa dilemma. And it was not something that he could discuss with Mbali or anyone else, no matter how oppressive the silence was here at the table. When he saw Sister Abigail Malchus approaching, he felt relieved. The nurse had Nadia's big book bag over her shoulder. "The girl is in a ward now," she said. "The doctor said she will be able to talk to you, but only for half an hour, and the child must give permission first." He didn't tell her that Nadia had no choice. They followed her into the hospital. In the lift, Sister Malchus said, "They still don't know what those people drugged her with, but it doesn't seem to be something serious." She made them wait outside the door to the ward and disappeared behind the cream-colored curtains that were drawn around the bed. Chapter 45. "So what did you do then?" asked Cupido. "I tried to call Professor Adair, but he didn't answer. So I left a message and I sent a text." "What was the message?" "I just said, things didn't work out like I expected. I'm sorry." "Can I take a look at the text message?" Sorry, I've deleted it." "What did you do then?" "I started walking. What could I do? I couldn't go to the police. This was about the professor's security work. He said I shouldn't talk to anybody. I couldn't just go to the police and say, look, this is... I couldn't tell them everything, so what's the use of telling them anything?" "You're telling us now." "Sure, but you guys know, right? About Professor Adair and the pickpocket? This morning I was confused and scared."
And it all happened so fast, and the guy who wanted the card just ran off, and I did not have the card anymore, and I thought, the professor will call, eventually, and I could tell him.
Okay, where did you go?
I walked to the hotel. This guy had stolen my purse and all my cash. Thank God my bank cards were in my suitcase with my passport, but I had no money for a cab, so I asked directions and I walked to the hotel, and it rained a little and I was damn cold, and my jacket was in my suitcase because I had to wear something red, and it was much further than I thought, and I got very tired, and all the time I was so very worried that I had fucked the whole thing up, if you'll pardon my French.
Wasn't your fault, said Bones.
I know, right?
I just want to make sure, when you talk about his security work, you mean the algorithm for finding terrorists? Asked Cupido.
That's right.
You said you work with him on some of his projects. The algorithm project too?
Oh, no, nobody worked with him on that.
How many research assistants work with him?
4.
So why did he choose you? Asked Cupido.
Excuse me?
Why did David Adair choose you to bring the car to Cape Town?
Because I suppose he thought he could trust me, or he knew I loved traveling and I wanted to come to Africa.
When he transferred money to your account, why did he not ask for your account details?
I didn't say that.
Did he ask for your details? During that second call, yesterday at 10, did he ask for your account details to transfer the money?
Well, yes, I think so.
But you specifically said it wasn't from his usual account. It was from a bank in Zurich.
Yes, but
She realized she had talked herself into a corner. Do you get paid for your work at the university?
Yes.
By David Adair?
No.
So how did you know it wasn't from his usual account? She didn't reply. You're not telling us the whole truth, are you? With fearful eyes, Nadia Kleinboy looked from Griessel to Mbali and back at him again. They stood beside her bed, both on one side. You don't have to be scared, said Mbali. We are here to help, said Griessel.
Do you know where my brother is?
She was pale and tired. Her voice was hoarse. No, but we know that he brought you here.
Is he okay?
How do you feel? Asked Mbali.
It hurts,
said Nadia, and touched her side. Is it okay if we ask you a few questions?
Yes, I don't... They injected me in my arm with something. I was very sleepy, so I can't remember everything that happened.
You can just tell us what you remember, said Griessel. And if you get tired, just tell us.
Okay.
We would love to hear everything about the...
And then Griessel stopped because a cell phone was ringing. He thought it was his because it had the same ringtone, but he touched his pocket and realized his iPhone was off.
It's my phone, said Nadia, and looked at her bag on the chair beside Griessel. He bent, opened the bag, saw the light from the screen of the ringing phone. He took it out. Do you know this number? He asked as he passed the phone to her.
No.
She took the phone, answered it.
Hello?
She listened for a moment, then they saw her face brighten as she said,
Booty, are you okay?
Tyrone had showered and changed into clean clothes. He pushed the pistol into the back of his belt under the jacket. He put the stolen wallet, where the original memory card was still stored, in the inside pocket of his jacket. After that, he took cell phones 1 and 2, put them in the side pockets, and walked to the Cape Quarter lifestyle village on Somerset Road. He shouldn't have pondered everything that happened that morning, because that's what caused him to make the mistake. But he couldn't help it. It was so close to the waterfront and the Skotserkloof, and he recalled everything so vividly, how he had been shot, how he had run for his life, the dog that nearly bit him. He relived the fear, and that moment at Belleville Station when he realized they had drugged his sister, and the heart-wrenching moment when they shot her. It all made him so angry. A fierce anger coiled in his brain, the thirst for revenge overpowering everything. His mind was still full of it when he switched on the cell phone at the entrance to the food spa and phoned Nadia's number. Nadia's number? What was he thinking? He thought later. Get a grip, you fool! Because he'd actually meant to phone the hospital's number and ask for Sister Abigail. But his head was filled with vengeance, and he was tired, finished, done in, klar. A quiet, crazy day, big lapse of concentration. The phone rang, and suddenly his sister answered, startling him. His heart thumped, and he wondered, was she alone? "I'm fine, Sissy. Are you okay?" "Where are you? Why aren't you here?" "Sissy, are you okay? What do the doctors say?" "They say I was lucky. 2 broken ribs, and I bled a bit." "What did those bastards give you?" "I don't know. Something that made me very doof. I got so sleepy. They injected me in my arm." "Where are you, Booty?" He heard fear in her voice. "I'm busy sorting things out. I'll come and get you as soon as I'm done." "What things? Done with what? Didn't you give them what they wanted?" "I can't remember that well, Booty. The police are here now. You must come and talk." He had thought as much. That's why he had phoned from here. Thought he was smart and clever and alert. He must finish this call, but he didn't want to leave her like this. "Don't you worry, versta je? Everything is going to be all right. You must just get better now. Just tell me, how many of those Owens were there that kidnapped you?" "What things must you sort out, Tyrone?" She only said Tyrone when she was angry. It was a good sign that she could be angry at him. "Don't worry. How many were there?" "I think 4. But you can't say I mustn't worry. What card were they looking for? How did you get mixed up with such people, Tyrone?" "I will explain everything, Sissy. I just tried to help someone. Then there was this massive misunderstanding." He stopped talking. It wasn't the time for explanation. He didn't even know what she knew. The cops were sitting there, maybe listening. He must finish up. "Just get better. Do you need anything?" "What I need is to know what you mean by as soon as I'm done." And he could hear there wasn't too much wrong with her. She would be okay after all. Then he made his second mistake, out of sheer relief, and because the anger and revenge still clung to every fiber of his being. "Nobody touches my sister. I've got something they want. Now I'm a player, and they are going to pay." It just came out, and he was immediately sorry that he'd said it. "No, Booty, no! Those are underlike people. Let the police deal with it." "Keep that phone with you. I have to go. And remember one thing. I love you very much." He pressed the button to kill the call before he could hear her reaction. Then he switched the phone off completely. "Shit," he said out loud. He began walking immediately, purposefully, out of the shopping center. 50 meters on, he said quietly to himself, "You're a Tyrone. You didn't handle that well. Get a grip." Chapter 46. Lillian Alvarez wept. Bones sat and glared at Cupido. Cupido knew that his colleague clearly did not understand the very first defense mechanism of a woman caught out in a lie.
I know you're trying to protect him, he said with great compassion, but if you want us to find him, you will have to tell us the truth.
Bones stood up, took a snow-white handkerchief out of his pocket, and held it out to her.
There really isn't anything to tell.
She took the handkerchief, dabbed beneath her eyes, then at her nose, and looked at Cupido, pleading. Bones sat down again. It's not like we're going to call the university and tell them the good professor was having an affair with his beautiful young student. She stared at the carpet. Maybe that's not the case, Vaughan, said Bones.
Maybe,
said Cupido, but the word was loaded with irony.
I know what you're doing, said Lillian Alvarez.
We are trying to save your lover.
I watch TV. You're playing good cop, bad... Save him? What do you mean, save him?
David Adair was kidnapped, Miss Alvarez, by the people who wanted to get their hands on that memory card. So the sooner you start telling us everything, the sooner we can try and save him. Her mouth was half open. Her tearful eyes expressed shock and reproach. She fought against emotions, and eventually she said,
I knew it.
Then she began weeping again.
My brother,
said Nadia Kleinboy to Griessel, distress in her voice.
He's mixed up in something ugly.
She pressed callback on the number that Tyrone had phoned her from, but a recorded message said, The subscriber you have dialed is not available. Please try again later.
What do you mean?
asked Griessel.
Tyrone said they are going to pay because he has something they want, and he wanted to know how many they were. Those people are going to kill him.
Your brother has something they want?
A card? Yes. He says he's a player now.
A player? asked Mbali.
Whatever that means, said Nadia. I don't like it.
The people who are looking for the card are the same ones who kidnapped you?
Yes.
He still has something that they want? She nodded anxiously. Do you know what it is? asked Griessel.
I don't know. It must be the card, but I was very confused.
What kind of card? A credit card? A bank card?
The one Frenchman, he phoned Tyrone after they grabbed me, and he said Tyrone had stolen a wallet and there was a memory card in the wallet, and he would exchange the card for me.
A memory card? What memory card?
I don't know.
But hang on. Griessel struggled to understand the new angle. We thought that was what happened at Belleville Station. Tyrone gave them something, and he got you back.
I was very confused. I also thought,
Nadia, this is very important. What can you remember from the station? She closed her eyes, shook her head.
I don't know. The guy held me so tight. We first went to a man in a blue jacket. He handed over something I couldn't see exactly, something small.
Wait. Slowly. What guy held you? Nadia opened her eyes.
I'm not even sure that things really happened that way.
Just tell us exactly what you think happened, said Mbali.
Okay,
she said, with conviction. When did you start having an affair with Adair? asked Cupido. Lillian Alvarez looked towards the entrance of the hotel, wiped away tears, and blew her nose. She kept looking out ahead of her as though they weren't there.
Bones, if she doesn't want to save him, perhaps we should just abandon the search. He's not a South African citizen. Let the British consulate look for him.
Bones realized what he was doing. But they don't have the resources, Vaughan, and his life is in real danger, he said. Cupido stood up.
If she doesn't care, why should we?
Bones hesitated before he got up. "Good day, Miss Alvarez," he said.
"Happy holiday,"
said Cupido, and began walking towards the door, and Bones followed suit.
"Wait,"
said Lillian Alvarez, before they had taken 4 paces. Nadia Kleinboy told them everything as she remembered it. They had shoved her down in the Nissan X-Trail, 2 of them. Frenchmen, she thought. That was the language they spoke to each other. One was white and blonde. He looked like a surfer. The other one was bald, also white. Of the driver, she could only see the back of a head in a cap. The blonde one phoned Tyrone, and right after that one of them injected her in the arm with something. Then she became very drowsy, and everything was as vague as a dream. She could remember driving down Durban Road later. The effect of the drug was not so strong then. But then there was another man in the car, left front. Coloured, she thought. 4, then. Yes, 4. One was on the phone all the time. He talked about the card. They stopped. Blondie made her get out. Her knees buckled. He swore at her and dragged her with him. To the station. She could remember the stalls, the colours of the stalls. Then they stopped for a while. It was like she was slowly waking up. Then they walked up to a scruffy man in a blue jacket, a workman's jacket, with a zip. She wasn't sure if the man in the blue jacket had handed over the card. He did give Blondie something. She had to hold a laptop. But then Blondie said she must walk until she saw Tyrone. She walked a long way. It felt very long. Then Tyrone was there with her. Then she got very confused. There was a black man who said she was drunk. She wanted to protest, but the words wouldn't come out. It frustrated her so much. She remembered the other coloured one who shot her. It was the other man who hadn't been in Stellenbosch in the Nissan. Perhaps, she said, he shot her because Tyrone hadn't given him the card. But that was all she could remember, except for Tyrone's arms around her in a lorry on the way to hospital. "Your brother definitely said he has something they want?" asked Griessel. "Yes. And that they are going to pay?" "Yes." "Nadia, if you show me the number, we can see if we can trace him." She held the phone against her breast. She asked, "Do you know who these people are?" "We think so." "Do you know how Tyrone got mixed up in this?" "What does your brother do for a living?" Mbali asked, before Griessel could say anything. "He's a painter, a house painter. He works so hard." "We think he got into this by accident," said Mbali. "That is why we want to help him." Griessel knew why Mbali told this white lie. To upset Nadia now with the truth about her brother the pickpocket might cost them her cooperation. "Yes, that's what I thought. He's a very gentle person. They will kill him." "We can help him, if you just show me the number." "But he turned the phone off." "If we have the number, we can find out where he phoned from." "He lives in Skotserkloof. I can give you his address." "He's not there anymore. We went to look." She thought for a moment, then nodded and held out the phone to him. Cupido and Bones sat down again. The lovely Lillian Alvarez put her feet on the stool and pulled her knees up under her chin. She wrapped her arms around her legs as if she was embracing herself and didn't look at them. She said something, but so quietly that they could not hear. "I'm sorry, but we can't hear you." "We didn't have an affair." They said nothing. "An affair is when one person is married. An affair is something fleeting. It's not like that." "What is it like?" asked Cupido. "You will do a lot of damage," she said. "We don't need to tell anybody," said Bones, and he shot a pleading look at Cupido. "That's right," said Cupido. All we want to do is to find him." He got up, shifted his chair closer to her, and sat down again. Bones followed his example. She waited until they were settled, looked from one to the other.
"Do you promise?"
"Yes," they said, almost in unison. Chapter 47. Lillian Alvarez did not start talking again immediately. She sat there as though gathering her strength. And when she told the story, the subtle signs of lying were gone for the first time. She said the last thing she expected was a love affair with her supervisor. She was so grateful and happy when she was accepted by Dampt for her master's degree. She looked forward to Britain, to the whole English experience. She wasn't well-travelled, not then. No one in her family was well-travelled. Her father had been to Washington, D.C. She did graduate studies at the University of California, Los Angeles campus. She had been to Vegas and San Francisco with her student friends, but no one in her middle-class family had even been in New York or Chicago. Never. Not to mention crossing the Atlantic Ocean. And then she was accepted at Cambridge. Cambridge, one of the best universities on the planet. Another country, another culture, with a history that stretched back thousands of years. The world of the Beatles and Princess Di, and the Queen and Prince William and Kate. On the edge of the European continent, with the opportunity of weekends in Paris or Milan or Madrid. Cupido began to listen. He knew the art of being father confessor. As people started spilling all, you had to shut up and let them talk, let them free themselves. Sometimes they needed to take long detours. The university was everything she had dreamed of. The first time she saw King's College Chapel, nearly 600 years old, it had taken her breath away. To study mathematics at the same institution that produced Newton and Lord Kelvin and Lord Rayleigh, and Charles Babbage, the father of computers. And then, as she knew she could not put it off any longer, "A week after I arrived, I walked into David Adair's office, and I fell in love. Just like that," with a soft snap of her thumb and middle finger. There was still a sense of amazement to how she said it. It was such a shocking joy, that moment. It was a first. She had waited so long to fall head over heels in love that she had begun to suspect it would never happen to her. She had had relationships before, a school romance, and 2 friendships of more than a year each at UCLA. She loved them, for sure, but was never intensely in love. And then she said, pensively, and without any arrogance, that perhaps it was because neither of them was her intellectual equal. And then David Adair happened. She only realized much later that he was actually 25 years older than she was. He could have been her father, said with the easy irony and self-mockery of someone who had verbalized it before. But it was never relevant, because their souls were equally old. She said that twice. They couldn't stop talking, about mathematics, about the world, about life, about people and their ways, about food. Did they know he was a foodie? He was a good cook, too. At weekends he prepared them the most delicious meals, just the 2 of them. Chopin on the hi-fi, the Sunday papers, a good bottle of French wine, and David busy over the cooking pots. But that was later. She guarded her love for him closely, thought it was one-sided. It took him nearly 2 months to confess that he had feelings for her. She relived it all with a strong voice, with the self-confidence that it was good and right, clearly also trying to portray him as a true gentleman. He had asked her to drive with him, please. He took her to a restaurant in Huntingdon. He didn't want to do this in his office, where the power balance of lecturer and student reigned. He bought her lunch. They finished eating. His face grew suddenly serious. He said he had thought over the matter for a long time, but he could no longer remain silent. He had feelings for her. She wanted to respond in jubilation. She said his name, and he stopped her with a hand on hers. He said, "Please, let him finish." He was sincerely sorry. He would absolutely understand if she wanted to change supervisor. He would help her to make the change. He would take responsibility. He would explain that his schedule had become too full. There would be no embarrassment for her. But his feelings were so strong that sooner or later he was going to do something stupid. That was why he was telling her now, before he humiliated himself and put her in an impossible situation. And when he was done, I said, "David, I love you very much." While Mbali tried to get the best possible descriptions of the 4 Frenchmen out of Nadia Kleinboy, Griessel walked out into the hospital corridor and phoned the colonel. He explained what had happened, that there was a chance that the Cobras were still in the Cape, and that they still hadn't got what they were looking for, and that David Adair might still be alive. Inyati was businesslike, and Griessel wondered if someone was there with him. "Let's meet as soon as you're back, Benny." "Yes, sir." He stood in the corridor and tried to process that odd feeling. Half an hour ago, he was resigned to the fact that the Cobras were going to get away. Now there was a chance. Tyrone Kleinboy had bought them time. How much, he didn't know. And the chances were slim. To track someone down quickly in this city, someone with false passports, who took professional precautions, who didn't want to be found, was well-nigh impossible. But there was another possibility. The chances were marginally better. It depended on what Nadia could remember. He took a deep breath and walked back into the ward to go and ask his questions. Cupido thought she was a coy, smart girl, so pretty, but emotionally so immature. Still, he said nothing. Let her tell the whole story. Alvarez said she and David Adair agreed to keep their affair secret until she attained her degree, because, although they were both adults, morally unencumbered and not involved with third parties, a relationship between a middle-aged lecturer and a much younger student remained a serious and thorny problem in the corridors of academia. In addition, he was the damped study leader who could best support her with her specific thesis. The most logical alternative was a transfer to another university, but neither of them wanted that. He insisted on the appointment of a 4th external examiner for her degree, and got one from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, so that no fingers could be pointed when she graduated in a year and a half, and their relationship became public. And then there were serious problems from what she described as his position on the one hand, his work with highly secret anti-terrorism algorithms, and on the other hand, his protests against the British and European authorities and the banking industry. The position meant that for security reasons he was watched like a hawk, but also that different factions would very much like to shut him up, muzzle and control him, should they get the right sort of ammunition. "What factions?" Bones interrupted her for the first time. She answered quickly. Her haste, the tone of her voice, betrayed something again. "Well, politicians to start with. He had been fairly vocal in his opposition of privacy intrusion, and had been publicly criticizing the government for not going far enough in fighting organized crime, for instance. Then there's organized crime itself. You should see the threats he received." "What threats?" asked Cupido. "Death threats. From whom?"
"They didn't exactly sign their names, but he knew it was from people in organized crime. He just laughed it off as scare tactics and posturing. He said they would not dare, because if they killed him, the government would be forced to act. So it wasn't in the Mafia's interest to carry it out."
"Anybody else? The factions, I mean."
"Just every terrorist organization in the world, of course. You know. You can imagine, I'm sure. Anyway, a lot of factions, so we had to be very careful with our relationship."
"I don't think you're telling us everything," said Cupido.
"I swear I'm telling you everything."
He let it go for now.
"So you had to be very secretive in your relationship." "Very."
"How did you know which bank he usually used?"
"David would transfer money for a plane or train ticket to Brussels or Paris or Zurich for me to spend a weekend with him."
"Okay. Getting back to the past week, could you now tell us the whole truth?"
"There really isn't all that much to say that will make a difference. I lied about last seeing him at the department Thursday a week ago. We actually spent that following Sunday in Ipswich, and much of the Monday night in my apartment. David left just after 12 o'clock that night."
"Where did he go?"
"To his place. That's why I was so surprised when I went to see him at the office the next morning. We had an official appointment, and he wasn't there. I mean, he always told me if he had to travel. But he did mention that it might happen, you know, with all his responsibilities, that he might be called away at short notice. So I wasn't really worried then. But when there was no contact for 4 days, we've never been apart for that long."
"But you had no idea where he was?"
"No."
"And the call on Monday morning?"
"Okay, that wasn't the first call. David called me last Friday night at about 11. It was a very short, hurried call. He just said he was fine, he had to rush off on security business, and he might be away for a while. And he said I mustn't tell anybody that he had called."
"That's it?"
"He did say he loved me. That's it."
"And the Monday morning call, the early one?"
"It happened almost like I told you. I did ask him where he was, and said that I had been worried, and he replied that he understood, but it's his anti-terror work, he can't talk about it, and everything is fine. But he said that he needed my help. And then he told me about coming to Cape Town."
"Nothing else?"
"Before he rang off, I told him that I loved him, and he said he loved me too. But—"
She shook her head slightly, as if she was unsure. "But?"
"I don't know. He said he loved me, but there was something, as if he was the tiniest bit embarrassed, as if, I don't know, as if someone was listening."
"Maybe you're right. And the second call?"
"I asked him where he was staying, because usually he booked us into a hotel, you know, in Paris. And he said he has official accommodation. So I asked him when I would see him here in Cape Town, and he said perhaps on Tuesday, if he could conclude his work. Oh, and when I was on the plane, I know I shouldn't have, but I thought nobody would know, and I was just so damn curious. I mean, Look, if you're really into what I'm studying, the Adair algorithm is like the Holy Grail. It's bleeding edge, and it must be brilliant, because David is just so... Anyway, I thought, maybe if I can just look at the code, what harm could there be? So I popped the memory card into my Air, and there was a zip file, password protected. So I took it out again. I really don't know what's on the card."
"Anything else?"
"That's about it, really."
"You didn't think it was a little strange that he wasn't going to be able to see you in Cape Town?"
"Of course I did. But this was the first time that David had involved me in his other work." I thought maybe that's just how it was, how he was when he was busy with the security stuff.
Who kidnapped him? Asked Cupido.
I don't know, she said, too vehemently.
I think you suspect a specific faction. Cupido put the last word in quotation marks with his fingers.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No.
This is life and death, Miss Alvarez, said Bones. They could see her internal struggle. Her fists were balled, her lovely mouth pinched, her eyes darted.
The life and death of the man you love, said Cupido. I can't tell you.
Even if it means David Adair gets killed?
Oh, God.
We're on your side, Miss Alvarez. We are the good guys.
I'm really not sure I can share this with you. It's very, very delicate.
Do you think this delicate group is behind his kidnapping?
Maybe.
Do you want to save him?
Of course, she said emphatically.
But he trusted me with some very secret information, and
I just don't know. I mean, this is the sort of thing that could... It has very big implications, internationally.
Do you want to save him? Asked Cupido, slow and measured. She began to cry.
I don't know what to do.
Just do what you think is right, said Bones.
Oh, God!
Her head drooped so that the thick black hair hid her face. Cupido knew there was nothing he could do. They would just have to wait. She lifted her head. Her eyes were still filled with tears. Chapter 48. Tyrone bought a packet of panados, 2 chicken mayo sandwiches, and a half-liter of Coke at the BP service station's Pick and Pay Express on the other side of Somerset Road. Then he walked in the strong, chilly northwester to the front of the Rockwell All-Suite Hotel. He sat down on the low wall between the hotel and the service station beside the big green recycling bin, where the wall of a storeroom provided shelter from the wind. The pistol pressed against the small of his back, and he had to shift it so it didn't chafe him. He liked the feel of the gun there. Very empowering, he thought, and he grinned in the half-dark.
Pickpocket with a pistol.
Uncle Solly would turn in his grave. He swallowed 2 panados with a mouthful of Coke. The wound across his shoulders throbbed with a dull, growing pain. From here he could see the entrance to the Cape Quarter lifestyle village, so he could see how long it was going to take before the cops arrived. He ate and drank, and he thought. How was he going to get the money? Conclude the transaction without getting shot in the head. The easy way would have been an electronic transaction, but Uncle Solly taught him long ago,
stay away from banks, Ty. They have tentacles that pull you in. You don't want to leave tracks. You don't want to be connected with a paper trail if offense is prosecuted. You don't want the taxman to come asking questions. Cash is king.
There would be a lot of questions if a colored Okie, formerly of Mitchell's Plain, suddenly got $2.4 million in his bank account. The exchange would have to be manual. Hard cash, the hard way. But how? He couldn't involve anyone else because these guys were bent on murder. Look what they did at Belleville Station, even after he gave them the card. And how stupid was that? If he had been lying dead now, all they would have would be a card full of Cape tourist pics. 'Cause they underestimated him, thought he was just a local yokel, too stupid to be a player. Surprise, surprise, motherfucker, man no vitala. They wouldn't make the same mistake twice. But the fact remained, He would have to be extremely clever if he was going to get out the other end alive. He had made one big mistake himself. He thought the guy with the eyes was a lone operator. Now he knew there might be 4 of them. 4 against 1. Bad odds. He would have to be smart. He thought for an hour, while the wind blew stronger and fatigue crept up on him again. Slowly he began to formulate a plan, until the wind became too cold and miserable, and he knew the cops were not too fast when it came to cellular tracking. He stood up, walked west on Somerset to the corner of Ebenezer. He walked into the Victoria Junction Hotel, past reception as if he belonged there, into the bar and lounge. He enjoyed the warm interior for a moment. There were only a few guests, 3 businessmen at the bar, a group of 4 men and women in a square of couches and chairs in the middle of the big room. He sat down at one of the small tables against the wall where he knew no one could hear him. He took out cell phone number 2. A waiter approached, brisk and friendly. Tyrone shook his head to show he didn't want anything. He watched until the waiter was far enough away, then he turned the phone on and waited for a signal. He called his old cell phone number. The guy answered, a little faster this time. "Yes. Hello, motherfucker. How are you?" asked Tyrone. "I'm good, because I have a future, but not you." "Do you want the original card?" "Yes." "Do you have the money?" "Not yet." "When will you have it?" "Tomorrow morning, maybe 9 o'clock. "Okay, motherfucker, here is what you're going to do. Tomorrow morning, you're going to stack that money on the table, and you're going to take a photograph, and then you're going to take a bag and put the money in the bag. Then you take another photograph of the bag with the money in it. And then you're going to get your buddy to take a photograph of you and the bag, full length, so I can see exactly what you look like and what you are wearing. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Then you're going to MMS me those photographs to this number, and when I receive them, I will call you with instructions." "You will not call on this number again. We will break this phone now." "No." "Yes. I will not negotiate on that." "So how do I contact you tomorrow?" "On the number we send the photos from." Tyrone thought. That should be all right. "Okay." "We know your sister is in hospital," said the guy. "If you go near my sister again, I will destroy the card," he said, but he had to concentrate to keep the panic out of his voice. "We know which hospital. If you don't deliver the card, or if there is something wrong with the card, we will go in there and kill her." "The police are protecting her." The guy laughed quietly. "You think so? You think they will stop us?" Tyrone's hand began to shake. Then the guy said, "I will send you the photos tomorrow morning," and he rang off. They sat in the Hawks Club Room, the legendary hidden bar room where only members of the unit were allowed in. Inyati, Griessel, Mbali, Cupido, and Bones Boshigo. The only door was locked. Griessel did not come in here often, but sometimes on a Friday afternoon he stood with the guys outside at the braai. Now he thought it could be the first line of a joke. An alkie is locked inside a police bar. He realized everyone was waiting for him to say something. "Vaughan, do you want to report first?" He saw his colleague was burning to share something with them. "The CIA, puppy," said Cupido. "Lillian Alvarez says it is the CIA who abducted Adair." After the stunned silence, Zola Inyati asked, "And she knows that how?" Very skeptical. It's a long story, Colonel. Cupido gave them the main points of Alvarez's experiences over the past week. But I'll let Bones tell you about the bank stuff. It seems, said Bones, that the good professor unleashed a new version of his algorithm about 6 weeks ago, ne? New, improved, expanded, all in the name of hunting terrorists. Now, the way this algorithm works is to use SWIFT data to track the source of the money, the country, the bank, and the account, and unique transaction patterns, because terrorists receive and withdraw and use money in a very specific way, aimed at avoiding attention. So, the algorithm generates patterns, and Adair's data mining software then identifies possible suspects and looks at the names and nationalities of all the account holders and money movers, and spits out the most likely suspects to the intelligence people who follow it up. But the terrorists are not complete idiots. They know about the algorithm, and they have started to change their financial behavior and the paths through which the money flows. That's why Adair wrote the new software to adapt to the new behavior. And apparently he is the first one who gets the results every day, 'cause he has to study them to see if the whole system is working properly, nah? The last nah was a question, and everyone nodded. They were still following. So, what happened was, Adair started to identify a new category of suspects that had the right financial profile, or the wrong one, depending on your side of the fence, but did not fit in with any of the software's parameters for nationality, origins of names, and other stuff that would indicate terrorists. So he started digging without telling anybody, because he was very worried that the software was screwed up. And then he realized that this new group of suspects were probably spies, clandestine operatives, working for intelligence agencies. Alvarez says what gave him the big clue was the fact that if you tracked the money all the way to the original source, a hell of a lot of it came from very obscure Chinese and Russian accounts. The kind of stuff governments bury deep in red tape and dummy corporations and funny names. And there were as many payments going the other way, coming from the Americans and the British, going to people and little companies in the Middle East, Russia, and China. Cupido could not keep it in any longer. So basically, he was building a list of all the undercover spies and sleepers, and even double agents of the world's major intelligence agencies. And he was the only one who knew, the only one with all this data. "Why did he tell Alvarez?" asked Nyati. "She's a student, isn't she?" "Long story, Colonel. Let's just say they are having a red-hot affair, and he was very troubled by this spy thing, and she kept asking him what was wrong. Why was he so glum? Had she done something to upset him? Nagging all the time, until he told her. Poor guy must have wanted to share it with someone, all that pressure." "How did the CIA find out?" "That's the thing. About 3 weeks ago, Adair got very crafty. He went to MI6 and told them what he had. They wanted it all, of course, but he said he'll horse trade. If the British and American governments agreed to take on the banks about their money laundering, to make a real effort to use all the financial data to cripple organized crime, he'd release the spy data to them. But it had to be done with legislation and real results. And he had some demands about public privacy, too, and the limits of government snooping. MI6 was furious and threatened him with all sorts of legal action,
but he didn't budge, ne? Then they blocked his access to the SWIFT system and his software, brought in their own people, and tried to find the data themselves. But it turns out Adair suspected they might do just that. So before he went to MI6, he deleted his new software and loaded the old version again. The spy data was just gone.
"That's what's on the memory card," said Griessel.
"Exactly," said Cupido. "The girl says she doesn't think MI6 would kidnap their own citizen. If it all goes wrong, they want deniability, clean hands. But she says, of course, MI6 is very good friends with the CIA. And the CIA has no scruples. Everyone knows about Guantanamo Bay and drone attacks and all that monkey business. So if the CIA kidnapped Adair, everything is sweet."
Mbali shook her head in revulsion. "It will explain why our very own SSA is so keen to get hold of Adair," said Bones.
"That's right, puppy," said Cupido. "Just think how they could play puppet master with all those spies' names. Talk about horse trading."
Zola Inyati clasped his hands together, slowly and formally. Griessel knew it was not a good sign. "I think the girl is wrong," said the giraffe, "or she's lying." They waited for him to explain. Inyati looked down at his hands. "When Benny and I spoke to Emma Graber, the woman from MI6 at the British consulate, the overwhelming impression was that they did not know that Adair was kidnapped, let alone by whom. If it was the CIA, and they knew about it, they would not even have bothered to involve us or the State Security Agency. They would have responded very differently to our passport inquiries." They digested the logic in quiet disappointment. Cupido said hopefully, "So maybe it's the Russians or the Chinese." Inyati shook his head. "Sadly, I don't think so. Unfortunately, you're not the only members of this unit that have had a busy afternoon. But my news is bad, and perhaps less, shall we say, about international intrigue. I have to tell you, if we decide to continue to pursue our investigation," and the colonel looked straight at Mbali, "it will lead to further disappointment in our government, and it will be a considerably higher risk to our careers, and it will probably lead nowhere else but into deep trouble, because we have nothing to go on. So I'd like to give you all the opportunity to walk away right now. I will understand, absolutely and completely." Chapter 49. The Northwester was up to gale force when Tyrone walked up Somerset Street and then south, up the hill along Dixon and Loder. He wanted to shelter in the warmth of the guesthouse, take his tired body to bed and sleep, because tomorrow he must have his mind clear and sharp. But there were still two things he had to do. Of the one, the last call that he had to make, he didn't want to think now. He was focusing on the other task, getting that last bit of insurance in place. He walked to the top of the rise, where Strand Street ran around the belly of Signal Hill. There was no shelter from the wind here. It screamed in his ears. It shoved and plucked at his body. He waited for a gap in the traffic and jogged across the street. Then, on the other side, he ducked into the bushes. When he was sure that no one could see him, he took the pistol out. In the faint glow of the city lights, he worked the safety catch, clumsily, aimed at a tree's broad trunk about 8 meters away, and pulled the trigger. The pistol made a muffled retort and bucked in his hand. He walked to the tree. Missed completely. Yerra! He hoped it was just the strong wind. In the Hawk's bar, no one moved. "Are you sure?" asked Zola Iñárritu. They nodded, one by one. "Okay," said the colonel. "Let me tell you about my afternoon. The brigadier and I had a telephone conference with both the National and the DPCI commissioners. We were asked if we had terminated our investigation. Several times. The brigadier told what he thought was the truth. I lied. Several times. I am ashamed of that, because Musad Mani is a good man, and he trusts me. I'm not sure the commissioners believed us. Then they asked us if we had destroyed any evidence, because there is a strong indication that we did. Both the brigadier and I told them what we thought was the truth. I am not going to ask you about that again, but if they can disprove it, our careers are over, and we will drag down the brigadier as well. But, be that as it may, the point is that both commissioners were clearly under extreme pressure from above, and we all know what that means." About 40 minutes later, the brigadier had a call from the acting head of crime intelligence. The general told him that CI is sending in a team to, and I quote, "oversee the conclusion of our investigation and to inspect our systems for compliance. They are flying in from Pretoria tonight. I'm expecting them any time now." "Hai," said Mbali under her breath. "Yes, Mbali," said Iñárritu in sympathy. Vaughan Cupido hissed through his teeth, a fricative that sounded very much like the suppression of a swear word. "Then it's probably not about spies and the CIA," said Bones. "No, it's probably not," said Iñárritu. Mbali was correct, thought Griessel, when she said in the hospital that this was about South African government secrets. But as criminal intelligence was involved that high up, most probably it meant very specific secrets, because it was common knowledge that the head of that unit frequently received calls from the highest office in the land. "I must tell you," said Iñárritu, still sombre and deliberate, "that I had no choice. After the calls, I told the brigadier everything. I offered him my resignation. He did not accept. He did, however, demand an apology for the fact that I did not trust him to support us. He then asked me what I was going to do. I told him that I was going to have a meeting with you all and tell you the truth. And the truth is that, as noble as the cause may be, we have nothing. We are being investigated, watched, listened to. We have no room to maneuver. We are not going to discover what is on that memory card, and we are not going to save David Adair. So, you have to ask yourself, why do you want to endanger your lives and your careers by chasing quixotic windmills?" Nobody moved. The atmosphere was heavy. Heads were hung low. Everyone's except Griessel's. Tyrone fetched the third cell phone from the guest house. This time he walked towards the city. Despite the wind that propelled him with an invisible hand and the cold that penetrated his jacket, he concentrated on the call he had to make. He had considered phoning the hospital, but he didn't know if that would help. He would have to talk directly to the cops, and he would have to be convincing. How had Hoodie and his henchmen known she was in the hospital? Who were these men? What was on the fucking memory card? They shot her, and they must have known what he would do, take his sister to the nearest hospital. They knew her name, and his. doesn't take a genius. The cops would have to look after Nadia, lots of them, because these guys were afraid of nothing. If something happened to her— For a moment he considered dropping the whole thing, just telling the guy tomorrow, "I'll leave your card somewhere, take the thing, and go away, leave us alone. It's not worth the trouble." But of course, it wasn't that simple. Even if you took the anger away at what they had done to him and Nadia, he couldn't carry on like this. Every day it got harder to work in his industry. The cameras everywhere, the cops, the patrols in the city, the security. Wherever you found affluent marks, there was law enforcement. And he had targets to meet so that Nadia could study and he could survive. And he was getting further and further behind, and the pressure was growing. And the more pressure, the more he had to take risks. And taking risks was trouble, no matter how you looked at it. 2.4 million. A lot of money. It could take away all his troubles, all the pressure, all the risk. Long-term security. It was Nadia's bursary, and maybe even he could better himself, finish school, and go and study to run a business, something small, a hat shop for men, an exclusive clothing shop. Tyrone's Outfitters. He would like that. And maybe that train trip across Europe. But only if he could get the cops to protect Nadia. He sheltered on the threshold of a big closed door just a few meters from the Zanzibar restaurant in Castle Street. It was deserted in this weather. He called Vodacom directory inquiries and got the number of the Belleville cop shop. In the oppressive silence of the Hawk's bar, Griessel said, "It doesn't matter what is on the card." They looked at him, caught unaware by the positive note in his voice. While disappointment and disillusionment had wafted through the room, he had had a sudden moment of clarity and insight. He was the only one here who knew how it felt to work in a broken system. He had been through it all before, even if he was a drunk and a fuck-up. Maybe because he was drunk and a fuck-up. In those days, in the darkest years of the old system, he had to find a reason to get up in the morning and do his work, despite everything. It was the only thing that stood between him and total devastation and despair. It made Benny Griessel, here, now, suddenly feel useful again, relevant, for the first time in months, or years he didn't think he could remember. It was almost a euphoric experience. He could think of more important things than life's meaningless little frustrations. He could make a contribution, a difference. That was why there was excitement in his voice. And now he had to find the right words to explain it, without making a total fool of himself. "It doesn't matter why the SSA is involved, or CI, or MI6, said Griessel. "It doesn't matter where the pressure is coming from, or if we are disappointed in our government or our commanders." He saw Mbali looking at him, hurt and disappointed. "We don't work for the president or the minister or the commissioner," he said. "We work for the people who were killed in Franschhoek, and in the waterfront, and for their families. We are all they have. We are the police. We enforce the law that says if you kill someone, you have to pay. That is what I want to do, catch them and make them pay. It is the only thing I can do. It is the only difference I can make. And I just think—" And he wondered where all this shit was coming from that he was going to say now, but he said it anyway, in the full expectation that Cupido would laugh out loud. If everybody in this country can just try to make a difference, then everything will be okay." In the silence, Only the humming of the big beer fridge in the corner could be heard. Then Mbali said, "Benny, that was beautiful." And Bones nodded in agreement, and Zola Inyati had a little smile on his usually unreadable face. Vaughan Cupido, however, was never one for hallowed moments.
"But how do we catch them, Benner, if we don't know what is on that card?" he asked.
"Like you taught me," said Griessel. "With technology. Cell phones." "Benny, with CI coming, there is no chance we can use IMC. They will be sifting through everything. I've already terminated all the existing cell phone tracking." "Sir, we can use an outside operator," said Griessel. "An independent." He knew they weren't gonna like this. The biggest problem was that the SAPS, according to the Criminal Procedure Act, was not allowed to use independent cell phone tracking operators. Any evidence or testimony that was acquired in that manner would be angrily rejected by the court, and they would be crucified in the media. In addition, the private digital detectives were not popular with the police, because they frequently worked in the shadows and on the margins of the law, and sometimes paid key people at cellular companies a little something under the table. But they were fast, and frequently effective. When no one responded, Griessel said, "We're not looking for evidence. All we want to do is find the pickpocket." "And those guys don't need subpoenas," said Cupido with rising enthusiasm. "They're off the grid, sir." "But we're gonna have to pay them," said Griessel. Inyati didn't look as though he liked the idea. Griessel wondered if he was worried it would get out. "Sir, the private operators have to be discreet. It's the only way they can stay in business." The colonel stared at his hands. "Do we have phones to track?" asked Bones Boshigo. "Yes," said Griessel. "One to start with, but we are going to need a bit of luck." "How much money are we talking about?" asked Nyati. Chapter 50. Griessel turned his iPhone on when they were standing in the parking area. 7 voice messages. He sighed, not in the mood for this now. They had a plan, they had little time, and he wanted to get going. He wanted to catch the fuckers. He phoned his voicemail number. The first message was from Janina Mentz of the SSA. "I have information that can help you. Call me." "Fuck you," he thought, and deleted it. The second was from Alexa. "Hello, Benny. I just wanted to tell you I'm safely here. Remember the food in the fridge? I'm going to miss you so much tonight, not having you beside me in bed. I love you very much. Don't work too hard. Bye." He deleted it. The third was from Emma Graber of the British Consulate. "Captain, I would really appreciate it if you could give me a call." She provided her personal cell number and concluded, "It's really urgent." "Fuck you," he thought, and deleted it. The fourth was from Janina Mentz again. "We are reasonably sure now why the Brits got our government's cooperation so easily. This could help you. Call me." He deleted it, not without a measure of satisfaction, because all of them, along with the arrival of criminal intelligence and the calls from the National and the DPCI commissioners, meant only one thing. The bastards of the SSA had made no progress with the investigation. They were all desperate now. The fifth voicemail was from Belleville SAPS commander. "Benny, here's nou 'n ding. Something's come up. Call me, please." He called. "We had a strange phone call at the charge office, Benny," the colonel said. A guy who said the shooting at the train station was Flats gangsters, and the girl in the hospital is a target. She knows the big guns. She has information that could be very damaging to them, and there's a contract out on her. Now, I want to know, does that match with the thing you are investigating?" It took Griessel a while to realize what was going on. "Yes, Colonel." "So there is a real risk?" "Yes, Colonel." "Will you be able to locate people for protection?" "I have already sent 2 uniforms." Griessel shook his head. 2 uniforms against the Cobras. "They might not be enough, Colonel. These guys are dangerous." The Colonel sighed. "I don't really have more people, Benny. And my overtime budget, you know how it is." Griessel pondered the dilemma. There was no one at the Hawks who could help. Not with CI on the way, not with SSA eavesdropping, not with the danger that each of them that they co-opted could lose their job and career. But he knew what would convince the Colonel. "I understand, Colonel. It's just, if the media finds out you knew about the risk." The station commander sighed deeply. "Yes, I know. Let me see if I can spare 2 more. Griessel suspected that even 4 constables would not be enough. They had to hope that things would work out so that more comprehensive protection of Nadia Kleinboy would not be necessary. The 6th message was from Jeanette Lowe of Body Armor. "Captain, I would love to know how the investigation is going. Remember your promise?" What could he tell her now? And technically speaking, it was SSA's problem now. He deleted her message. The 7th message was from Ulinda Khadebe. "Benny, we're back. Where are you? We have 5 photographs and names, 5 potentials. Call me." He ran back to Iñati's office to discuss this development. "We can't involve them too, Benny," said the giraffe. "Ulinda has 4 kids. Vusi takes care of his mother. Given the choice, I'm sure they'll both insist on taking the risk, but I'm not going to do that. Let me handle it. I'll get the names and the photographs. I'll tell them we've been taken off the case." "Yes, sir. I'll call you." "Thank you, sir." Then he ran to the car park where the others were waiting for him. They drove to Sea Point, Mbali, Cupido, Bones, and Griessel, to Dave Fiedler, the most respected freelance operator in the business. On the way, Benny tested his theory on his colleagues. He said the key to the hunt lay in the rucksack that Tyrone Kleinboy had with him this morning at the waterfront. The deleted video showed Tyrone had it on his back when he was apprehended by the security men. But when he ran away after the shooting, he was without it. The Cobra team member had a similar rucksack in his hand when he followed Tyrone, and he was sure Tyrone's phone was in that rucksack, and that cell phone was their only way to catch the murderers. Cupido asked him why he was so certain the cell phone was in the rucksack. "Because the Cobras," said Griessel, "did not track down Nadia in Stellenbosch through her address details on the university account in Tyrone's room in Skotselkloof. That account showed her flat address, but Nadia had told him and Mbali how she had been in class the whole morning. And then someone had called from Tyrone's phone and said he had picked it up on the pavement in the city and made an appointment to meet her on campus. That was where they had kidnapped her." "I still don't get it," said Bones. "How are we going to catch them based on that information?" "Because Nadia says, as far as she can remember, the Cobras used Tyrone's phone to talk to him all afternoon." "So Tyrone has another phone as well?" "I think Tyrone has 2 other phones, 3 in total, or at least 1 other phone and 2 SIM cards." "How do you figure that out, Benner?" asked Cupido, his technology mentor, who was frequently skeptical of his apprentice's ability to grasp all the nuances. "There is the phone that was in the rucksack. Let's call it Phone 1. That is the one the Cobras have now. Check. There is the phone that he used around 1 o'clock to call Nadia on her iPhone. The number was on Nadia's register. Phone 2. Check. But tonight, while we were with Nadia at the hospital, he called her again from another number, but definitely a cell number. Phone 3. Check. That pickpocket is a canny color. But now we know Tyrone wants to continue to negotiate with the Cobras. And how is he going to contact them?" "By calling the phone that was in his backpack," said Mbali. "Phone 1, because the Cobras still have it." "We hope," said Griessel. "So we try and plot Tyrone's phone?" asked Bones. "We try and plot all 3 phones," said Griessel, "so we can find him and the Cobras." Cupido was driving, but he took a moment to look at Griessel with amused pride. "Who said you can't teach our old dog new tricks?" "I'm trying," said Griessel, pleased with himself. "Then we and Dave Fiedler will have to get a move on before the pickpocket completes his payback." Tyrone put the 3 phones in a row on the guest room dressing table. He made doubly sure they were all off. He propped number 3 in his recharger, because tomorrow it was the one that had to be fully loaded. He hung up his jacket, trousers, and shirt in the cupboard. He laid out clean underwear for the next morning. He placed the pistol beside the bed. He gulped down another 2 panados, pulled the duvet back, and slid into the bed. Yarr, that was good. One day, when all these troubles were over, he would like to ask the auntie here what kind of mattress this was. He would surely be able to afford one with 2.4 million stashed away. Then he thought about Nadia, and he prayed that the cops would take his call seriously. He had used his best flats Afrikaans, had used all the slang of the gangs. He had dropped a few names of known mob bosses. He had said there was a contract out for any gang member who walked into the hospital and shot her. It wasn't easy, because when you said it, then you saw it, here in your head. And that's the last thing he wanted to see, because it was his fault. But he mustn't think about that now. Let him go over his plan, bit by bit, step by step. He had picked the turf that he knew.
Work the places you know, Ty.
And everything was geared so that when all was said and done, he could get to his sister quickly, just in case. Because he wasn't going to crook anyone. He would keep his part of the bargain. But you never knew. And he was a pickpocket with a pistol now. Outside, the rain suddenly slashed against the window, rattling and raging, and he thought at least his plan was reasonably weatherproof, unless it rained so much that the trains stopped running. When they turned out of Buitengracht into Helen Suzman Boulevard, Griessel's ZTE phone rang. He answered. "Benny," said Zola Inyati, "I think we can be fairly sure there are 5 Cobras. The photographs don't show much of their faces, probably because they were aware of the cameras, had their heads down, and were all wearing some sort of disguise, hats, caps, glasses, bandanas, or scarves. But they are all mid-30s, probably. Military types, which isn't conclusive, of course. But then there are the names. I'm not sure about the pronunciation. Hector Malot, Raoul de Soissons, Jean-Baptiste Chassignet, Xavier Fourneret, and Sasha Guitry. I'll SMS them all to you. But Vusi had an idea while they were waiting for their flight back. He Googled the names, and that's why I'm sure they're all part of a team. All the names belong to famous French authors. Famous deceased French authors. Chapter 51. Dave Fiedler handed Griessel's SAPS identity card back to him. "You gotta be kidding me, China," he said in a rich baritone. He was chunky and hairy, short beard and moustache, hair growing out of his ears, hair out of his nose, hair that pushed out from under the collar of his grey pullover, like plants reaching for light. They were standing at the door of 2A Worcester Street in Seapoint, the double story where Fiedler lived and worked. The four of them only just fitted in under the small porch, with the rain falling in a thick, hissing curtain behind them. "We're not kidding. Just get us out of the weather," said Cupido. Fiedler stood aside and waved them inside, his luxuriant eyebrows raised in disbelief. "I hope you have a warrant," he said when Griessel walked past him. "We don't need a warrant. We need your help." "No wonder it's fucking raining," said Fiedler, and shut the door behind Bones. "I will not tolerate such language," said Umbali. "Have some respect. I'm a lady." "Oh, Jesus Christ," said Fiedler, but so quietly that only Bones, right at the back, could hear him. He walked ahead to a large room, probably once a sitting room, before he had converted it into workspace. To the left, against the wall, was a table with a coffee machine, mugs, sugar, and milk, beside a conference table with 8 chairs. To the right was a long, low table with a couple of computers. There were film posters on the walls. The story was that Fiedler had emigrated here 7 years ago from Israel, a former senior member of the Israeli Army's legendary Unit 8200. This unit not only produced, according to the rumors, the most sought-after technology alumni in the world, but also had developed much of the programming and apparatus that Fiedler now used to do digital detective work for private investigators, the security industry, and the public. Nobody knew why he addressed everyone that lived and breathed as China. "Please, sit down," he said, and he pointed at the table. "There's a fresh pot of coffee, so help yourselves. I hope you brought the donuts." They didn't get the joke. He shook his head. "What's with the posters?" asked Cupido. "Have you seen the movies?" Cupido read the titles. American Pie, Blue Thunder, ED-TV, Enemy of the State, The Bourne Supremacy, Minority Report, Cape Fear, 1984, The Osterman Weekend, La Zona. "Some of them. What do they have in common?" Cupido shook his head. "Surveillance flicks," said Fiedler, "and they all get it wrong. So the first thing I tell a new customer, if he wants movie tech, he should go watch a movie." He stood beside the table, clearly still not at ease. "This is very weird, but I'll play along. What can I do for you?" Griessel took out his notebook and tore the page out. "We want you to plot these 3 numbers." He slid the page across the conference table. "We want to know where the phones are, and we want to know which numbers called them today." "For starters," said Cupido. Fiedler stared at Griessel with an expression that said he was waiting for the punchline of the joke. When it was not forthcoming, he said, "You're from the Hawks, it said on your ID." "You'd better believe it," said Cupido. "And you want me to plot 3 numbers for you?" "Yes," said Griessel. "And you can't ever tell anybody that this happened," said Cupido. "If we even hear a whisper that you mentioned this, ever, we will make your life a misery." Fiedler laughed, a short, deep guffaw. They didn't react. "It's the end of the world," he said. "God's truth." Mbali made a disapproving sound. "You gonna pay me?" asked Fiedler. "You talk money, you talk to me," said Bones. "What is your rate?" "This is real. This is actually real," said Fiedler, pulling up a chair and sitting down. He looked at the numbers. "Where are the eyes?" He pronounced it in the trade lingo, eyes. "We don't have them." "I should have known. Then it's going to take a while, China." At 10:35, Dave Fiedler spoke out from behind one of his computers. "That second number has been static in Belleville since 4 o'clock. They sat around the conference table. They were familiar with the art of waiting. Each was busy with his own thoughts. "Where in Belleville?" asked Griessel. "Boston. Franz Conradi Drive, about halfway between Dumini and Washington. Google Earth shows a place called Bright's Electrical." "He's still there now?" asked Cupido. "Yep." Griessel stood up. "Static. Completely static at the same place?" "Yep. Phone's on, but no calls or texts. Last call was made at 15:52. Griessel walked to the computer screen. "How accurate is the plotting, the position of the phone?" "About 15 meters, but because it's been static, I'd say closer to 10. Cupido also came close. They looked at the screen where Fiedler had Google Street View open. "Those are flats there, beside Bright's," said Cupido, "on both sides." "Could it be in those flats?" Griessel asked Fiedler, and pointed at the screen. "Yes, probably the one on the right." "And it's near the hospital," said Griessel. "Let's go." They walked quickly to the door. Griessel stopped. "And the other phones?" "I'll tell you in 10. Call me on this number," said Griessel, and scribbled it down hurriedly on a page in his notebook, tore it out, and passed it across to Fiedler. They drove up the N1 with the siren on and the blue light balanced on the dashboard from where it frequently slid off into Griessel's lap. Just beyond the N7, Fiedler phoned. "What you call phone 1 has been off for the past 2.5 hours, China. Plotting says it was all over the place today. Smack in the city, then the waterfront, then all the way to Stellenbosch, then Belleville. What was the last location? The R304. Where's that? It's the road that runs from Stellenbosch all the way to Malmesbury. Before it was switched off, the phone was about 3 kilometers from the R312 crossing. That's the one running from Wellington to Durbanville." Griessel knew the area. "But there's nothing there." "That's right, China." "Do you have the call registry yet?" "Nope, but it's coming." "And phone 3? "Phone 3 was on for just 11 minutes, about 3 hours ago. It made one call, from Somerset Road in the vicinity of the Cape Quarter Mall." That was when Tyrone phoned Nadia in the hospital. "That's it? Just the one call?" "Just the one. And then it was switched off." Cupido switched the siren and light off when they turned out of Mike Pinard Drive into Franz Conradi. Griessel said they would have to use the old trick to get into the flats without a warrant. Tell the residents there was a very dangerous, heavily armed murderer in the area. He might be hiding in one of the flats at that very moment. They just wanted to secure everything. "Then we focus on the flats that don't want to let us in." Bones grinned. "You old salts," he said, but with respect. They paired off and went to knock softly on all the doors of the Darina apartment block in 12th Avenue, Boston. White and brown faces opened doors warily. The team displayed their identity cards, apologized for the inconvenience, and spun their tale. Everyone allowed them in, wide-eyed, standing frightened at the door while their humble 1- and 2-bedroom spaces were searched for Tyrone Claneboy. Less than a quarter of an hour later, they were back on the pavement in front of the building. "Maybe it's that bloke over there." Mbali pointed at the flats on the other side of the big red Bright's facade. There, too, and in the rooms above the Boston Superette, they found nothing, except shocked and anxious residents. They called Dave Fiedler, who went through his computers again and said the phone was still there, right where they were. It was Cupido, ever bold and impulsive, who looked at the long row of rubbish bins in front of the Bright's steel gate and said, "He dumped the phone." None of them was keen to brave the minimal shelter of the facade's narrow overhang, where the cold rain splashed down to rummage in the contents of the filthy rubbish bins. At 23:52, Mbali pulled the phone from the rubbish. It was a Nokia 2700. Chapter 52. Griessel took his colleagues back to the DPCI headquarters because Dave Fiedler said there was one call to Tyrone Claneboy's Phone 1, the device that the Cobras most likely had in their possession now. The number had been active for 16 minutes in Castle Street, and after that had disappeared off the air. "Go get some sleep, China. I'll call you if there's any action." They met Nyati down in the basement and informed him of the latest developments. The giraffe gave them the photos of the 5 possible Cobras that were taken at the O.R. Tambo airport. Not very useful, but better than nothing. "These are our 5 famous French authors. Take them with you. Maybe it will help." Griessel agreed with Bones, Cupido, and Mbali that they would phone as soon as there was news. It was better to get some sleep. He was going home. His house was only 5 or 10 minutes away from Fiedler, and he would let them know if there was any activity on the numbers. Then he drove alone to Alexa's house, mulling over the events of the past hour or two. The pickpocket had deliberately left Phone 2, according to Cupido, a prepaid special that you could buy at any backstreet cell phone shop for a couple of $100, in a rubbish bin at Bright's, still switched on, as if he knew someone was going to trace the number and try to determine the location of the phone. It made sense. Tyrone knew they would find Nadia's iPhone in the hospital and start analyzing it. So Tyrone was nobody's fool. He knew what could be done with technology, and he wanted to make some kind of statement. "I'm in Belleville, perhaps," only to make the next call from the Waterkant, which was not too far from where Tyrone rented the room in Skotsekkloof. Did he go back to the city, to Boerkaap, because he felt at home there? Safe? That's what fugitives from the law often did when the heat was on, when the chase became too intense and their flight chaotic. And shortly after Tyrone had called Nadia, a new unknown number had called Phone 1, now with the Cobras. "Yessus," thought Benny Griessel. "How many phones did the fucker have?" But then he realized the man was a pickpocket. He had as many phones as he needed, and if you were negotiating with a team that walked into the waterfront in broad daylight and shot dead 5 security guards in cold blood, you'd want to make doubly sure that they can't track you down via cellular technology. He felt a great sense of determination rising in him. He would have to keep his head with all the phones, all the technological possibilities. He would have to show that he had learned to be a modern-day detective, even if Cupido called him an old dog, and Bones joked about the old salts. When he got home, he phoned Dave Fiedler and said he also wanted a complete analysis and monitoring of the number that had called phone 1 from Castle Street. "Sure, China, but the meter is running. Just let me know as soon as there's any activity on any of those phones." He walked through the cold, empty house to the kitchen. The rain drummed fiercely on the roof. And suddenly he missed Alexa, her presence, her happiness when she saw him, her embrace, her chatter, every evening so intense and enthusiastic, as if he really mattered, as if she really loved him. All this he saw and felt now that she wasn't here. He took the Woolworths food out of the fridge, chicken and broccoli, his favorite, which she'd bought specially for him, with a pang of guilt about his relief earlier in the day at the thought of having the house to himself. He put the container in the microwave, pinged it on. 2 minutes 30 seconds. What was he going to do, between the devil of his self-doubt and his inadequate rascal, and the deep blue sea of his attraction to her, and the pleasure of being with her? She was so full of everything. He sometimes wished her joie de vivre, her intensity, her naivety would infect him. She was his perfect polar opposite. He didn't want to, he dared not, he could not lose her. Despite everything, he had begun to love her very much. And tonight, after he had regained a measure of relevance as a policeman, as a team member of the Hawks, for the first time in his career, he felt optimism. He wanted this thing with Alexa to work. If he could just find a solution to his dilemma. Griessel ate his supper. When he had finished, rinsed his dishes and put them on the drying rack, he phoned the Louis Leopold Hospital. He asked to be put through to the ward where Nadia Kleinboy lay, identified himself to the night sister, and asked how the patient was. "We gave her a sleeping pill, Captain. She's sleeping peacefully." He thanked her and said she must see that the 4 constables got coffee regularly so that they were awake and alert. The night sister said yes, she'd see to that. He rang off. At least he knew now that there were 4 uniforms on guard. He went to shower, put on his pajamas, which still smelled faintly of sex. He made sure both his cell phones were on. He set the alarm on the iPhone for 7 o'clock, but he suspected Dave Fiedler would call him long before then. Then he slept. Chapter 53. 20 to 6. Tyrone woke suddenly from sleep, released from a dream where a man in a grey cap was shooting Nadia, one shot after the other. He felt his sister's body jerk in his arms, and he tried to shield her with his hands, but it didn't help. The bullets went right through, leaving big holes in his palms. But there was no blood. Only Nadia bled. And then he was awake, and a huge wave of relief washed over him. Just a dream. Had he screamed out loud in his sleep, the way he had heard his own voice in the dream? Moments of disorientation, the strange room, sounds of water dripping off a roof outside the window. And then the full onslaught of reality returning. He was here. This was the day he had been preparing for. His body was stiff, his back sore. Was Nadia okay? He wanted to phone the hospital straight away, but he couldn't phone from here. He got up and walked through to the bathroom. Tyrone sat on the end of the bed. He was washed, dressed, packed. He'd taken 2 Panados already, but the pain still throbbed across his back. The cell phones on the dressing table lay neatly in a row, the pistol next to them. Phone the hospital. Hear if Nadia is okay. Switch the phone on. The guys are going to send the money photo too. 6:20 in the morning. You're too anxious, Tyrone. Get a grip. Take a deep breath. Don't fuck this up. Turn on the TV. If there was an attack at the hospital, it would be on the news. He switched it on. The high, exuberant voices of a children's program were suddenly too loud and shrill for the morning silence. He stabbed at the remote's volume button over and over again until it could barely be heard. Navigated to SABC2 and Morning Live. An interview with a darky dude that he didn't know. The news will probably come on at past. Breathe. Go through the schedule. He wanted to know if Nadia was okay. Watch the news. If there was nothing, phone later once he was out of here. He must have breakfast, 'cause it was going to be a hectic day. He must buy chewing gum to stick the memory card to. He must double-check the train times. He must wait for the photos of the money, the suitcase, and the guy. And then it was lights, camera, action. He looked at the TV screen. 6:24. Time stands still when you're not having fun. The iPhone alarm woke Griessel at 7. When he switched it off and lay back for a second, holding the phone, he was grateful for the 6 hours of unbroken sleep. And then he realized that it meant there had been no action on any of the numbers, and he wondered if his plan was going to work. Perhaps none of the cell phones was still in use. Wouldn't that be typical? Just when he started getting his head around all the technology, it turns out to be useless. He got up in one restless, uneasy movement, walked to the toilet, lifted the seat, pulled his pajamas down, aimed, and urinated. He suppressed the urge to call Dave Fiedler now. If there was news, he would have known. He flushed, put the seat down again, and walked to the hand basin. He must finish up and drive over to Fiedler's. News item, 7:04. Morning Live. Western Cape Police spokesperson Wilson Bala denied that the SAPS was investigating a shooting that allegedly occurred at Cape Town's Victoria and Alfred waterfront yesterday. This, despite claims by family members of waterfront security personnel and eyewitness reports of extensive medical and law enforcement presence at the shopping centre yesterday morning. Both the centre management and the Blue Shield security company declined to comment on the matter. The alleged shooting even drew attention in Parliament today. What the fuck? Wondered Tyrone. And then a moment of huge relief. His face was not on TV. But why not? He watched the news until it was over, his thoughts occupied with possible reasons, his heart fearful of news of a hospital shooting. It didn't come. But now he wasn't sure if that meant anything. If the cops were denying that they were investigating a waterfront shooting, a shooting he had seen with his own eyes. What was going on? The urge to move, to get going, to gain momentum overwhelmed him. He must get out of here. He must phone Nadia. And then get breakfast, even though he felt queasy now. 07:27. Griessel had a coffee mug in his hand and a mouthful of toast with Marmite when his ZTE phone rang. "Hello?" he answered, swallowing quickly. "Signer, we've just had action. Phone number 3 came alive 4 minutes ago and called the same number as yesterday afternoon. Call lasted just 37 seconds. Hang on." Benny plonked down the half-full coffee mug and ran to the bedroom to get his jacket. He grabbed his notebook out of his jacket pocket, riffled through the pages until he found what he was looking for. "This number?" He read it out to Fiedler. "That's the one." Nadia's iPhone. It was Tyrone phoning her again. "Where's the phone now? Phone 3. "It's gone off air. The call was too short for a good fix, but it was made in the vicinity of the Waterkant and Loop Street crossing, give or take 500 meters. I'm on my way." He rang off and began calling his colleagues as he jogged to the front door. Tyrone sat on the planter box of black marble in front of Atterbury House in Lower Burg. Nadia was okay, in a manner of speaking. She was cross with him. "Tyrone, come in and leave those things. The police to say you're not in trouble." "Please, Booty." "Everything is fine, muni warini." "Are there cops guarding you?" "Yeah, Tyrone, and it's because you won't let this thing go. Everything is going to be just fine, sissy." Then he'd ended the call and walked over here. Time to check in for the money shot. He switched the second cell phone on. On the way, Griessel phoned Nadia. She said yes, her brother had phoned. He wanted to know how she was. Then he heard another call coming in, said goodbye, and took it. Dave Fiedler. "Funny thing, China. That fourth number you asked me to keep an eye on, the one that called phone 1 from Castle Street last night. Yes, it just came alive. I'm trying to get a fix on it now. Hang on. Damn. What? Went off again. All I can tell you, it's in the city." Old dogs don't believe in coincidences, thought Benny Griessel. 2 phones calling shortly after each other from the city. Phone 4 was also Tyrone's. 0751. Tyrone ordered a big breakfast at McDonald's in the Golden Acre, and premium roast coffee. He carried everything on a tray in one hand, dragging the suitcase with the other. He sat down so that he could watch the door, although he couldn't quite say why. 3 sugars in the coffee. He ate and drank. The coffee was okay. The food was basically tasteless. He would have to dump the suitcase. He couldn't drag it around with him all day. He had to travel light, be highly mobile. Time to rock and roll. And yes, some running would be involved. He had only needed it to look legit for the guest house. He would leave it here, just put the underpants, socks, and shirts in the rucksack. When he had finished eating, he switched the cell phone on again. Only long enough to see there were no pictures of the money, the bag, or the guy yet. Chapter 54. 0812. Rush hour. The city traffic was crazy, even though it wasn't raining. The sun broke through dramatic clouds, the sunbeams blindingly bright on the wet road. "That's how the Cape is," thought Griessel, when he eventually parked in front of Fiedler's house and office. When rain looked likely, every focker in the peninsula drove his own car to work, although it then took everybody twice as long. He got out. His ZTE rang. It was Fiedler. He answered and said, "I'm at your door." "Phone 4 was alive for 3 minutes. I'll open up for you." And when Fiedler opened the door, 3 minutes, and then it went dead again. "Still in the city center. I can't get a close fix." "So that's twice." "Yes, China, twice. 3 minutes every time, then off again for about 5. He's checking in for something. A call? And he's worried that he will be tracked. "If you check in like that, you are waiting for an email or a text," said Fiedler, "not a call." "Yes," said Griessel. "Will we be able to see a text?" "I was afraid that you'd ask that." "Why?" "Because accessing the server is against the law." "Can you do it?" "For a hawk? Are you crazy?" "Can you do it?" "Of course I can do it, China, but it's going to cost a little extra, and you'll have to sign something. I'm not going to incriminate myself. How much extra? 0817. Griessel phoned Nadia Kleinboy again. He apologized for bothering her. Anxiously, she asked if there was any news. No, he said, but he would love to know. Did Tyrone have an email address? She said no, without hesitation. Are you absolutely sure? Why? We just want to make sure. This time she thought a bit before she answered. No, he's not into those things. Does he have a car? Something he should have asked a long time ago. No. Does he have access to someone else's car? No, I don't think so. Griessel thanked her and rang off. And he thought Tyrone knew enough about technology to be careful with cell phones and to hoodwink the Cobras with a memory card. He wasn't so sure she was right. If the pickpocket had an email address, and that was how he was communicating with the Cobras, they were fucked completely. Metro Rail train 2561 on platform 10 of Cape Town station was full. At 0826, Tyrone slipped through the door of the middle third-class carriage and stood in the aisle. He waited till just after 0830, when the train jerked and pulled away, before he switched the cell phone in his hand on again. He held it so that the people pressing against him couldn't see the screen. He watched it search for a signal, and find it. It always took a while for an MMS to come through. At least he was on the move, and he was going to stay on the move until this thing was finished. He watched the time passing on the screen. 1 minute. The train picked up speed. 2 minutes. The train began to lose momentum. 3 minutes. He felt the action of the brakes as the train slowed to a stop at Woodstock Station. He waited until it came to a complete standstill. The doors opened. More people got on. He switched the phone off. Still no photos. Yarra! 0849. Mbali arrived first. Turn around and drive to Belleville Station, said Griessel to Cupido over the phone. We think he's on a train. We picked him up in Woodstock and again in Maitland. He was on for about 3 minutes. Hold on, Mbali is here. Griessel pointed to where Dave Fiedler was busy at the computers. We think Tyrone is taking a train. See if you can look at the Metro Rail schedule. We need to know which train. He turned his attention back to Cupido and the phone again. Vaughan, are you there? I'm here. I turned around at the N7, but the traffic is hectic, puppy. It's going to take a while to get back to Belleville. Okay. We're trying to find out which train it could be. How sure are you it's a train? He doesn't have a car, and he can't move this fast in a bus or taxi during rush hour. Dave said 3 minutes is not long enough to get a precise fix, but every time it was within a kilometer of the stations, and the phone is moving. It looks like it's moving. Okay, Benna, keep me posted. I'm looking at the Metro Rail schedule, Mbali called. The front doorbell rang. Jesus, said Dave Fiedler. It's like a bloody beehive here. Mbali clicked her tongue at him. Griessel said, It must be Bones. I'll open up for him. 0901. At Paro Station, Tyrone got off and walked quickly over to the train schedules on the wall in the station building, just to be sure. Train 3412 ran back to Cape Town from platform 11. In 5 minutes, at 0906. He jogged around to the platform, stopped, switched the phone on, stood and stared at the screen. It found a signal. He waited. He couldn't go on like this for the whole day. Fuck Viet. When were those guys going to send the photo? Or were they trying to track him? Good luck with that, motherfuckers. Train 3412 pulled into the station. Still no photos, no message. Shit! He got on the train, heading back to Cape Town. I think it is train 2561. It was at Woodstock at 0833, and in Maitland at 0842. He's back online, called Dave Fiedler. Hang on, the fix is coming. Griessel looked at his notes. Mbali, I think you're right. He should be in Perro now, said Mbali. Yes, Perro it is, said Fiedler. What time does that train reach Belleville? Asked Griessel. 6 minutes past 9, said Mbali. Fuck, said Griessel, because it was too soon. Cupido would never make it. This once, I forgive you, said Mbali, also dismayed. Chapter 55. At 0914, Tyrone got off at Goodwood Station. He switched the cell phone on again. The first MMS came through. On the small screen, he saw the photo. The money stacked on a table, 100 and 200 rand notes, tied in bundles with rubber bands. His heart leapt. Could that be 2.4 million? It seemed so little. The next photo came through. A black rucksack with the money visible through the open zipper. The bag was pleasingly full. That looked better. The third photo. A man in a blue wind cheater and black beanie. High cheekbones, stubble. The rucksack on his back. Tyrone felt his heart beating. This was a face he had never seen before. It wasn't Hoodie. It wasn't the waterfront shooter. But this one looked so terrifyingly ruthless. He felt the phone in his hand tremble. Stick with the plan, Tyrone. He steadied himself, tapped the phone to call the number. It rang. The guy answered immediately. No, don't call me. Send me text messages. Why? Asked Tyrone, but the line was already dead. Griessel, Mbali, and Bones Boshigo stood and stared at the photo on Dave Fiedler's computer screen. That's a lot of money, said Fiedler. I'm guessing at least $1 million, said Bones. Track the number it was sent from, said Griessel. I'm busy, he just called it. Who called what? The train guy. Tyrone, call him Tyrone. Okay. Tyrone's just called the number from which the photographs were sent. He's still in Goodwood. I'm getting a better fix. Hang on. Yes, definitely at or very near the station. He's clever, said Mbali. He got them to send him a picture of the money. He's selling them the memory card. There's another photo, said Fiedler. And another. His hand moved quickly, adeptly, with the mouse. The new photos appeared on the screen, one beside the other. Hi, said Mbali, because the last one was the one of the man with the rucksack. That's a cobra. A cobra? Asked Fiedler, but Mbali waddled hastily away to the conference table, where the O.R. Tambo photos of the 5 suspected cobras lay. She flipped through them and found the one that looked like the man in the photo that was sent to Tyrone's phone. She trotted back. It's this one. She held the photo up beside the screen. The resemblance was clear. Print that photo, Dave, said Griessel, and send one to Captain Cupido's number. Give me his number, said Fiedler. Griessel looked it up on his phone and held it out so that Fiedler could see. Tyrone is very clever, said Mbali. Griessel wasn't listening. His brain was too busy now. Tyrone on the train. Tyrone deliberately took the train from Cape Town station. He could have taken a taxi, he could have taken the bus, but he didn't. Why? Tyrone, who travelled to Paro and was now on the way back towards Cape Town. "We have a new text," said Fiedler. He read, "Why must I only SMS? That's from Tyrone's phone to the other guys." "The Cobras," said Griessel, because he wanted their communication to be very clear. What lay ahead was going to be messy enough. Who are the Cobras?" "The bad guys." Griessel read the SMS over Fiedler's shoulder. "Why must I only SMS?" "They must have told him not to call," said Griessel. "But why?" asked Bones. "They can still be traced and tracked, can't they?" "I think I know, but you'll have to tell me what the hell is going down here," said Fiedler. Griessel knew it was the right thing to do now. "Tyrone is selling a very valuable item to some very dangerous people. We call them Cobras. It's a long story. Tyrone is trying to set up the exchange of the item for the money in the photo." "Is it a gang? How many Cobras are there?" 5, at least." "Okay, I think they want him to text so that they can share the message quickly. Doing that on a voice call is tricky in peak time. Our cellular network is just too up to shit if you're on the move, and you're not using the same service provider." They all read the new message from the Cobras to Tyrone on the screen. "Because I say so." There was silence in Dave Fiedler's big room, everyone trying to make sense of the text messages. "They are setting a trap for him," said Mbali. "Yes," said Griessel, "they are." Fiedler was busy at another computer, while the detective stood and looked at the screen where the money photos and text messages appeared. Time dragged. "Go to Belleville Station." "That's Tyrone to the Cobras," said Bones. "I have a fix on the Cobra phone," said Fiedler. New text. "No." "The Cobras are saying no?" asked Bones. "Where is the Cobra phone?" asked Griessel. "It's moving along the R304, going south, towards the N1. "Do you want the card?" Nobody said a word, waiting for the Cobras to answer. "Belleville Station, too dangerous after yesterday. Choose another place." "Fair enough," said Bones. Nothing on the screen. Fiedler at the other monitor said, "The Cobras are now on the N1, heading towards the city." Griessel wished he could call in the SAPS helicopter, or that he had the time and manpower for a roadblock. His phone rang. It was Cupido. "Vaughn, we still don't have anything. I'll phone you back." "Roger, Benner." "Why isn't Tyrone answering?" Bones asked. "Because they have messed up his plan," said Mbali. "Go to Paro Station." "Trains," said Griessel suddenly. They looked at him questioningly, but he picked up his ZTE and phoned Nadia again. It rang for longer this time. She answered with a scared, "Hello?" "Nadia, does Tyrone ride the trains often?" "Yeah, he comes to me a lot, in Stellenbosch. He's always saying he likes the trains, loves riding them." "First class or third?" "I think third class." "Thank you, Nadia. We still don't have news, but I'll let you know as soon as there is." "Thank you." He killed the call. He heard Fiedler talking and Mbali answering, but he wasn't listening. He wanted to make sure his reasoning was correct, that he understood Tyrone. He tried to put himself inside the pickpocket's head. He didn't have a car. Taxis and buses were subject to the flow of traffic, unpredictable at best, and also not private if you want to make calls or receive photos of money. The metro trains were reasonably predictable. In the morning they ran at regular intervals. They were public But if you wanted to make a call, you could get off and put distance between yourself and your fellow passengers. It was familiar territory as well. And now, the great transaction. The trains gave Tyrone a moving exchange location. There were not the same dangers of a specific street corner or abandoned building where the Cobras could hide or stalk him. Tyrone was clever, as Mbali had pointed out. He knew the trains. Apparently, he knew the stations. They must be good places to steal from people's pockets, and there would be some small comfort in the crowds of other people, possible eyewitnesses. The Cobras were rightly wary about going back to Belleville. On the rail system, Tyrone could keep moving in 2 directions, keep them guessing. Every station offered its own escape routes, within minutes from each other. He phoned Cupido. "Where are you?" "Just past Karl Bremer, on the N1. Traffic is a bit better this side." "Tyrone is on his way back to Cape Town."
"Yes, says Benner, he's fucking us around."
"Yeah. I think you must still go to the station. Take the first train to Cape Town."
"Then I'll be without a car."
"I know, but I think he's going to do the whole thing on the trains. He knows the system, and it gives him a lot of options."
"That's taking a big chance, Benner."
"That's all we've got." Chapter 56. "Bones, you're going to stay here and you're going to be our controller," said Griessel.
"Me?"
In disbelief. "Yes. Mbali and I need to get to the city station. I think Tyrone is going to make the handover somewhere along this railway line, at a station or on a train. And the quickest way to get from station to station is by using the train." Griessel searched through his pockets until he found the earphones for the ZTE. He plugged it into his phone, pushed them in his ears. "Dave, you're going to have to help. You'll have to call Captain Cupido and give him instructions, but wait until I tell Bones what to do."
"Sweet, China."
"Bones, call me on this phone. Tell me everything that is happening."
"I'll do my best,"
said Bones nervously. "You'll be okay," said Mbali, and adjusted the pistol on her hip. "You'll have to hide the weapon," said Griessel, "and the ID card. We are going undercover." Tyrone was on train 3414 from Goodwood to Cape Town. He stood with bated breath and waited for Black Beanie's answer. He hadn't expected them to refuse to go to Belleville. He should have thought of that. It was common sense. He didn't want to show his face there either for a while. But it had made his timetable a bit weird, because Metro Rail's trains ran less frequently until late afternoon. But it was still okay if he kept his head. The phone vibrated in his hand. Okay. That was their answer. He let out a sharp, explosive breath. It was on. Griessel and Mbali in the BMW with the siren and blue light on. The ZTE rang. Griessel answered.
"Bones? Tyrone is moving again. Train 3414 to Cape Town."
"Okay." He thought for a moment and then spoke loudly so that Bones on the phone as well as Mbali beside him could both hear him clearly. "He's moving between the city and Parow. Bones, look at the schedule. Is that where the most trains are running?"
"Hang on. Tyrone has just replied to the Cobra's text," he said.
"Tell me when you are at Parow Station." "Has Dave called Vaughan yet?"
"Yes.
Vaughan is on train 3214. It left Belleville at 10, direction Cape Town. It's the one right behind Tyrone's." "Okay. Tell him we are undercover. No ID, no firearm visible."
"Roger. Benny, you're right. The bulk of the trains will be running between Easter River and Cape Town from now until about 4. Just about 20% go to the Strand.
Okay, Bones. I think it is going to happen between the city and Perro, maybe Belleville. When is Vaughan going to reach Perro? He is already past Perro, according to the schedule. He should be at Thornton now. Tell him to get off at Maitland, unless you can see Tyrone leaving his train somewhere. Tyrone still seems to be moving. Hang on. Griessel wove through the traffic in Strand Street. He had to concentrate on the road for now. Mbali sat staring with wide eyes, clutching the big black handbag on her lap. Then they were across Adderley, alongside the station. He saw a loading zone, switched off the siren, and parked. Mbali's door was already open, as though she was relieved to be getting out of the car. "Mbali!" he shouted as they ran to the station. "We're going to take 2 separate trains, just to cover more bases." "Yes," she said, already puffing. Tyrone got off at Woodstock. Where was Black Beanie? Why was it taking so long to get to Perro Station? They were gonna fuck everything up. He went over to the schedules again. He would have to wait. Time to begin chewing the gum. He dug in his pocket, took out the pack, put 6 strips in his mouth, began to chew. His cell phone vibrated. "We are at Perro." He shivered. Was his plan going to work? His fingers trembled as he typed, "Okay, I know you are 4. Money guy," and he looked closely at the timetables. "Goes on train 3520, leaving Perro at 10:36, platform 9. Must be alone or you won't get card. I will hide card on train 3515, reaching Perro at 10:50. When I have money, will tell you where on train card is hidden." And then he waited for them to answer. Bones's voice was high and almost panicky when he passed on the news to Griessel. "Okay, Bones. Mbali has just left the station on that exact train, so we are covered. I'm going to call her now, and I'm going to warn her. Now, you and Dave must try to get Vaughan on the same train. Mbali will need backup." "Roger, out." "No, wait. Where is Tyrone?" "Woodstock." "Okay, that's where I'm going." "If card is not on train, we will kill your sister. Just 4 guards at hospital." How did they know that? Wondered Tyrone. Had they been there? Of course they had been there, you ape. He would have to get the money and then take the pistol and go to his sister. These guys just wanted to kill. Take a deep breath, Tyrone. He typed on the phone. If money is right, card is there. Train 3515 pulled into Woodstock Station. Tyrone ran for the train. Time to put the card under a seat. Mbali Kaleni saw the pickpocket running towards the train. Her cell phone against her ear, she told Griessel, cool as a cucumber, "I see him." "Good," said Griessel. "He's getting on the train." "Okay." "He's in the next carriage. I can see him. He's taking off his backpack. He's sitting down. He's opening his backpack. He has taken something out. I can't see what it is. He has it on his lap. Wait. Now he's taken something from his mouth. He's looking around. Sorry, Benny. I had to look away." "Okay. Benny, I think he has stuck the card under the seat. Now he's getting up. The train is going to stop at Salt River Station. I think he's going to get off. Mbali, go and see if the card is there." She waited until Tyrone had left the train. She watched Tyrone go and stand on the platform. She felt sorry for him. In that instant he looked so scared and bewildered. Still she remained seated. till the doors closed and the train jerked and began to move. Then she got up and walked to the seat he had vacated. She saw Tyrone standing on the platform, staring at the departing train. A young black man sat down on Tyrone's seat. He had earphones on, and his head moved in time to the music he was listening to. Mbali stopped in front of him and said, "I want you to move." He didn't hear her. She tapped him on the knee, and he looked up, irritated by the intrusion. She gestured that he should move up. He stared at her, challenging. "Unga chopo apo," he said. "You can sit there." She smacked him against the ear like a naughty child. That shocked him. He ducked to avoid another possible smack and said in agitation, "Hintoni aibayo, what is wrong with you?" But he took in her severe expression, the fearless attitude, and he shifted up 3 seats further away. He shook his head in disbelief, trying to regain a little dignity. Mbali ignored him, sat down, put her handbag beside her, and leaned over. She felt underneath the seat until she found the wadge of chewing gum. She pulled it loose and held it up. She said to Benny Griessel, "I have the card." Chapter 57. Griessel was still waiting at Cape Town station for train 2319. On his cell phone, Bones said, "Tyrone has just sent the Cobras a message. It says, 'Card hidden on train now. Let me know when money is at Maitland Station.'" And the Cobra said, "Okay. But there's a problem. I could not reach Vaughan in time. He says there was no signal, so he missed Mbali's train." "Shit! What do you want me to do? Can you tell me where Tyrone is now?" "He is still at Salt River Station. Tell Vaughan to get off there." "Okay, Benny." He rang off. On platform 7, Griessel saw his train's doors open at last. He jogged up and got in. He stood holding on to the metal rail near the roof. Mbali was going to have to confront one of the Cobras all on her own, the one who would go to find the memory card under the seat as soon as he got on, probably at Paro. There was no time, no one else to help. He would have to warn her now. Vaughan Cupido got off the train at Salt River Station, and within seconds he spotted Tyrone Claneboy sitting on a bench beside the platform. The pickpocket had a phone in his hand, and all his attention was focused on it. Cupido walked calmly down the platform, called Dave Fiedler, and told him. "Hang on, China," said Fiedler. Cupido heard Fiedler and Bones talking. "Captain Griessel will be there in 5 minutes," said Fiedler eventually. "He wants you just to keep an eye on Tyrone." Griessel called Nyati and explained to him that Mbali, due to an unexpected confluence of events, was alone on a train where just after Paro Station she would be confronted by a Cobra, who would want that card. "Sir, if you could just wait for the train at Belleville, we have no other backup." "I will take Ulinda with me," said Nyati. "How much time do we have?" "Not more than 10 minutes. No anxiety, no reproach, just, "We'll be there." Beyond Maitland, Mbali sat with the memory card held between her fingers, wondering what disastrous data was stored on it. Information that was responsible for the death of at least 9 people, and very nearly a 10th as well, an innocent young student. She stowed the card carefully in a side pocket of her big handbag. She rolled the chewing gum between her fingers until it was one big ball again. She stuck it back precisely where it had been when she found it. From her handbag she took a little bottle of waterless hand cleaner from Woolworth's and a tissue. She cleaned her fingers thoroughly. Then, with both hands hidden in the darkness of the handbag, she took her Beretta pistol and made sure it was cocked. She took her left hand out, but her right hand remained hidden in the depths of the bag, gripped around the pistol. Benny Griessel had said that a Cobra would get on at Paro Station and would come looking for the memory card, and she would be ready for him. Benny Griessel got off the train at Salt River and phoned Cupido. "Where are you?" "On the platform." "I can't see you." "Platform 11. "Okay, I'm on the other side. I'm coming. Can you see Tyrone?" "He is 10 steps away from me. He's texting on his phone. I'll be there directly." Griessel walked hurriedly down the stairs, heading for the other side of the railway line. Bones would phone at any moment with news about the text that Tyrone was sending. If the pickpocket was still here, that meant that he was going to receive the money here. Good news, because he and Cupido were both here, one to catch the Cobra and one to follow Tyrone and the money. The ZTE rang, as he had expected. "Cobra texted to say he has passed Maitland." Then Tyrone answered with this: "When train stops at Salt River, wait until just before doors close again. Throw out money. Don't get out. Stay on train. Just throw out money bag. If money is good, I'll send card details." "Have they answered?" "No. Yes. Just came in. Just okay." "How long before that train comes in at Salt River?" 3 minutes. Griessel began running. "Okay, I'll call you when I have news." Cupido saw Griessel running towards him, coat flapping, hair ruffled by the wind. He walked to meet him. Griessel waited until he was beside his colleague and then explained quietly and breathlessly what was going on. "I'm going to get on that train, Vaughan. You follow Tyrone and the money. If the Cobras are tracking his cell phone too, he's dead. Protect him." "Got it," said Cupido. Then Griessel walked away, towards the platform. The money train was visible, a kilometre away. Tyrone hid behind a pillar, his heart beating wildly. He had put the rucksack down on the concrete, and now he looked up quickly to see if someone could see him, put his hand in the rucksack and pulled out the pistol. He pushed the pistol under the purple wind cheater, closed the bag, swung it up onto his back. It was the moment of truth, now. Maybe they would try to shoot him. Maybe they would just throw the money out. Either way, he was as ready as he was ever going to be. It's worth it. It's worth it. His sister's future. He took the cell phone, typed the message in. "Card is in carriage 3, 3rd class, stuck in the middle of middle bench, Table Mountain side." He would send it when he was sure the money was correct. The train came in. He stood ready, behind the pillar, peering at the train. It stopped. A few people approached. A few people got off. A few people got on. The train stood there. The whistle blew. His eyes scanned up and down, up and down. A rush of air as the doors closed. Where was the money? Right at the back, the furthest from him, the rucksack bounced once, twice across the platform. The train was leaving. Tyrone waited. No one else got off. His eyes followed the train. There, through the glass, he saw Black Beanie, the man's eyes, searching. Instinctively, Tyrone ducked behind the pillar. He waited. The train was gone. The rucksack lay there. He looked around. There was a tall, coloured man in a coat, some distance away, with his back to Tyrone. Looked like he had a phone in his hand. Tyrone waited. The rucksack lay there. The colored man in the coat began to walk away. Tyrone flew out from behind the pillar and ran to the rucksack. He grabbed it, raced back to the pillar, opened it. The money was there. He sent the text. Chapter 58. Benny Griessel made a fatal error. The chaos of the morning was to blame, the many threads that he had to hold on to and manipulate like a puppeteer, the adrenaline and the crazy pace of the chase, the determination to bring the cobras to book. He should have stood still for a moment and thought, but he didn't. Instinctively, he shifted his service weapon into easy reach, and he stormed through the train carriage. He had been standing at the window of the middle carriage and saw where the rucksack was thrown out. Now he threaded his way between the people in the compartment to get there, 2 carriages down. He didn't see the notice stuck in big cartoon strips above the door. Traveling between coaches is illegal. Do not board train when full. Do not hold doors open when train is in motion. Nobody stopped him when he went from the middle carriage to the next. He saw the Cobra, the one from the photo, with the black cap and the blue wind cheater, on the other side of the last door. He put his hand on the Beretta on his hip, pressed the safety off, focused on the man who was staring intently out of the window. Griessel was unaware of the middle-aged ticket inspector approaching, only noticed him when the man reached him and said, "You can't travel between coaches." "I'm from the police," said Griessel, so as not to attract attention, especially not from the Cobra. Griessel walked past the ticket inspector. The train was noisy, and he didn't hear whether the man said anything in response. Griessel raised his left hand to open the door between the carriages. The ticket inspector grabbed his right shoulder to stop him. The man said, "You can't go through there. It's against the rules." "I'm a policeman," said Griessel, loudly and impatiently this time. The Cobra saw the movement, turned his head, looked at him. Griessel jerked the door open with his left hand, pulled out his service pistol. The ticket inspector shoved Griessel's shoulder, pushing him off balance. The Cobra was swift and practiced. His right hand emerged from his wind cheater, holding a pistol. He swung it towards Griessel as he moved forward to the middle of the carriage. The door began to close automatically again. Time stood still. Griessel didn't know how thick the glass was. He would have to shoot before the door closed, before the Cobra could fire at him. There was no time to aim. He jerked his shoulder forwards and pulled the trigger. The deafening shot boomed through the train carriage. People screamed. Blood exploded in a fine spray around the Cobra's head and against the window behind him. The Cobra collapsed. The ticket inspector dived at Griessel and tried to wrench the pistol away from him. Griessel aimed a punch at the man. The pistol was loaded and dangerous. What was the idiot doing? He hit the ticket inspector with an elbow somewhere in his face, and the man fell. Griessel staggered forward, up to the Cobra. The Cobra's lower cheekbone and nose was a bloody, gaping hole. Fuck! He wanted to know where David Adair was. He'd wanted to question the man. The ticket inspector tackled Griessel, and both of them stumbled over the Cobra. Griessel lost his temper, but he pressed the catch of the Beretta so the weapon was safe. Then he hit the ticket inspector angrily across the jaw with the pistol. The man fell down again. Griessel straightened up. He jammed the pistol against the ticket inspector's cheek. "Are you fucking deaf? I'm a policeman!" "Yes," said the man, clearly confused. "Yes, what?" "Yes," said the ticket inspector. "I am a bit deaf." Only then did Griessel notice the discreet hearing aid in the man's ear. Someone pulled the emergency cord so that Griessel completely lost his balance and fell over, on top of the cobra's corpse. Mbali sat and waited. She felt no fear. There was just a tingling of adrenaline in her veins. Her hand was firmly on her service pistol, the barrel pointing straight ahead, even if it was deep in her cavernous handbag. Even though Bones had phoned her and said Benny Griessel asked that she should just watch the Cobra who came to fetch the memory card. At Belleville Station, Captain Zola Inyati and Ulinda Khadebe were waiting. "Don't confront the Cobra. Identify him. Watch him." At Paro Station, she looked out of the window to see if she could spot a Cobra. There were too many people getting in and out of her carriage. Only once things had settled down, just before the door closed, did she become aware of him. It was the one from the waterfront. She knew it because she recognized the baseball cap, the slender grace of his movement, the shape of his face, the café au lait complexion. It was the one they believed came from Mozambique, Joaquim Curado, currently traveling under the name of Hector Malot. She admonished herself, inaudibly and in Zulu, to keep calm. Her heart began hammering in her chest. Her hand perspired on the pistol butt. He was the one who had shot 5 people. The train pulled out of the station. She watched him count the benches. He came over to her. "Could you move?" he asked, and pointed at the empty seats on either side of her. "No," she said. She looked into his eyes. She saw death. She didn't look away. He hesitated. He stooped, his hands fumbling under the bench to the left of her. He straightened up. He moved to her right side, bent and searched again. He rose and stood in front of her. "You will have to move. I lost something. I must find it." She sat, a female Buddha, deliberately motionless and stubborn. She sighed deeply as if it were a great sacrifice. She shifted to her right, slowly. He waited until she had the full weight of her body in the next seat. He bent down. He searched until his fingers came to a stop. She pulled the pistol out of her handbag in one smooth movement. She made sure it didn't hook on anything. His face was down near her thigh while he was feeling about. He saw the movement too late. She pressed the muzzle of the pistol against the edge of the baseball cap, just above the man's temple. She said, "If you make any movement, I will shoot you, because you are a killer. I am Captain Mbali Kaleni of the South African Police Services, and you are under arrest for the murder of 5 security officials at the waterfront." He sat stock still, both hands still under the seat. She knew he had his hands on the chewing gum. Let him think the card was still there. He said something short and explosive in a language she didn't understand. She knew it was a swear word. Mbali banged the pistol muzzle hard against Joaquim Curado's temple. "Profanity is the effort of a feeble brain to express itself forcibly," she said. "Don't do that again." She pulled the handcuffs out of the handbag with her left hand. She stood up carefully, without taking her eyes off the man or taking the pistol away from his head. The handbag slid down to the floor, but she left it. She pressed her knee and her considerable weight against Curado's back. "Put your hands behind your back, very slowly." He didn't listen. She pressed harder with her weight, and her knee clamped him against the bench. She banged the pistol barrel hard against the back of his head. He moved his hands behind him. She saw there was nothing in them. He would think the card was still there, under the seat. She clicked the handcuffs, first on his left wrist, changed grip, and then on his right wrist. "You are not all that dangerous," she said, and bent to pick up her handbag. Time to report to her team leader, Benny Griessel. Tyrone ran across the bridge at Salt River Station, past the colored man with the coat that flapped like Batman's cloak in the wind. He must catch the train to Belleville. His shoes clattered down the stairs to the platform. The train wasn't there yet. Relief. He realized his grip on the money rucksack was so tight that his fingers were cramping. Relax, Ty. Just relax. All that he could do now was to get to the hospital. Extra insurance against an attack, but it shouldn't be necessary. No reason for them to harm Nadia. They had the card, the correct file on it. He had the money. 2.4 fucking mil. His struggles were over. Nadia had a future. The train came in. He walked. He had to sit down. He'd been on his feet since the crack of dawn. He was exhausted by all the worry. He just wanted to sit, just relax, enjoy the ride. There were a lot of empty seats. He chose the one at the back, at the end of the carriage. He couldn't help himself. He pulled the rucksack open again. Yerra! That was a lot of money. He pushed his hand in, pulled out a bundle of notes. Everything is legit. The dude with the Batman coat came in through the intersecting door of the carriage and looked round. Tyrone zipped the rucksack closed, fastened the buckles. Batman headed towards him. Sat just one seat away, cell phone in his hand. Suspicious-looking motherfucker. Tyrone put the rucksack on his lap. The pistol was behind him now, in his belt, the butt pressed coldly against his ribs. Was he one of them? Or just a dude? Wouldn't it be really funny if he got robbed now? He moved his hand very slowly until he had hold of the pistol. Nobody was gonna rob him now. Batman looked at him and smiled. "Was your patien, me bra? Where are you going?" Tyrone was so relieved about the flats Afrikaans, the smile, the fact that Batman might be a nice O, over the dreadful tension that was broken, that he laughed. "Na, my sister," he said. "In Belleville." "Nice," said Batman. The phone in his hand rang. "Sorry," he said, and answered, "Yes, Bones." Chapter 59. Batman said, "Okay," and "Yes, sis," and "Yes, everything is fine," into his cell phone, and Tyrone tuned out and thought, "Can you believe it?" He took a few breaths and exhaled. He felt lightheaded. He wanted to laugh out loud. No, he wanted to dance. But that would all have to wait until he was dead sure the cops were looking after Nadia nicely. What he would do, he would phone them again, somewhere net nou, from Belleville, scare the bejesus out of them. 15 gangsters are on the way from the plane to go and hurt that girlie in the hospital. Get your SWAT team in, manne. Call in the big guns. This is not child's play. All his plans had worked out so well, the whole lot, after all his worries. And now there was the small matter of what he was going to do with his share of the 2.4. Nadia had 6 years of study, about 50 grand a year. Let's make it 60 or 70. Let him let her have some luxuries too, some nice gooders. That's more than 400,000 bucks. Leaves them with another 2 million. Buy her a little car, nothing fancy, just a little Peugeot or something.
How are you going to explain that to your sister, Ty? Don't be stupid. Not impossible. He could just say he got this Moorse paint contract.
Batman said something.
Sorry? Said Ty. It's not necessary, David. Ek versta jou nie, my bra. I don't understand. You don't need to go to the hospital. Did he just say, to the hospital, by mistake? Hadn't he told him Belleville? We've just caught the guy from the waterfront. A bunch of hawks are now on the way to the hospital, just to make sure. Your sister is safe. If I were you, I would just stay on the train.
Tyrone grew ice-cold.
Who are you?
He moved his hand back to his pistol.
My name is Von Cupido. I am a captain in the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigations of the SAPS. They call us the Hawks, puppy. We're the hot shit, the top cops, the main men. And if you have a weapon there under your jacket, my best advice is forget it. They don't call me Crackshot McKenneth, the pride of the prairies, for nothing. I am Quick Draw McGraw, faster than a speeding bullet. Okay, said Tyrone. I get the point. So just relax. I am relaxed. Have you got a gun?
Cupido's voice was very calm, as if he were asking what he had for breakfast. It took a long time before Tyrone could get it out.
Yeah. Hand it over, slowly. We really don't want anyone to get hurt.
Tyrone sat frozen. The thought that he was going to lose everything, that it had all been for nothing, all the blood, the running, the terror, the worry, it had made him feel paralyzed. Cupido looked at his watch.
Time is running out. Just hand it over. Everything will be okay.
Tyrone lifted his hand slowly to his hip, pulled out the pistol reluctantly.
Hold it like that, so the Hassa can't see it.
The Hassa?
That's police speak for the public. Slow and easy now.
Tyrone passed the pistol over, low and unobtrusively. The cop dude took it.
That's better, Tyrone. Tell me, where did you grow up?
Mitchell's Plain.
Me too.
What street?
Begonia. I know Begonia. Hard times, da.
It's true. What did the motherfucker want?
I grew up in Blackberry Street. It's just other side Eiselben.
I know Blackberry.
How long have you been a pickpocket?
He knew everything.
Since I was 12. Who taught you?
Uncle Solly, from Begonia Street.
Was he your real uncle?
What kind of conversation was this?
No, my foster father. You and Nadia were orphans?
Yeah. Daddy and Mommy died when I was 3, and she was 1.
Die sad, my bra.
Uncle Solly was a good man.
But a pickpocket?
Damn fine pickpocket. And he had morals.
How much money is in the rucksack?
That was a surprise. Such an ugly surprise that his body jerked with the shock of it. He wanted to ask, "How do you know about the money?" But something else suddenly dawned on him. The Batman cop wanted a cut. Of course, he wanted a cut. Or all of it. Everyone knew the cops were corrupt.
What money? The money in the photo that they sent to you. Did they hand it over?
He kept quiet.
Did they?
Cupido asked again.
Yeah. How much?
What did it help to lie?
2.4 million?
Yeah. Cupido whistled softly. And it's all there? I think so. That's a lot of money. How much do you want? Cupido laughed. If it wasn't such a lekker day, my bra, I would have bitch-slapped you. Tyrone dared to look at the cop for the first time. Ek sê, it's a lot of money, a lot of responsibility. It is. Not many get such a chance. And who can put his sister through university and make something of himself, get out of Begonia Street. It's true. The cop put his hand in his coat pocket. Tyrone watched the movement. The hand emerged, holding a card. This is my business card. Take it. Tyrone took it. I'm getting off in Belleville just now. You are going to stay on the train. You are going to go all the way to Stellenbosch. Go and stay in your sister's flat until you get your own place. Don't go back to that room in Skotselkloof. There's still people who might try to find you for a week or two. So lie low. If you have any trouble, call me. If you want to make absolutely sure the whole thing is over, call me. Tyrone nodded, dumbfounded. But no more pickpocketing. I'm going to check the system. If you ever get arrested, if I see you on a CCTV camera, if you jaywalk, my bra, then I will come and bliksem you, and I will put you away. Versta jy? Tyrone nodded again. Make a life, Tyrone. Few people get the chance. I will. Cupido put out a hand and squeezed Tyrone's shoulder. You're a brave very brave. Your sister is lucky to have you. And then the motherfucker stood up, smiled at him, and walked to the door of the railway carriage. The train slowed. It stopped at Belleville. Tyrone watched Cupido walk away in his long, swanky coat. The dude didn't look back, just stepped out when the doors opened. He followed Batman with his eyes. He watched the cocky walk until he disappeared completely from view. Tyrone sat there, staring, until the doors closed again and the train left the station. Then he shuddered and began to cry. He cried all the way to Muldersflay, his tall, skinny, sore, tired body shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 60. They were questioning Joachim Curado in a small office of the DPCI building in Belleville, away from the suspicious eyes of criminal intelligence, when Benny Griessel walked in. There was blood on Griessel's jacket. His hair was even more disheveled than usual. He was harried and stressed, but his eyes burned clear and full of fire. He won't say a word. Cupido pointed at Curado, who sat like a sphinx at the table, still handcuffed. He doesn't have to talk, said Griessel. But tell me first, who is with Nadia? I've convinced the Belleville SC to send 8 more people. They have every entrance covered, said Zola Nyati. Okay, thank you, sir. How come he doesn't have to talk? Asked Cupido. Dave Fiedler has tracked the Cobra phone, said Griessel. We have 4 other phone numbers. 2 are registered with Orange France, and Dave can't do anything with them. The other 2 are Cell C. They must have bought them here. Dave has been plotting their location over the last 24 hours. I think David Adair is on a farm by the name of Hercules Pilar, near the R304. Griessel was watching Joachim Curado closely. When he said the words Hercules Pilar, there was an infinitesimal movement of his head and eyes, and he knew that he was right. Dave said the place is advertised on the internet. Rent a farmhouse, privacy and solitude, just 20 minutes from Cape Town. Here is the internet address." They walked to Cupido's office, where they could look up the Hercules Pilar website. "It's perfect," said Mbali, because the old farmhouse, beautifully renovated and whitewashed, was situated on a hill. You would be able to see any intruders coming a kilometre away. "We'll have to go in with speed and superior firepower," said Nyati. "That is the only option." There were 8 of them: Griessel and Cupido, Nyati and Mbali, Khadebe and Vusi Ndabeni, Frankie Philander and Mooi Willem Liebenberg. Quietly, in pairs, each collected an assault rifle in the Hawk's weapons safe, then crept through the corridors to the car park. They drove off in 4 cars. On the N1, in the leading car, the giraffe asked Mbali, "What happened to the memory card?" She tapped a chubby hand on her big black handbag. "What are you going to do with it?" She looked out of the window. She said, "I'll keep it as a safeguard." "Against what?" "Against people who want to harm our democracy and the spirit of my father's struggle." Nyati just nodded. He couldn't think of a better guardian for it. In their car, second in the convoy, Griessel asked, "What happened to Tyrone?" "Canny colour, die. He gave me the slip," said Cupido. "Yes," said Griessel. "We old dogs don't have the speed to keep up anymore." Cupido's laugh was a little forced, and Benny realized what must have really happened. Their plan was simply to race up to the farmhouse on the hill. There was nowhere to hide, no room for surprise. They would drive up to the farmhouse, park the 4 vehicles around it. Then they would give the Cobras a chance to come out before they stormed the house and began shooting. The plan worked, up to a point. When all the cars had come to a halt, when they had jumped out and found shelter, assault rifles cocked and aimed at the windows and doors behind the wide veranda of the big house, there was only silence. Just the cooing of a few doves, and a cow mooing somewhere. Nyati called out over the megaphone, "You are surrounded. Please put down your weapons and come out with your hands on your heads." They waited, the adrenaline pumping, fingers on triggers, heads shielded behind the safety of the vehicle's metal bodies. No reaction. Only the afternoon hush, and the shadow of a fat white cloud that came and went. Griessel looked at the bare ground outside the front door. There were the tracks of other vehicle tires in the mud of last night's rain. The Cobras had parked in front of the door with at least 2 vehicles, maybe 3. Nyati repeated the message, even louder. Nothing happened. "Sir, let me run to the door," Cupido said. "Wait," said Nyati. They waited. The minutes crept by. "Okay, let's cover one," said Nyati. "Wait for my signal." They stood up, lifted the barrels of the rifles over the roofs and bonnets of the cars, pointed them at the door and windows where there was still no sign of life. "Go!" yelled Nyati. Cupido, in his long, elegant coat, ran across the open yard to the front door, slightly crouched as if that would somehow help. The automatic rifle in his hand made him look like a character from a 1930s film. Only his footsteps were audible on the saturated ground. He was safely at the door. Silence. "I hear something," said Cupido. He knelt down in front of the door. They waited, dead quiet. "Yes, there's somebody in there." He shifted closer to the door. "Someone is shouting for help," he said. "I think we should go in." They found David Patrick Adair in the master bedroom of the house. He was stretched out and tied to the bed with cable ties and rope. He was unshaven, dirty, and smelly, but unharmed. His first words when Cupido walked in were, "Are you the cavalry, or a different kind of trouble?" "We are the Hawks," said Cupido. "I'm not sure that answers my question." Shouts from the other team members as they declared the house safe, room by room. "We are the South African Police Service," said Cupido. Nyati and Mbali walked in, then Griessel and Philander. "And what a splendid representation of the Rainbow Nation you are," said Adair, his nonchalant tone trying unsuccessfully to disguise his immense relief. "You wouldn't happen to know if my student, the lovely Lillian Alvarez, is safe, would you?" Adair politely requested a chance to shower. "And please, God, let me brush my teeth." He was a tall, elegant man. Griessel saw that he wanted to preserve his dignity at all cost, but the trauma of the past days lay close to the surface. They waited on the veranda to make sure the cobras didn't make a surprise appearance. When Adair came out of the bathroom, Nyati, Griessel, Mbali, and Cupido questioned him in the sitting room. He said there were 3 of them during the abduction in Franschhoek. They were so terribly efficient, so utterly businesslike. They knew about Lillian Alvarez. That was how they found out precisely where he was, because they had tapped Alvarez's cell phone. And like a fool, he had phoned Alvarez last Friday night from the Franschhoek guesthouse. They also used her to convince me to hand over the data. They said they would kill her, and that I had to call her to bring the memory card. "What was on the card?" asked Nyati. "A lot of data," said Adair. "What kind of data?" "The corrupt evil that men do." "Can you be more specific?" "How much time do we have?" "All the time we need." "Well, there is the data on possible terrorists and possible spies, and possible organized crime money laundering, by organized crime and by the banks. Damning evidence of dirty banking hands, not murky little banks in banana republics, continental, international banking colossi. And then there's the quite impressive and intimidatingly long list of corrupt government officials." "South African government officials?" asked Mbali. "I'm afraid so. But let me hasten to add that the data also includes government officials from 39 other countries, my own included. And the evidence is quite conclusive." "Can you tell us which South African government officials?" "Quite a few. MPs, ministers, your president, I'm sorry to add." Mbali made a small, despairing sound. "That's how they got the SSA and CI involved," said Nyati. "Who?" asked Adair. "Your MI6 got our State Security Agency and Crime Intelligence Unit involved in the investigation in the quest to find you." "I see. No stone unturned. How comforting. But yes, you might be right. I did mention the corrupt politicians list to my friends at MI6. "Who do the Cobras work for?" asked Griessel. "The who?" "The people who kidnapped you. Do they work for the CIA?" asked Cupido. "Good heavens, no. They're working for the banks." Chapter 61. They didn't believe him. David Adair explained. He said he knew he would only get one chance to go fishing for all manner of evil in the SWIFT system with his extensive new protocol, because he had always been very open about his political and ethical standards. There were so many factions watching him, all waiting to see what he wanted to do with the system, and suspecting that he might be looking for ammunition for his crusades. So he wrote the programming in such a way that he could slip in a digital Trojan horse afterwards, when everyone was satisfied that the protocol would not be damaging to them. And the end result, when the data began coming in, was mind-boggling. There were the spying details, the corruption of politicians, the massive extent of large, well-respected international banks looking the other way and cooperating in the laundering of billions for organized crime. But what took him completely by surprise was a conglomerate of international banks manipulating the financial system to evade taxation, to fix rates, to tamper illegally with share prices and exchange rates, and to continue to trade in derivative instruments, indecipherable and complex derivatives, despite the huge risk it posed to the world economy. Executives of banks and financial institutions enriched themselves on a massive scale at the expense of common people. He was totally unprepared for the greed, the sheer extent of the machinations. The problem is, what does one do with such information? To make it public is an act of potential financial sabotage. The system, still very fragile after the meltdown, might well collapse, or at least trigger a new international recession. The big losers won't be the banking fat cats, but the very people I had hoped to protect, the public. So, just after my dialogue with MI6, I made the mistake of calling the CEO of a very big international bank, just to tell him that it might be a good idea to start winding down all the illegal and dangerous activities, or run the risk of being exposed. Yes, it was blackmail, but the cause was good and just, I thought. Soon after, I became aware of a series of strange occurrences. I thought I was being followed. I was pretty sure someone had been in my office and my house, perhaps to plant bugs. So I took a few precautions. I flew to Marseille to get myself a false passport, and I put a considerable sum of money away in a new account under the false name. Where would a university professor get a considerable sum of money from? Asked Cupido. The European Union has been rather generous in remunerating me for my work. Okay. I packed a suitcase, just in case, and when I got home from Lillian's place last Monday night and saw that my home had been ransacked, I knew, and I ran. But how do you know it was the banks? I speak French, said Adair. I understood what one of my abductors was saying over the phone to the people who hired them. There is only one conclusion. They concealed one vehicle behind a shed 100 meters away from the farmyard. Cupido, Philander, Mbali, and Ndabeni stayed behind, since the Cobra's luggage, a few firearms, and travel documents were still in the house. Griessel and Nyati took Adair to the city. He'd asked to be taken to Lilian Alvarez as quickly as possible. Griessel sat in the back of the big Ford Territory, with his and Nyati's assault rifles beside him on the seat. Adair sat in front, beside Nyati, who was behind the wheel. On the R304, Nyati said, "You realize you are still in danger." "I do, but as soon as I've seen Lilian, I will rectify the matter. I will Skype the editor of The Guardian. He is a man of the utmost integrity, and I will make a full confession and give him access to the data." "But the memory card is gone." "Good. Wasn't the data on the memory card?" "Of course it was. I was hoping against hope that if I gave them the data in a tangible format, they would not kill me. But they would have, I'm sure. The data also lives in the cloud, 2 or 3 places. They'll find it eventually, I suppose. One always leaves tracks. On the N1, just before the Lucullus Street off-ramp, Adair said philosophically, "Of course, one contemplates one's own demise under these circumstances, and then you keep hoping that all the lies, all the deceit will somehow be uncovered, that the truth will set us all free. But, you know, it is such an imperfect world, and it is getting more imperfect every day. So, thank you." Griessel looked out of the window and thought about Mbali, who had also spoken about how liberating the truth could be. His mind was so filled with the question of secrets and lies that he was barely aware of the white Volkswagen Amarok double cab drawing up beside them. Later he would not remember whether it was an odd movement, the sun reflecting on a gun barrel, or the vaguely familiar face of the man. Something suddenly made him focus, triggered the alarm in his head. In one move, he grabbed the rifle on the seat next to him and shouted, "Sir!" It was too late. The shots boomed beside them. The bullets punched through him and through Nyati. Shreds of fabric puffed from the headrests. The wind was suddenly loud in his ears, and a bloody mist, entire droplets, seemed to hang suspended in the interior of the car. Griessel felt the exploding pain of bullet wounds, the terrible violence of lead slamming, tearing into his body. Nyati lost control of the Ford. The vehicle zigzagged across the road, skidded, overturned, and rolled. Griessel tried to hold on. Airbags exploded. He had his seatbelt fastened. That was his only thought. He had his seatbelt fastened. Now he could tell Fritz it was proof that that was the right thing to do. Just before everything went black, he saw the body of Zola Nyati, still buckled into his seat, but strangely uncontrolled. Only the laws of physics in charge of his body now, tugging it back and forth, and he thought how fragile a person's body is. Nyati had always seemed so indestructible. There was a moment when he recovered consciousness as he was suspended upside down in the wreckage, watching his blood flow from his body and pooling on the roof of the Ford. A moment when he was aware of the man who rifled through his pockets, hastily and roughly, but thoroughly. The face was devoid of emotion. It was one of them, one of the men on the O.R. Tambo photos. The man's hands searched through all his pockets, coated in his blood. A shot cracked one last time in the shattered space. Then everything went quiet. Chapter 62. He saw Alexa beside the hospital bed in the middle of the night. She was sleeping awkwardly in the chair. He tried to say something to her, but he was so very tired. He could scarcely open his mouth, his parched mouth. He was awake. He was at Alexa's house, in the sitting room. His arm was gone, completely. Alexa said, "Don't worry. There are bass guitar players with only one arm." She puffed on a cigarette. He dimly realized someone else was here too. Strange, it was daytime now. He opened his eyes. It was his daughter, Carla. She sat hunched over, her elbows on the bed, her face close to his, her expression intense, as if willing him not to go. He saw her mouth move, forming the word Papa, but he didn't hear it. He was drifting away from everything. But both his arms were here. Fritz sat in the chair beside the hospital bed. His son. With a guitar. His son sang to him. It was so incredibly beautiful. He had a conversation with Nyati and Mbali. They spoke Zulu and Xhosa, and to his surprise, so did he. Kaleni said, "Isn't it wonderful?" "Yes," said Nyati. "What?" asked Griessel. "There's no corruption here," said Mbali. "Look, Benny, none. It wasn't for nothing after all." Cupido and Bones and Mbali stood beside his bed, their faces grim. "Won," said Griessel. "Yes, said Cupido, and stood up, looked at him. "This is a hospital. Watch your language," said Mbali. "Get the nurse, he's awake," said Cupido. And then Griessel was gone again. They only told him Nyati was dead after he had been awake for 2 days. Nyati and David Adair. "They thought you weren't going to make it, Benny," said Alexa, her tears dripping on the sheet. She held his left hand tightly, the one on the arm that was still reasonably whole. "They brought you back from the brink of death twice. They said you had no blood left. None." 2 wounds in his right leg, one in his upper right arm, his right shoulder, his left wrist, 2 bullets through his ribs and his right lung. But everything would heal in time. There would be stiffness in the limbs, the surgeon said, for many years. He had been in a coma for 16 days, they said. And he thought to himself, that was the easiest 16 days off the bottle he had ever added to his tally. Clutter came and sat with him. "CNN, the BBC, Sky News, and the New York Times are all asking for interviews, Benny. Are you up to it?" "No." Superintendent Marie-Caroline Aubert phoned him from Lyon. She sympathized with the loss of his colleague. She congratulated him on the arrest of Curado. She said the one he shot dead was the only French citizen, one Romain Poit. The others that they identified were all Eastern Europeans, but also former members of the French Foreign Legion. "We are trying to track them down, thanks to your good work." Jeanette Lowe, the owner of Body Armor, came to sit with him too. He told her everything. Alexa was there every day, in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Carla came to visit. Fritz, his colleagues, Doc Barkhuizen, his fellow Rust band members, and Lise Bierkman once. "I'm sorry about your concert," he said. "It won't be the last one," she said. "Just get better." He had done a lot of thinking in the hospital. When Alexa came to fetch him and take him to her house, his words were ready. Tired and weak, he climbed into the double bed in Alexa's bedroom. Then he said, "Come sit here, please. There is something I have to talk about." She sat down, concerned. "I love you very much," he said. "And I love you, Benny." "Alexa, I didn't know what to say, because it's a difficult thing. But someone said, the truth makes us free." "What truth, Benny?" "I can't, you know." And all his planned words and phrases, practiced in his mind over and over, deserted him. "What are you talking about?" "Before this thing," and he indicated the last of the bandages, "I couldn't keep up with the sex. I'm too old and too fucked up, Alexa. I can't do the thing every day anymore. You are very sexy to me. My head wants to, but my—" He pointed at his groin. "Your rascal," she said. "Yes, my rascal can't keep up. Not every day. Maybe every second day. We can try." He saw how her face crumpled. He saw her begin to cry, and he thought, fuck, that was the wrong thing to say. "I'll see a doctor," he said. She hugged him tightly. He felt the warmth of her breath and her tears. "I was so scared, Benny. I was never enough for Adam. I thought that was why he strayed. I just wanted to be enough for you." Adam, her late husband. "You are more than enough for me," he said. "Just not every day." "Thank God," she said. And then he heard her vibrant, joyful laugh.